Hello, hello. Welcome home, gamer. Welcome back to Mecha, where we've got the Mecha Mini Masters coming up tonight. Looking forward to that greatly. But we'll do a little bit of the in-house 2v2s beforehand. We should probably open the queue. Sorry, I have been mostly absent this week. I've been recovering from surgery, so it's been slow going. And in fact, I'm actually going to probably skip the 2v2s personally and just cast them. So we'll start up a. You got to 2329 MMR Nightcrawler? Very nice. Speaking of which, do I need to get to go give you a follow now that you're streaming? Let's go. There you go. That is done. Speaking of follows, a shout out and thank you to that girl Tam for the follow um, offline while we were not streaming. Much appreciated. Had a good conversation with her on Reddit. Led to that. Ah, let's see. Where are we? What should we do? Should I even try to ladder at all? Hmm. And Nightcrawler, congrats on making your first money on streaming. So you are now a professional streamer, huh? Let's go. Where did we reach last time out? I think we finished at 1888. So there's our season to date. We're what are we? 288 and 263 plus 378 MMRs. So, but streak of L1. We lost our last game of the tournament. So, hello, hello, Zalix. I'm sorry I have missed you this week. Sorry for not being around. Recovery surgery has been actual work. Who knew? Check how much the world number one has in combat power. It's insane. Amp at 268,000. Very nice. Where am I? I have fallen out of the top 200. That's not world number one. 395. This has got to be playing a lot of four-player free for all. You can see Diana is up at 11th by playing a lot of four-player free for all. It's there. That's better. All right. This is world number one. Yeah, we got that. We got there. Where am I? 509 at 227. That's fine. MMR wise, Yes Win Big's top of the world at 2591. I heard a Flower Fairy got denied at the 2600 the other day. And there's Feng Feng, red hair at 2589. Sacco at 2567. Agripna Coma is having a great time at 2500. Wood at 2500. Let's go. We have been pinging around an all-time high for me. All-time high was 1906 going into that mini tournament and tipped to 1918, but we've fallen about 30 below that. So I don't know if I have enough energy to really do much gaming and then follow that up with the shoutcast later, but we'll try it. We'll give a shout to Hungry Man. Good pies, right? Hungry Man pies. So he was at 1945 MMR. Oh, my high is wrong. Aha. That's all right. We'll fix that. There you go. And a probably 50% Amarok take on a hungry man. Find out. We are definitely not 100% right now. Like, literally at the point where getting up, walking out to the kitchen, and getting myself a snack is tires me out. I tried playing Mario Kart with Kiddo earlier, and literally like 3 races, and I was tired. I'm like, that isn't quite right. Now, do we throw our Rhino craziness? Let's just throw some standard giant. Can you change your Void Eye text to charge shot, ranged, aerial, and EMP armor? I suppose you could. I do like charge shot, yeah. Hello, hungry man. Good luck, have fun, my friend. Except if having fun involves beating me, in which case, please do not. You do have some storms. I'm thinking about early storms and giving them just bit of this formation. Kind of thinking I'm gonna play from deep. Have fun only while losing to me. Exactly. Exactly. Have good luck in your next match, but not this one. Alright, we seem to be stationary under the storm callers, under the artillery. That is not going to go well. We're going to need We're going to need something better. Now, just to remind folks, the queue is open, so if you wanted to play with other viewers, which will be with Whooped GG today. It does want me to have the wasps, doesn't it? Oh. I guess we can just show up with a big wasp flank. Hello, wasp on the flank. What should be around here? Triple tacked, shielded, level 9 crawlers with triple speed specs in 2v2. What? With a teammate on the other end of the map who could do nothing. It's like a literal zombie infestation as you just replicate all over the board. Oh my god. That just sounds amazing and cruel, Zalex. Opponent has tried some marksman. We get a tower with that flank, but it's a little bit late here. We're gonna need something over there. And our wasps get eaten up. It happens. What do we got here? Okay, I feed them. Got it. We have lost 1 round so far this stream, but we're bringing it back. Does sound like a plan, yes? You get a thing. Oh, whoops. I thought I was taking the rhino. Oh. And what do you say? Let's take this. I swear I had more crawlers than when I started, and I had a lot of them at the start. It actually came down to if your AA would die before your crawlers replicated. Fair. Let's see what my guy is thinking. He wants to missile out the level 2s. That's not going to work for you, sir. Does throw down a shield to my slight distress here. But oh, by the way, are you now struggling with the main front? Does look like you might be struggling with the main front. Hello, hello, Titan. First game of the day, sir. We're, I decided to start late, given the recovering from surgery and all that. So. He was open. You watched Baru watch my replay where I lost to the Rhinos. Okay. Did he have anything coherent to observe? We're a giant specialist. We'll take this. Honestly, it's been a rough, yeah, in-house 2v2s queuing is the likely bit of the day here. All right, that gives us 4. So as soon as this game is over, I'm going to hand it over to you guys, and we'll do a four-player 2v2. We have not done a Heart of the Cards in a long time. That's true. Is that what you guys are hankering for? Yeah, it's worth reiterating. If you need a break or some rest, then I'll be the on-air and best voice of stream. Yeah, borrowed voice of stream. Thank you very much, Titan. Yes, I fully agree. I fully agree. We are, you know, I want to keep the community going and keep you guys, you know, I don't want to miss you guys too much. But, ooh, that's fun. We run that in. Opponent has taken the... Is that... You've got level 4 fangs is what you took. Okay. Don't die too fast. I'm still a couple of minutes away from home. Okay, Flock. Heard about it. Yes, I think allowing a skip or allowing that rule is probably where skip making your existing army into a mass-produced army would be pretty nice. You are not wrong there. Hey, look, we got the tower. Yeah, not trying to dodge the spirit of the rules, but I think that's right. It's a Yeah. I think being able to pass mass-produced, skip a mass-produced is probably legitimate. But not if you don't have it on the board, right? Hmm. Hmm. Now what do we have here? We just seems really useless, but eh. We'll see what we have here. Thank you, Viking Raider. We are definitely not 100%. Is all I'm gonna say. There, you're not gonna finish this guy off with your boom. That's fun. We get that tower again. I mean, the point of the heart of the cards is to take cards you don't normally tank. So I agree with Alpha Titan here that it's not. We don't skip any card you don't feel like. You can skip a card that actively makes your board worse. Right? Like, today you were Rhino Spec and forgot about it. Then round 3 you took Mass Prod Rhinos. Well, at least you had the unlock for free, right? Surely that counts for something. It does not count for anything? Hmm. Put you out here. I don't know if this guy can get in or not. Alright, my guy is trying a trying another Boom Rhino. Seems to be running into a whole lot of trouble there. And the Wasp Swarm conquers again. Looks like a problem for opponents. That's true. Have you considered typing Bang Q, Ignatius Pennyfeather? I hear it does fun things. put you guys on power armor now. And you can run there. While hold up. Oh, I suppose. Do we just sell this guy? We sell that guy. Put a piece there. Level this fellow. Just run right through him. See if you can have a bit of help. Throw some things down there, see what happens. Opponent's far side tower goes down this time. Not feeling very confident. You've been playing really bad, but then last week you played a blinder in the tourney. Maybe you need the pressure. I mean, the 2v2 in-house Ignatius Pennyfeather is supposed to be not super pressure. Hey, look, we have turned around and gotten a W. I'm not even sure how that happened. You know, I'm supposed to have been paying attention, but we just kind of ran the wasp thing on almost on autopilot there. And eventually it comes good. His big photon coating helped to tank things for a bit. Did he take level 2? He did. So what I think I might have needed to do might have been level 2 defense, but... Oh, he had one more rhino. That's what happened. He added a rhino back here. And that's why we didn't win that side. All right. There you go. Well, I am through. So, I'm through with this match. So you guys get to engage your first 2v2 is going to be Nightcrawler, Zalex, Titan, and Falak. Falak, are you home yet? You are ready. Perfect. Well, actually, Titan, do you want to set that one up? You have everybody? We're 1-0 plus 24. It's our day. You're Falocking right now? Wait a minute. You are in game. How long is your game likely to be? I'm just putting our stats in there real quick. I didn't do a patch review. There was a patch today, so you are in the game. He's got it. All right, let me just. Zalex is the game. Everybody just join Zalex. Is that the answer here? You are in the game, not in a game. Okay. Brilliant. Titan has it. Titan has things covered. And then I switch to spectate. Perfect. And just I presume Titan and All right, so we're going to set a. There's no takers on that first bet. I don't think I do, but Titan is the host for this one. I am going to sit back a little bit and just rest and recuperate rather than trying to just to try hard with you guys today. And yeah, I think Heart of the Cards could be fun. Heart of the Cards with that uh, one update that you guys mentioned, so that you don't have to take a. Well, it's based on what seat you are in the slot. So, all right, we'll go with a game one. Will be. There you go. That is correct. Yes, you can skip if it is harmful statistically. That is correct. All right. All right, we have everybody. That looks good. You guys can kick that off whenever you are all ready. Channel point predictions are up. You got 5 minutes to get in on that one. Nightcrawler, I will be streaming tomorrow's tourney. Yeah, the EU. We will see if there's enough stamina to make it through the Americas. You don't have to use spectator. Well, actually, it depends. Since I'm going to be casting neutral, I guess you probably do want it on spectator delay, so nobody's getting an advantage by looking over my shoulder. Not sure. Up to you guys. Really up to Titan. Was there any special rule? Yes, it's the rule is you've got to to choose the card in the slot that you're in. So you are the furthest right card every time. That is both your specialist and your other units. Your round 2 unit drop, round 3 reinforcement card. The only rule is you can skip only if it would be making your board actively worse. For example, board. Um, and then that sets us up with Ignatius Pennyfeather and Woot will be in the next game. The next game. Yes, even on the starting pack is correct. You choose the number, so you can sometimes get stuck in a starter you're not used to. You're that guy. Well, I mean, once you get to 2300, that really is part of the definition, isn't it? Okay, yeah, I can join you in the booth, although, since you'll be live and I'll be 90 seconds behind, I'm not sure how that works. But hello. Hello.
Right. Hello.
So,
Hello.
yeah, so Whooped had volunteered to kind of stand in as the perma player so that you were free until tourney start if needed. But
I'm fine by that.
all right, cool. That works. But since you guys had 4 in together uh, before Whooped even arrived, I figured there was no need to delay. I've got the loading
Fair
complete
enough.
screen.
So do I.
Definitely. Is this a is Alex's
It
PC is
might
slow?
be.
Yeah.
It's either that or something else going on behind the scenes. Yeah.
Right. Right.
So the tweak.
Randoms
Did
we
you want to chat
matchmaked
about
with,
that
and
really
they helped
quick?
Yeah. I'd have to. Well, I mean, the tweak is basically designed to stifle a four-player free-for-all that had been a four-player free-for-all stat that was strat even that was
Mm-hmm.
kind of overpowered with involving a spam of EMP armored void eyes that you can't close. You can't EMP them, and they EMP all of you guys. All of your units anytime they get shot. And if they have reached high enough level, then you're not even one-shotting them, so you lose your, whatever your key techs are. And there was no way to disable it. So the keys there are EMP now disables the EMP armor
Without
rather
being disabled
without
themselves.
being disabled itself, right? So the firing unit deals the first damage, or deals the first EMP. And then also reduced the duration of the EMP from 5 to 4. Right. In 1v1, Photon Boat could beat it in aggro defense. But it was the four-player free-for-all where it was really unbalanced. You said standard Void Eye EMP was insta-win. Yeah, I did think it was a very, very strong tech when it first came out. So. All right. We'll find out what these players are doing in just a moment. So for those of you who are new to this 2v2 format that we've got, the in-house 2v2s on Fun Friday, we do a round robin. So yes, you might look at this and say, wait, Alpha Titan and Nightcrawler, that's a little bit unbalanced against Zalex and Falak. But you're going to wind up with like Alpha Titan will be Zalex's partner next game, and then Falak's partner the game after that. So you get a partnership with each player. You get to play across from each player, and you get to play caddy corner from each player at least once. We're also playing the heart of the cards. So players are forced to choose the specialist in the spot that they are, kind of from left to right. So it'll be Alpha Titan in the number 1 slot, Nightcrawler in the number 2 slot, Zalex in the number 3 slot, and Falak in the number 4 slot, meaning Alpha Titan is always taking the card that's shown here, Nightcrawler is always taking the card shown here, Zalex is always taking this card, and Falak is always taking that card, whatever it is.
All right. And of course, part of the heart of the cards is that you're encouraged to lean into what you get somewhat experimentally in case it may not be your norm, which is part of the fun.
Right. It's designed to get you out of whatever meta strat you're currently playing and, figure out, oh, wait, hey, mass-produced Phoenix is actually really strong. Or, like I've never used EMP, never used improved Sledgehammer or whatever. Let me try this and see if it's actually good. Nightcrawler says, people trying to force me to have fun. Shaking my head.
What are they thinking?
It's so true.
Speaking of, I'm going to be doing something a little cheeky when you get around to seeing it.
All right. Well, we have round 1. It looks like Alpha Titan's built a relatively standard steel ball and arclight board. Gets through to the middle towers. And getting through to the middle towers is going to kind of save his partner on the right-hand side. Does it look like Falak had Nightcrawler's number, at least in round 1. Zalex still has some surviving arcs and sabers on the outside, despite the tower debuff. And the Void Eyes are trying to finish off the steel balls. Note that Falak did not take the free energy absorption tech. I know, fun in games. Who could have imagined that? No, it's not permitted. We're all here to get sweaty and try hard. All right, so what all did we get? We have a Farseer specialist who has taken improved Tarantula, a giant specialist who took intensive training, Zalex, a giant specialist who took improved War Factory. Oh, I hope he leans into that. That'll be fun. and a Farseer specialist with Assault Scorpion. So we got all 4 different pieces. Everybody got the correct one. Falak, you're fine. You took the number 4 slot, even if you forgot that you were taking the number 4 slot by force. Zalex is running a running crawler across the
Oh, come
face.
on. Let's just say I got another chaff clear unit to go with my arc lights and tarantulas.
You have an Arclight, a Tarantula, and another chaff unit. Love it. Exactly what you wanted. Look, if you win the chaff war, you're going to win the fight, right? Surely. What could go wrong having 3 chaff clear units? So I like the thinking on Zalex's mobile beacon there. He's pulled the army that was taking the center all the way across the face. So if Titan wants that center take, he's going to have to mobile beacon to go take the center on purpose. But it looks like he might not, because he's won the left side. On the right, Falak's still putting up great numbers against a Nightcrawler. With Sledge, Hound, and I think there are some Void Eyes in there. There they are. Still hasn't taken the energy absorption, so he might be thinking, well, is I guess saving the tech costs on aerial, electromagnetic, and energy shield right now. So looks like those Void Eyes will clean up again. Falak is up. Well, Falak has won 2 rounds. The drops, what we got here, a pair of marksmen for Zalex. Looks like a Vulcan for Alpha Titan. We've got the Phantom Rays for Nightcrawler, and the big level 3 Phoenix for Falak. As a giant specialist, of course, Zalex can unlock the Vulcan for free, so he has done. And adds that to his chaff clear with the 2 marksmen behind. So it's going to be a Vulcan versus Vulcan over here on the left. Do wonder if Zalex is expecting a missile here. Yeah, now he's got the whole group involved. Uh-oh. Falak, did we misclick? Can you undo? It's probably out of the specialist drop, isn't it? Well, there is always confusion. So if you have taken something that was not correct, the punishment is that you may not use it. So, for example, if you took the card and it was incorrect, you are not permitted to use it. Yep. It looks like Alpha Titan did the same thing. It is so easy to autopilot in Heart of the Cards. Everybody will make this mistake at least once, unless you are really attuned to it. And part of that is because we've trained ourselves to, have some optimized decisions, right? Like, I know that this is going to be the... This is also why Nightcrawler is typing 2 in the chat. He's reminding himself to take the number 2.
I knew I was going to forget. I always forget. I tried so hard not to forget. The good news is I could undo placing the item, or I would have had to sell the unit that I put it on.
Oh gosh, you even placed it. Oh my god. Yeah,
and then I was like, hey, wait a minute.
Thank goodness for the undo button. So Falak and Zalex have won round 3 as well. We've got Titan and Nightcrawler down to 4,000. Nobody bet on either of them. So here you can see what the correct choices were for number 2 and number 3. Falak has an improved firepower system that he can't use, and Alpha Titan has a laser sight that he can't use. So you just have to leave that on the bench. Nightcrawler says, I play so much more freely. I click a whole bunch of stuff and then undo if it looks weird. I kind of like that philosophy. Um, I really like that thinking. It's going to be Splash Phantom Rays for Nightcrawler. So that's his chaff clear over there. Alpha Titan adding some Stormcallers on the left. Nightcrawler says, I can't pride myself in taking sub 10-second rounds anymore. Hey, I think you were getting to the point where that wasn't benefiting you anymore either, so.
Not a beneficial bragging right.
Yes. Super Deep Scorch Vulcan. And something interesting is happening with Titan's economy, because normally the man would have teched a chaff clear by now. That Vulcan was just too far back, so it allows the middle tower take instead of drawing the aggro itself. And then, of course, it goes down during the debuff. If you're kind of new to the game, destruction of a core building, like those towers in the middle, will it debuffs your army for something like 9 seconds. You can level the towers to make them to minimize that debuff. That is a bit spicy from Alpha Titan, or level 2 Wasps. Possibly that's the drop, because we're also seeing the Scorpions come
They
out.
were, in fact, the drop.
Yeah. We're also seeing Scorpions, Wraiths, and Rhinos across the board. And Nightcrawler...
My baller, that is a lot left.
Nightcrawler has gone to a lot of Phantom Rays. Of course, Nightcrawler has started streaming, recently made affiliate on Twitch, so congrats there. And if you enjoy his
congrats indeed.
If you enjoy his kind of play and and his style, there's the link to his account. Give him a follow. He also made 2,400 MMR blood. Wow, that is also impressive. Snap, right? I mean, I guess if I am going to be one of the... I mean, Nightcrawler told me he made 23 something, like 23... Is it 2330 or 2380? Something like that. Earlier in the stream. How do I unregister? Bang, leave. Bang, leave. Ignatius Pennyfeather? Hello, guess who? Honestly, I have been relatively weak by comparison. I had a unexpected medical issue come up over the weekend. I took kiddo kart racing on Sunday, and that may have exacerbated it. We went go-kart racing. It was great fun. Can I nuke teammate? Is that against the rules? I mean, it's peak troll, but I don't know if Alpha Titan would
Classic
consider you
baller
a
move.
friend at this point. Yes.
Thank you for that, baller.
This is why you never never queue with randoms, Titan. Sorry.
I guess that's what community games are for.
Oh, and poor Falok took the nuke, which is so expensive as a mistake. That is brutal.
I guess that's just the way the dice fall sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, Falok, it's really tough to get a handle on. The remembering. You just have to slow your brain down a little bit. So used to picking fast. Is what you're saying that Woot typed established dominance and you put it over on Titan? Oh my god. In the last few seconds of the round. Ah. Oh my god.
Yep.
I guess what Baller is thinking there is that he's in a 1v, a one-on-one versus Alpha Titan to be the overall champion of this group. And therefore, if he nukes Nightcrawler now... Wait, no, if he nukes Alpha Titan now... Wait a minute, no, that doesn't work, because it's a loss for both players.
Right, no, he's just trolling me.
He's
and
just
chose to throw the game for it.
Just complete troll. Okay, got it. Well then, that is game 1 to Zalix and Falok.
Yeah. And you can't shield it because you don't, your opponent doesn't have a nuke.
Right.
That do be how it happens.
All right, so Zalix and Falok are up 1 game to nothing at the moment. And we will jump out of this one.
I won't have the spec delay unless you want me to. I'll defer to you on that, Amarok.
Oh, spectator delay was fine by me. I think because people did want to watch the, listen to stream and not have things spoiled.
Right.
I mean, it's not like I can't cast from slightly,
Right.
Anyway.
Make sure everyone remember your numbers.
Right. Your number has changed, Falok. Your number is now 3. Nightcrawler, you are now number 4. Zalix, you are now number 2. And channel point predictions are up. You should be 3. Did you guys wind up in the wrong seats? Are you directly opposite Titan?
So I think the rotation is slightly in a different order than we normally do, but we will make sure we get all the correct total orientations.
Okay.
So I think Phallic is actually still 4 and I'm still 1, and
okay.
Baller and Zalix flipped, and then we'll get the other rotation set for the next round.
Right. Okay. Sarg, we are playing Heart of the Cards, where people have to, at the moment, your game might not be. Lock, I think Titan said you picked the number 4 card.
That's correct. Right. The basic premise of Heart of the Cards here is you pick the card that corresponds to your number, player 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the spirit behind it is use cards you're not used to. Now, I was gonna do that, but then the game gave me improved fighter and then Vulcan, so I had too many chaff clears. And Emerald, you mentioned that I hadn't ranged anything. That was because I had too much money in chaff clear units and not enough deploys of any chaff clear unit to range them. So I was relying on Stormcallers, mostly into the Fang board as well. For context, last match. Also, I forgot to do compact again. So we'll have a standard map in the middle. That's the intention, Baller, although not exactly thrilled with my opening matchup. Curious. I think you have a rather favorable matchup, but maybe not.
So there's a slight problem with the rotation that you have done, Alpha Titan.
Uh-oh.
Which is that for the game 3, you are required to both be a Falok's partner and directly oppose Falok. You have
I
placed yourself
see.
catty corner to Falok twice in a row, which is not
That
permissible.
was not the intention. Right.
Right.
We'll have to
I think
solve that. That was.
I think this is actually a bend in this game.
I see.
As the game 2 scheduling has to be correct in order to pick up the whole schedule.
Right.
There's
So,
no...
Zalix, I need you to surrender with me. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. It just took me a minute to go logic out why that was not going to work. Which I did while going off to get water.
Glad you got a drink there.
I'm also off coffee right now.
Oh.
I know, right? I feel un-Amarok.
Yeah, that does track.
Right, Falok is supposed to be top of red. Nightcrawler is bottom of red. Yeah, Nightcrawler's in the right spot. Zalix and Falok need to switch.
Correct. Oh.
Yep.
And then Fallock, if you join Team Red.
Yeah, click this. Yeah, perfect. All right, all
That'll do her.
golden. Sorry about the inconvenience there, guys.
Oh, easy enough fix.
Yep.
I am number 1, Zalix is 2, Valak is 3, Nightcrawler is 4.
Perfect. Tom C says, I wonder how Nightcrawler will crush that Vulcan marksman comp. No, wait, I wonder how Falak will crush that Vulcan marksman comp.
It's part of the cards. You play what you get.
You play what you get, exactly. I'm just gonna hazard a guess that you do a bit better when not getting nuked by teammate. That would be my guess. Which fingers do I use to show the number 3? The 3 middle ones, not counting the pinky and the thumb. Sarg, 1800s. Let's go. Now is when it's going to get swingy. It's not so much tough, it's just swingy. All right, Nightcrawler, a Rhino Specialist. Balak gets a Speed Specialist with Fangs and Storms. Get a Sabertooth Specialist for Zalex. And Alpha Titan, the Aerial Spec. Nuke Spec Teammate Edition. You get a free nuke. I think whooped. That is spot on. You'll be 1500 2 days from now going, what the hell happened? I was 1800. And then you'll be 1900 3 days from now. You'll be like, what just happened? I was 1500. All right. Block, despite being speed specialist, lining up in a relatively standard formation. Arc lights in front of towers with the fangs in front. Alpha Titan aerial specialist comes out with the tarantulas kind of on the line, fangs in front to eat missiles, crawlers behind. Zalex, a partner on the right, has a sledgehammer void eye opening and is adding a crawler, pair of crawlers, while Nightcrawler has Hounds from Deep, vertical storms, and crawlers. So red team are stronger in the center. Zalex kind of tasked with holding the middle while Alpha Titan goes on the aggressive on the outside. Is this a pre-made? Yes, it is, Destroyer. We are running a little in-house 2v2 with a specific rule. We're doing the heart of the cards. So you must pick the card that is in the order of your, in the slot that corresponds with where you are in the order. So Alpha Titan always has to choose the leftmost card. Zalex in the number 2 slot has to pick the number 2 card. Falak in the number 3 slot has to choose this number 3 card here. And as the observers, we get to find out as long as we see 4 different things, we know they all did it correctly. It did not always happen correctly last game, but Dead Eagle betting on Fallock and Nightcrawler, huh? Okay. We'll let that one fly. I think Ignatius Pennyfeather wanted to leave, so we can remove him. So there are 2 open slots for the next game, which open to anyone out there. Destroyer, if you want in. Pharisarg, if you want in. Baller is happy to play again. Or Nightcrawler. Happy to play again. And Destroyer is in it. Okay, that is the group of 4. You'll play a set of 3 games. So it'll be... get about an hour of play out of that, out of queuing into that. Will probably be the 4 to 5 hour. You don't want a team nuker. I'll do 1 game, then I might have to script. Oh, you're Dead Eagle. Yeah. If you're scrimming Bark for his MMM, that's fine. Just let us know when he queues in, and we'll have a replacement for you. Wait, he has teammates twice that aren't me. Never mind. I'm sorry, he'll get the nuke when he's not on my team. Oi. Also, I seem to have closed the Discord on Alpha Titan, so apologies for that. I am back.
Glad to have you back.
Well, glad to have you back.
The good news is, yes, the good news is I can chat. The bad news is there's no delay. So,
right.
In the reset, so yeah.
Oh, I see. So I am seeing cards. Live. Got it.
You are seeing live with the rest of us.
All right. I will try not to overspoil things
spec.
then.
I'm an aerial spec who was forced to take marksman in round 2 when I'm trying to run spider aggro.
Oh, I mean, it's choice. It's a choice.
In fact, it is not a choice. It is.
In fact, I was not permitted to choose.
The card hates me. I don't know why, but every single time I just get like something.
Pharaoh, sorry, says, my PC's already shut down. You guys are my bedtime entertainment. Someone please nuke your teammate. Oh no. All right, the Void Eyes are flying. They are opposite some Phoenix. Have improved Overlord for Zalex, which he has not played yet. Salt Fortress for Fallock, which he has not played yet. And the Underground Threat from Nightcrawler. Yes! Dead Eagle, that is the Fun Friday is the stream staple on basically usually what we do is 2v2s with the community with this bang queue style, when you queue in, you get 3 matches, and that might mean waiting 40 minutes for your queue time to come up, but you at least get the entertainment value out of it. We go to round 4. Fallock and Nightcrawler slightly ahead. Nightcrawler getting an
Remember your
advanced
cards.
power system. Titan an extended range saber. Zalex gets the Berserk Rhino. We know Zalex likes a Rhino play, but not sure running Rhinos into this many Phoenix would be wisest. And Nightcrawler is a Rhino specialist, so he's the one that gets a Rhino for free. And then Dead Eagle, we do a lot of different, fun. Like the stream could be, the challenge could be what we're doing today, which is Heart of the Cards. It could be something completely different, like a spells only, or it could be like we used to do Biggie Smalls, where you were allowed one giant, like a single instance of a single giant. So you built that one tall and built a supporting army for it. Hello, thank you for the follow and the first time chat, Nuka Mags. Welcome in. Happy Raiden's Day, everyone. We are a primarily Mechabellum stream, Nuka Mags, so. Alright, chat, I changed my name just to make things less confusing. Aw, hey, that's cool. This is one of the ways that 2v2s looks like. There's 3 different maps. One of them has kind of cut and paste and just chopped this part of the map off of the player on the right and, this part of the map off the player on the left. Jammed them all together, so you have 2 middle towers that are side by side. They can't be flanked, but there is a middle there is a middle push strategy, at least, to try and go get those 2 towers together. Second one is just basically 2 1v1s normally across from each other. And then the third one is 2 1v1s stacked on top of each other. So you have 2 players on the inside and 2 players on the outside in that third type. That's called Siege. Not everybody likes it. This one is, I think, the most representative of the 2v2 because it's got this kind of interesting wrinkle of strategy where you can push this middle, or you can get things, all blocked together there. But I've actually seen a lot. I think the 2 1v1s across from each, side by side, is actually probably the highest skill ceiling in it, because you get all sorts of cool mobile beacons, across that middle flank. You have middle flanks to work with. Your team can coordinate. You can kind of use a mobile beacon to flank either player. All sorts of fun things. Yes, Whooped is a huge fan of Scorpions, and by the range checks, he means click on Command Center, and then click on Enhanced Range temporarily. That's going to be true from, like, round 6. If you don't know, you can click on the towers to get 10 different kind of power-ups. Nuka's playing crawler carry. LeBron James forgot to press tower range. Wait a minute.
Hey, thanks, partner. Or was that not partner? I'm not actually sure.
That shield in the middle?
So it looks ranged.
Zalix says he has 3 different unit specialist specs now. He's got Sabertooth Specialist, Improved Overlord, and Berserk Rhino, none of which are on his board. I mean, yep, fair. It does look like it's Nightcrawler's shield over there that just went down.
Yep. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually protect me, so it forces me to still have to chew through it.
Right, right. Because he's not your teammate this game.
Right.
So he's just sending you love every game.
Uh-huh.
I mean, for some definition of love. I'm not sure I speak Finnish very well, but hello,
Wait, if
hello.
Baller had that, does that mean... Okay.
Hello, hello, Pastor Drewski. Thank you for the raid. You have rated me with my favorite number, 34 viewers. Thank you so much. And guess who says I speak Finnish now? All right. Well, Nuka Mags, this is just for fun stuff. There's no MMR on the line here. In theory, people are supposed to have wagered, something, a join prediction, just one, but it's all fine. What on earth have you built back here? That's a lot of. All right. Nightcrawler and Zalix are each spamming their own unit. Saltport to answer the flank was an interesting call from Falak. Uh,
Also, Falak, I think you took the shield airdrop incorrectly last turn. Or was that the turn prior and I'm mistaken? Maybe I'm the one
Falak,
mistaken. I don't know.
I don't know. Only one shield was dropped on the turn that
That
Baller
is
dropped
true.
one. So, yeah, he says it was earlier.
Okay, okay.
So what I was going to point out there was that Nightcrawler has spammed a million Phoenix, and Zalix has spammed a million Wasps. And it has come down to Wasps versus Phoenix at the end here. So how was your stream, Pastor Drewski? I hope things went well. And welcome in, Raiders. We are about 2 hours and 15 minutes away from the Mecha Mini Masters tournament cast. Day 2 out of 3 coming up. So really looking forward to co-casting that one with Alpha Titan, who's here in the booth with me. And
It'll be a ton of fun for sure.
yeah. Congratulations to Falak and Nightcrawler, who win game 2 here. And that puts Falak up 2 games. Zalix and Nightcrawler are on 1 each as we go into our final, which should be Alpha Titan and Falak as partners, with Nightcrawler directly opposite Alpha Titan. Whoops, I need to move. Falak, you should take my spot in blue. I
That's
am not one of the
correct.
players. My bad. I was still setting up the betting.
All right. This should be good. We have delay on, so feel free to comment
Okay,
at
I
your
can
ready.
commentate. I can commentate fully now. Most valuable nuke going to Nightcrawler. Yes, if Falak wins this one, if Falak and Alpha Titan win this one, then they are. Falak is the unique champ. If Nightcrawler and Zalix win, it sets up a 3-way tie with Falak, Nightcrawler, and Zalix co-champions.
Indeed, indeed.
Nightcrawler pulled out of a friendly fire incendiary when MMR was on the line for us. No.
Yeah, this is not the first time I've been spelled by Baller on and off ladder as a partner, I should clarify.
Mm-hmm. You play 2v2 as if it were 4-player free-for-all. Dead Eagle, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. I was pretty sure you were already, but you are here again, or here now. Channel point prediction is up for this one. It's currently 1-1, 50-50. I mean, it does happen. It's Dead Eagle. Like every now and then, I find somebody that I'm sure I was following and I'm not, or find somebody that I'm like, why am I following this person again? I don't even remember them. Presumably, they were streaming Mechabellum at one point in time, but right. You were in that tourney, and then it was a dual stream. Yeah, yeah. You followed Starbright. That makes sense. And we had the dual chat up. Well, that's fair. Starbright is great people, and I highly approve of following her. Does not always do Mechabellum, so all sorts of other fun things on that channel. All right, Alpha Titan's a fortified specialist with the strong Arclight Sledge start. I'm sure he hated seeing that in the number 1 slot. Nightcrawler opposite will be an aerial specialist with sabers and crawlers. Falak, taking the number 2 slot this game, is a saber-tooth specialist with fangs. And Stormcallers, Zalex, playing from the number 4 slot, winds up a Typhoon. That's that one. But yeah, I don't even get to see my own. I have. This is hilarious. I have spectator chat disabled in game, so even though I chatted, hey, I cast that one. I don't actually get to see my own chat there. Nix, you have a computer strong enough to play the game finally. Dear Lord, I am trashed. Hey man, that's the way it goes. Chat, can I change my bet? That is not the way it goes. Nix, honestly, I find it way easier to quote unquote play the game from the streamer's seat, from the caster's perspective. I can see a lot more of what's going on, and my eyes move to a lot of different places better, where I'm just more likely to notice important details from somewhere on the map. And when I'm in the seat, I hyper focus on something. It's just so frustrating. You gave me hell over the Ridens. It was Ridens for a while, wasn't it? Perhaps a bit much. and then got one of your wins with them. There you go. Now you understand. Get the love. Round 1 goes to Alpha Titan and Falak. So Falak's quest for an undefeated round robin continues. Wasp Swarm for Alpha Titan, Improved Melter for Falak, Extended Ranged Saber, and Extended Ranged Fort. But it's Zalex who got the ER Saber, and Nightcrawler who gets the ER Fort. So, yeah, Nightcrawler, hard to tell if he'd have wanted Extended Range Saber at this point. We did put in a rule that allows you to pass, to skip, if and only if a card is actively making your board worse. So I think for Nightcrawler, he might actually have chosen to skip the Sabers.
Unbelievable.
Titan takes the round 2 Phoenix. This is one strong piece to place on a board early. Right, like Nightcrawler has no upshoot. The Phoenix is a strong single target. He's already got strong chaff clear. How did those Mustangs come over to visit the Wasp Swarm? That is very, very unfortunate for Alpha Titan, since the Mustangs are going to come chase after his Phoenix as well. How do you handle sledgehammers? The real question is, are the sledgehammers the problem, or is it the chaff board? Because multiple things will kill the sledgehammers if they can get the lock. If you're not getting the lock, then you're in all sorts of trouble, right? Extra mobile beacon for Nightcrawler, that'll be fun to see how he uses. That's pretty cool. Falak got the supply enhancement. He's also got improved melter, so being able to fund those seems like a good thing down the line. Although Zalex may be just playing around that entirely. There is just nothing for an improved melter to even touch right now. Nightcrawler, as an aerial specialist, takes his Phoenix here on round 3. Phoenix opposite Alpha Titans. Titan got Elite Fang before he had any Fangs on the board. True.
Yep, I'm gonna have to pay $200 for every Fang pack I want now.
Yep. Fun for Carrie Fang, a little less fun for everything else. Sarg, thank you very much for the follow. Blood Ninja, that is a good set of answers. Sledge is too tanky, you want Scorpion. Sledge clears chaff too much, loose formation or shield Fang. Sledge becoming a carry, then Hacker. And, oh, look at this beacon from... look at this beacon from Nightcrawler. That is brilliant. Out and around, brings his Phoenix right down to the tower. And, by the way, gets to scam 2 of Alpha Titan's Phoenix while the outcome was still in doubt. But really nice use of that mobile beacon that he got. And again, like the guy's at 2300 MMR, it's a... and mobile beacon is one of the things you really have to have learned and mastered to get to that level, I think. Loose formation, Nix, is a specific technology on a crawler. It's not a. It's not that people are telling you to have looser formations in general. It's that they are telling you to take a specific tack on a um, on a on a unit that you might not even have unlocked. If you've just started the game, you know where you put your tech points matters, right? You get Steel Ball for Alpha Titan, Fire Badger for Zalex, Rhino for Nightcrawler, and Falak is what did Falak wind up in? In the Wasps, it looks like. So yeah, if you look here, loose formation is a crawler technology that decreases the hit points by 40%, but the crawler pack spreads apart. It uses kind of a fun bird walk algorithm that's pretty neat um, to kind of separate them. Did we get 2 rhinos? We got rhinos from. Got rhinos in 2 different places. Luck says he built his. All right. There you go. We did see that his take was all wasps, his drop, and he's running the rhino wasp flank that I love, as taught to me by Cheese Mechabellum. So we'll see how he's able to do out there. That is, those rhinos are going to tank a ton of stuff now that they have armor up. Nothing out there is really touching them. The Typhoons, the Mustangs, and the Fire Badgers all basically scratching the paint job. This is very good advice from Dead Eagle. It's a simple rule for loose formation. Only press it if opponent is in Sledge or Arc because it reduces the hit points, and it is much harder to use it against things that shoot fast or have high splash. Yeah, the key lesson there is don't ever press it if opponent is in Carry Mustang. Just don't.
Yes. You will speed up the clear time dramatically,
Yes.
and it will be very sad.
Yes. Insta lose button. I would like to lose now. Please. Right, we have wasps versus rhinos on one side and wasp and rhino on the other. Donating 400 supply to make your opponent's board better. Yes, Dead Eagle, that's about right. If you play against Woot,
One of those buttons.
Go Scorpion Stang.
One of those buttons you would push for the opponent if you could.
Right. Subterranean Blitz is the right option against Mustang and Vulcan.
It's crazy how different crawlers can be, whether between underground, where they're taking 55% less damage, and spread, where they are 40% less tanky.
Right.
Both of those were so close to going down.
I mean, it's not necessarily irrational. Guess who? It's just a this board this build pretty much counters what he loves to do. Therefore, he hates playing it. Those rhinos from Block's right side have gone down, and that allowed the rhinos from, I guess Zalex has taken rhinos. Or did he hack them? Maybe I missed him hacking them. Was busy chatting with chat. We'll go take a look at that corner of the board. If there's hackers up there, we know what happened. Oh, there are hackers up there. Not only are there hackers with EMP. So, they are causing problems. When is it appropriate to run rhinos? Nyx, if you are at a low MMR, rhinos will basically bully your opponents. Honestly. More accurately, I think it's right to run it when you need the armor to protect something, because opponents are running, Mustang, whatever. People on lowest MMR love Melting Point. That's true. Yeah, they're a running hit point pool, right? They're your tanky unit that protects other units from something like from a Mustang or a Typhoon or Fire Badger. Malak is learning right here why Cheese Mechabellum puts the rhinos on the line so that he's got room for the Wraith behind. Other thing that's interesting for Falak is he's got a potential counter to some of what's happening there on his tech bar. There you go. That is the set of answers from Dead Eagle. It says Rhino armor 200 versus 350 for the balls. They get access to photon coating. They don't die to AoE damage like a scorpion. Boom. No. What does photon coating do? Photon coating lasts for either 20 or 25 seconds at the start of the round, prevents EMP, and mitigates some of the damage dealt to the unit. Also prevents the debuff from a Wraith degen beam. So you can kind of see it by mousing over, right? Like here's what we have. We're immune to electromagnetic, ignite, acid, and degen beam. And for the Rhino, it's 25 seconds. Other units have it for 20 seconds. So photon coating is really, really neat. A couple of units can give it to themselves. The only two units that currently give it to anybody else are the Overlord, and which gives it to both air and ground, and the Farseer, which can only give it to ground units. And it's really valuable, especially in rounds 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, it's really, really good. Yes, there you go. Guess who calling it out the order there? You go with some tech, they go with EMP, you go with photon. And if you take a look up here, that is part of what's happening, right? With the rhinos, where that's what's getting applied that's causing the problems. So EMP also, when are we getting an AWACS air unit that can photon coating? I mean, Dead Eagle, I kind of agree. I was really hoping that the unit that wound up in the Hound role was more like a engineer rather than having this, subtle chaff clear role. And then I was expecting the unit that became Void Eye to be a AWACS unit of some sort, right? Like, or Farseer. Like, I expected Farseer to have a bit more AWACS style, you know. Um, it can apply EMP, it can apply photon, it can increase ranges, It seemed like it should be able to decloak stealth units and, have other things like that, so. All right, we go to a round 8 here. Alpha Titan and Falak at 3,400. Nightcrawler at 4,500. Nightcrawler and Zalex. You get the photon emission for Alpha Titan, which I suspect could be pretty valuable over on this flank. If not on his own line, there's a small EMP comes in on that side. Wow, Nightcrawler has gone aggro Vulcans with a line of wasps right behind. Look at that. That's a build for sure. Yeah, the AWACS is the flying radar aircraft, the E2C or the
Oh my
E3.
goodness.
Zalex points out that he skipped the mass Scorpion card because he already had Scorpion on the board. Seems fair. He did explicitly make that one of the rules. Lock's ride and push getting through to tower. That tower has been massively leveled up. It's level 3. Finally gets it, but it has taken so long that he's not going to be able to get over and help with the middle towers, which is a lot what partner needed, since partner has been kind of fighting across the middle, as well as trying to hold off Nightcrawler's push. So Zalex has done a really good job of just tying this push up for so long that it's, your aggro on that side needs to win and win quickly. The Rydens are going to survive and clean up the round for Falak. And that will drop Nightcrawler and Zalex down to 3517. So we are on 3400 to 3500. Guess who? We said you only can skip if you were skipping something that actively makes your board worse. So that's why you're not seeing a bunch of skips, right? But we did say, if you're already into scorpions, you don't have to degrade them by making them mass produced. If you had a line of sledges across the board, you don't have to make them mass produced. Hmm. Does anything stop Photon? Yes, ish, Nix. Death, but also a the Raiden can connect instantly, and the photon doesn't come out at the very start of the round. It comes out a couple seconds in. Oof. That orbital javelin is back. That is going to be brutal. Taking out, I think, 3 flying units tightly clustered. That should change the right side for Zalex. And on the left, we have a big storm. And I think that's going to mean that without the charged shot Phoenix, the Vulcans are going to live too long. And that is a 3,500 hit point round, it looks like. Yeah, when both players win their side, 2v2 does a lot of damage. So that was 4,900 on that side. I did call out the level 3 tower at one point, but now it's level 5. But it didn't matter so much because nobody was even touching it this round. Yeah, the double red spell ending game ender was real. All right, that is our little mini tournament completed. Nightcrawler, Zalex, and Fallock all go 2-1. Congratulations. We'll be right back with the next group. And congrats to those of you who bet on Nightcrawler and Zalex in that one. Whooped, you are on for creating that group, I think. And, just invite me when you've got people. All right. Yeah, buildings are in the works. I haven't heard any specifics about when when those are going to launch. I was kind of hoping that they'd be ready for next next season. Do you guys want to do? Yeah, that's a good question. Do you guys want to do standard rules or part of the cards, whatever? That is up to you guys. So you are welcome to just decide. It's Mhm. Guess who says, "Trust me, it will be next season." I believe, but I have, you guys know I get to hear some things. Yeah. So Age of Alpha Titan says it's not a focus in season 4, according to Bear Lake. There you go.
That's correct.
Channel point predictions are up for this one. I am not. Just So how has your week been, sir?
Uh, Let me think back over the last week. Um, I would say largely uneventful, all things considered. So nothing like to really write home about or bemoan.
Okay.
So kind of your bog standard, just same old, same old. Um, I know you have had a bit of a recovery week of
Yes.
sorts.
Yeah, it has been I mean, getting up out of bed and walking out to the kitchen has been tiring me out. So,
Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Well, now that I'm not dialed into the game, I can be a piece of your on-air voice and be focusing.
Ah, thank you.
For those who may have watched and been puzzled, I spent 200 of my 1400 on the last round of last match because I got dialed in listening to you
Oh no. Oh no. I'm
because I was
sorry.
on air, and so it's obviously not your fault. But
I'm
last
sorry.
round basically was a do-over, so to speak, on my side, while uh, Waller had two red spells to spend.
Right. Oh, oh brother, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was not my finer moment.
Make a wheel for choosing rules? A spinner? We could you just get random spinner rules. What we usually do, so yes, we do these community games every Friday. That's kind of the one of the shticks for the stream, and it is one of the better viewed days. Um, and it's fun. Nightcrawler nuked his teammate literally. Alpha nuked his teammate figuratively. Dear. Oh, yeah. Um, but yeah, no. So we do these every Friday. It's good fun. Um, but the general way that we do it is not a wheel, but actually having whoever was first in queue gets to choose the rule set for the next game, or next game set, next set of games. And so, like, they could pick a map. They could be like, yeah, we're going to do 3 games of Siege. We're going to do, you know, 3 games of whatever. Host a noob one for scrubs like me. We could we could say that's the plan. I think if I pull whooped out, um, we could say that anybody out in the audience who is under 1,000 MMR, you can sign up for the next one. Type it bang Q.
So,
QUE.
did they agree to any special terms and conditions on this match, or are they playing it standard?
I Standard rules is what they chose.
Gotcha.
Be right back. I'm gonna go lose some games on ladder.
1,000 may be a little ambitious. There may not be 4 willing victims, but yeah,
Well, I mean,
it'd be awesome if there was. It'd be fun to see everybody play, and if you are listening and are usually a lurker or just want to have some fun and are intimidated by the usual competitive level, I know there's a lot more people listening than chatting, and if you want to
yep,
jump in, now would be a great time to have some fun.
yep. This would be the time. If we say all 4 players got to be under 1,000 MMR, then like this would be the time. But Nix, that does mean you have to type bang Q. So almost bang Q.
It's actually an exclamation mark Q.
I will put the
Next.
instructions up. One moment.
Yes. And QUEUE.
Yeah. There you go. We'll pin that one.
Oh my goodness. We'll figure it
the
out.
bang refers to the exclamation mark. QUEUE is the command. On the game in front of us, it looks like Dead Eagle and Nightcrawler won round one. Whooped and Thonix are down on 5,500. Bang Quee! Or is that Chi?
I probably pronounced that key, but yeah, that is interesting. So, Whooped setting up a Marksman Mustang standard board. Onyx playing the ER Vulcan card, even though he's got 3 arc lights, so that's going to be interesting. Either as a late
Yeah.
Tarantula, sorry. So that's a very interesting card choice. I wonder if that was a misclick or if he thought it was Heart of the Cards? Question mark.
Hello, Park. It's not twos till you lose. It's the in-house 2v2s with no Amarok. So I am recuperating from surgery, so I'm basically sitting back and letting the community run this one without me. You get my voice. You get my tired voice. Git commit -M added buildings for next season -Bear Lake. If you're not a developer, that joke is referring to the way that you would check in files to I didn't say which surgery, Park. I had a unscheduled medical emergency on Sunday that put me in hospital for 2 days. So.
Oh, is Who Watches Watch Park?
Mm-hmm. Who watches
Okay,
watches.
I didn't know that.
Thank you, Guess Who. I appreciate it. And it is very nice to come back to and feel super supported by my mods and community. Zalex, Whooped, and Alpha Titan doing a lot of the healthy, a lot of the heavy lifting, I should say, today.
To keep you healthy.
Well, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you, guys. I'm honestly, it's one of those I have a new appreciation of how lucky I am to be here.
It's sad that it takes those kind of near scare moments, but the value of that perspective can stick with you long after kind of the recovery of an unexpected incident and add value in the hindsight to things.
Hey, welcome home, Toast. How are you? We've just been talking about health and unexpected surgeries. That being where I've been, I apologize.
And it's interesting, of course, because we can't see all of them, but apparently there was at least a Raiden and a Melting Point, and I think a Worm as the drops. So the Melting Point made a lot of sense into all the various giant options that were in the rotation for that.
This does look like it might have been. It was 2 melters. It was round 3. 2 melters, a Raiden, and a Worm.
I will say, if I had a wish list of like 5 to 7 things that I would tweak about the game, I wish Giants weren't in the first set of drops. Yeah. I think that kind of robs Giant spec. It forces you to use your unlocks in the very first early rounds in ways that are more punishing than would be ideal. And I think that it can give an injection of tempo in a way that's a little bit challenging to combat at times.
Yeah, medical emergency on Sunday, leading to an unscheduled surgery. So I have some really cool bruises.
Battle scars.
Battle scars, exactly. And I mean, the bit that's both funny and sad is that it came up from. It came about during Kiddo and I were for Father's Day, right? I took Kiddo out to do some go kart racing together, which is something we had done when they were very little. um, we used to go out in like a co car, like where I would drive and they would just have fun riding around. But
Nice.
so this was like their first time behind the wheel of like seriously
Okay.
powered, go karts.
Right, real
And,
go-karts,
yeah,
not
real.
your like.
Yeah, yeah. Not any.
One of my first jobs was at a go-kart mini golf like
Oh,
birthday party arcade place way back in the day. And fun fact, I was I was so instrumental to it that the owner of the thing came to me and was like, I know you have plans to go to college, but if you wanted to stay, I'd make you lead manager, keys to the safe if you want to,
mm,
and like offered me a salary position on the spot.
right. Oh my gosh.
So that was an interesting experience for
Right.
sure. But I got to where just by teaching myself, I was the person who they'd call if one of the games jammed. I wasn't able to
Right.
like do the electrical side of things, but I could unjam the coins or
Mm-hmm.
fiddle a little bit with the internals. It was it was a great place to work to learn a whole bunch of little things like basic go kart maintenance
Right.
and birthday party interacting with parents and kids for customer service, and obviously the kitchen side of things for food, and like just very eclectic. And learning all those roles was very interesting.
Right. I mean, kitchen safety is such a thing, and like you
Hmm.
don't even think about it, but then you'll see somebody's Thanksgiving dinner, and you're like, oh God, food safety. Like, what are you doing?
It's like sometimes you couldn't pay me to eat the food, let alone.
Right. Tsunehiko, I don't want to get, to be specific as to what it was. But to the question, um, who won the go-kart racing? It's actually fastest lap. So there's no like first, second, third, fourth, fifth, but
Gotcha.
they do give you, by your lap time. And I had the fun of being the top lap time the first two goes, which was nice. And Kiddo, was very slow to start with. Was a little bit frustrated, but kind of came into their own. They were losing, um, knocking about 2 seconds a lap off from each one to
Okay.
the next one to the next one. So like really solid. Went from being the kid that's getting lapped multiple times to having somebody that they lapped twice in one session. Uh, mastered the art of dodging to the side to get out of the way of the folks who are cruising at really high speed.
Right. Was it an issue of the go kart itself wasn't fast enough, or was it just a competence thing and
Oh, it's a
a
confidence thing.
skill driving thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
never drove anything in their life. Like we do Mario Kart at
Gotcha,
home,
gotcha.
right? But this is the first time they've ever
Right.
tried to work
Behind the
pedals.
wheel, you get to feel the power, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and and with a cart that's strong enough that if you just floor it and turn the wheel, you'll spin out. So
Right.
you have to roll on the pedals. You have to you have to feather the brake a little bit, otherwise you're going to be locked and going straight. You know,
People don't realize how important anti-lock brakes are until you don't have them,
until you
and
don't have them.
suddenly it's like legitimately a different experience.
Right.
Lots of missile strike landing. Um,
Yeah, and
we got our crawler calling in the back.
Whooped went for the relatively interesting. Played both missiles on round 2, so that they have
Right.
them back on round 5. Which I liked when quick cooldown was a play, and have stopped doing now that quick cooldown isn't possible. Because if I was going to get quick cooldown, I want them both back as quickly as possible, right? But just interesting, but like a subtle change in the way that I've been playing that one.
Right.
Kilcannon says the first time I hit the gas on anything faster than a lawnmower was in a go-kart, and OMG, I was hooked. I love it. I mean, that is like childhood
Classic.
Amarok dreams were being a professional race car driver. So,
Okay.
and needless to say, that has not happened.
Unless you run a very selective double life that we don't know about.
True. I could be. Nice solid win for Whooped and Onyx this round. Brings us to 3,700
apiece. Giants on the board left.
Yeah, that change, by the way, to quick cooldown has dropped my missile specialist winning percentage from 71% to 67%.
I mean, that's a 4% drop. That's probably within the margin of error, but that is still notable.
Right. You raced go-karts until you were too big, then moved into small car. Alas, dreams of college ended your career. Yep.
Tuzzle, the Automod saw the word shift and thought it was something else, I think, but what you said was perfectly fine. I'm not sure if there was a spelling hiccup there or if Automod was just having a fluke, but nothing that you said was a problem. I read over it and it was good.
Go-kart racing stream when? Toast. Are we supposed to do a live stream with the GoPro? GoPro cam.
That would be quite a pivot. But honestly, there's a pretty big overlap between people who like big stompy mechs and fast go-kart racing, so you'd probably retain a good portion of your audience. For what it's worth.
Do believe the place we went to had a no filming for safety.
What?
Yeah, which I'm not sure.
Like self-filming, I presume you mean, as opposed to like being filmed by third party.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those, like, if we actually wanted to do a go-kart racing stream, which could be a ton of fun, right? It would be would be something I'd have to talk to them in advance, I think. Talk to management and say, yeah, safety for the company against claims. That's actually plausible, Nightcrawler.
I think my dinner has arrived, so I'm going to step away momentarily, but I shall be back.
Enjoy. Now the real question is, did Titan bring enough for the whole chat? All 60 people? So you can see the big difference between last round, where Onyx had the oil and Whooped had the 2 missiles. Last round they win the round. This round they lost 2,500. So the spells were making a big difference for Blue. They might be in a bit of trouble this round with Acid Landing. Not sure this is going to help into the splash. Interesting to see Dead Eagle is running the electromagnetic armor despite the recent tech. There is no anti-air or there is no EMP on this side of the board. Whooped could give that tech to the marksman just to turn off the void eyes, but he's also never really committed into aerial spec, despite having the 3 marksmen that are almost directly lined up opposite the wraiths. Been a long time since the last time I went to an amusement park or went go-karting. Aw. I mean, I've been to amusement parks for kiddo. But I think the last time I went to an amusement park more for me than for Kiddo would have been in my 20s. Oh, Whooped has really pulled it together on this side with the underground threats. Do water parks count as an amusement park? I guess technically, yeah. Great turnaround for Whooped over here.
I find water parks amusing.
Exactly. 11:10 to 11:25. These guys are putting on a close show for you. Kiddo was a bit worried, I think. But seems to have recovered overall. Had dual scares this week because in addition to Dad spending a couple of nights in the hospital, their rats got out and wandered around the house.
Uh-oh.
Yes. So, hey, Dad, welcome home.
Everybody had an adventure.
Yeah, welcome home from hospital. Could you help find the rats? Oh, no. But it turned out that, yes, Dad can find the rats. So.
Okay, I was going to say, rats can go just about anywhere, which
They
means
really
in
can.
or out of containment. So that's honestly kind of miraculous that they weren't gone.
Yep. Yeah, pet rats. Pet rats for Kiddo. We don't, no, not lab rats. Oh, headache. The rats did have a heyday. Although one came out immediately for treats and was even willing to talk back to us. 1 gram of caffeine was even willing to talk back to us when we like started chattering, talking to them. Second rat was hidden under Kiddo's relatively older discarded pile of stuffed animals that they still aren't really ready to get rid of, but they don't actually do anything with anymore. You know, that like, I'm holding on.
The emotional nostalgia.
Mm-hmm. And, ooh, that's a good question. What is Mini Masters? Cobalt's TTV, welcome in. It is a cash prize tournament for a invitational group of players that were just underneath the Mag 1 professional level. So if you think of the Mag 1 players as the S tier, the Mini Masters was invitational aimed at the A plus tier, the folks that are ready to make the leap to the professional level. And it is a pro tourney. We've got with me here in the booth Age of Alpha Titan, who is the defending Mini Masters tournament champion. And it's a best of 3 series, so everything we're going to be seeing is best of 3, double elimination, and should be a lot of fun. That will be starting in about an hour and 20 minutes. Right now we're just doing some in-house 2v2s with viewers. Game 1 goes to Whooped and Thonix. Congratulations, guys. That is huge. Nightcrawler had to leave, so that leaves a slot for somebody. Did we have anybody in the queue? We do not have anybody in the queue. Guess who, if you want the spot? Or Alpha Titan, if you want the spot?
I mean, I think I will join you as being the voice at the moment.
All right.
And that'll make it easier for me to do that.
There you are. Guess who is in? And Whooped is setting things up. So, just going to wait for that one. Congratulations to Whooped and Thonix for getting the win in Game 1. We'll go to Game 2, where it should be Whooped opposite... Actually, that looks like that's correct. That is, in fact, correct. Okay, as long as guess who winds up in the vacant red team slot, you guys are golden.
I don't know if Guess Who has said something in the 501 chat or
Guess Who's Back
if
is
Whooped
the
already
full
has them
name.
friended.
Guess Who's Back is their full name. He might need to say something in the Guess Who, you might need to say something in the 501 public chat so that Whoops can find you. And we'll check. I do not see any frame drops or anything on this side. Oh, you have him added. Perfect. Then on you go. Hmm.
Guess Who, we're waiting on you to ready up and we should be good to go.
You did.
Perfect.
I'll give you the more up-to-date stream in Discord.
Yes.
Sorry about that. When am I coming down? Well, that got put off a little bit, Ghosters. Yeah. The whole spending a couple of days in hospital was gonna put that back a while, I think. Channel point predictions are up for this one. You can bet on Whooped and Dead Eagle, or Guess Who's Back and Thonix. The score, you are slot 3, but we're not doing the heart of the cards for this one. You're just doing whatever you feel like. Play how you wish.
I will say if Ghosters plans to drive down to meet you, then he is contractually obligated to pick me up along the way.
I see.
And that would be one amazing weekend.
That would be fabulous.
That would be so much fun.
Yeah, I haven't confirmed particularly Ghosters, but I had a medical emergency that took me to ER on Sunday. And recovery is slow. I'm still getting kind of worn out by, walking up the still running myself out of breath by walking to the kitchen or whatever. Not a fan. Not a fan. Thank you. I am too. I am too. We are about an hour and 15 minutes away from the start of this Mecha Mini Masters. There's a cash prize. 0 out of 10 will never do again. Yes, 0. I mean, I'm going to say, like, 10 out of 10, I fully recommend to the hospital and staff. 0 out of 10, do not recommend the experience overall.
It was the best of a worst case scenario.
Yes, exactly.
Which is better than a worst case scenario.
Right. Aerial specialist for Whooped with Steel Balls and Crawler. Thonix, who is the other player with 1 win, is on a speed specialist with Steel Ball and Hound, coming out aggro on the right side. They are opposed. Whooped is opposed by Guess Who's Back, his marksman specialist, with a Fang Sledge start, adding some arc lights. And Dead Eagle, Whooped's partner, has a Tarantula Crawler start, using the quick supply money to go with the 4 Tarantula build. Toast with a gift sub to Kill Cannon. Thank you so much for all of the long-term support. Deeply appreciate you.
So this is very interesting, going quad spider into a steel ball opener. I would have probably taken more chaff as opposed to that angle because I would want to try and block the steel balls, although the hounds themselves do not fare well into spiders.
Right. And then, another gift sub for Zalax. Thank you so much, Toast. Toast, the patroness of the arts,
Oh my
is at it
goodness.
again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And for Dead Eagle,
How did Toast not or sorry, Zalix not have their sub up?
I
That is surprising.
do not know.
Uh, Toast taking care of those who take care of stream, as
Yes,
Toast does. Just
think yes.
amazing Toast things.
Toast is incredible, really.
Yeah, these steel balls are putting in serious work against these fighters. I don't think that was the best use of quick supply into steel ball.
Right. Now, once there are high explosive ammo on the tarantulas, it's going to be a very different story for Dead Eagle. And I presume that's what he's thinking.
I say Zalix. Although these steel balls may very well have leveled off of this due to the timing and choices.
One of them did, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that is
And
painful to give up the level on round 2.
Right. I can tell you that if Dead Eagle wasn't in a Spider comp, he'd have taken the Wraith 100% of the time here. Spider is, he's been running, excuse me, he would have taken the Wraith here. He's been running Wraith a lot, corner aggro. We played some twos, like 14 or 15 games, and
yeah,
he did corner.
Did I hear correctly that you guys went 14-1 on those 15 games?
We did, and we beat some
Very
2K
nice.
MMRs along the way. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Very nice.
I was grinding up my alts because I want to try and keep my main exclusively for tournaments.
Right.
And for tournament MMR grinding, and so now my alt is up to about 1800 and can now be used in good conscience
Right.
in the general play of things while
Right.
also not worrying too much about the win or loseness of it.
Yeah, you don't have to be try hard on it, but
Mm-hmm.
and by grinding it, you weren't really meaning grinding the MMR so much as
More a
grinding
little bit.
the techs, right?
Right, and I did now have all the tech points
Yeah,
because I played it so little, and with all the new units, there were tech points left to fill in for the gaps.
Right.
I did climb 255 MMR though on those.
Nice. That's a day.
Yeah. It's fun when you're low enough that winning actually gives you MMR, as opposed to like 20, 50 level and having to maintain like an 8-to-1 win-loss ratio to stay even.
To stay even, yes. Yeah, my... Hold on, not that one. This one.
Haste module.
Yeah,
Haste module with those rates is nice.
Oof. Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm only winning 56% in the twos, so definitely not holding on to a 2000 MMR right now. But again, that includes play all over the map.
Right.
Partner.
We do have these vertical steel ball, which is vertical sledges, which is the best chaff into a wraith ball push that you can have.
Yeah. Very nice choice.
Because the biggest threat that a wraith, biggest problem with the wraith is you need something that can slow the steel balls down that doesn't insta die to a wraith.
Thank you, Ghosters. It says I like those commands. Good names for them. Season 1 date. No, my last date was way before season 1, Toast.
Oof.
sentry missile does take out the sledge pack on the far right. Farseer takes out the haste moduled Wraith on the far right.
There's a lot left on the ground.
Yeah, there is. Season Vanguard date, preseason date. No, I didn't set all of those up. I only really tracked the. I only really tracked the win-loss for this season 3.
This is definitely a time where Splash needs to be your first tech on these spiders
Yeah.
with the degree of pushing that's coming in, and we put in a ton of work. More haste
Another
module.
haste
oh my
module?
Goodness.
Oh god.
Ooh, this is a late supply enhancement. I don't agree with that.
Well, for Guess Who's Back, he's looking at I'm at 6,100.
I guess that's true. And I guess round 4 isn't that late, but I feel like it takes 6 rounds before you 4 rounds before you net your first 50, and it's a minus 150 in tempo.
Right.
So by round 7 or 8, he'll have netted 50 to 100 supply at most.
Yeah, round 7 he starts netting 50 each round. Asking for a friend. How do I beat multi-melter? Well, I tend
MP or charge shot bird.
I tend to go with try raise untapped. Whooped helping. I tend to go with tiers. You know, each tier that has its own individual beam, and takes a while.
That said, steel balls with range with a degen overhead can straight up just lock on and beat the melter, particularly if the balls have a level advantage.
Yeah, the canonical answer was always melter without multi. As long as you're winning the chaff war, which it doesn't look. I don't know if I would say
think he is at the moment. Yes. Those spiders don't have splash at the moment, and with 2 wraiths in the air, he is definitely winning the chaff war. But honestly, I think the answer here would either be EMP or charge bird and just blow up the melter, because you are winning and have the ability to just focus it down with DPS.
Right.
And I think you want the fast DPS rather than
you
another
need
melter of your own.
Yeah, you need fast DPS because eventually it'll be healing through stuff. What is going on over here? This fight is happening off the edge of the map. Sorry. Blame the cameraman.
This blue Farseer is going to enjoy that tower timing.
That is a level for that blue Farseer. And
Farseers are so universally efficient early rounds.
And I will say, this is what you were talking about, right? Where Guess Who's Back takes the supply specialist, and for this round at least, for round 4, he was down 150. And that, as it turns out, is the first round that Whooped and partner Dead Eagle get any hit point damage on the bar.
Right. The Fire Badger is a great drop for the defensive players here, because it's so hard to push into Fire Badger.
Vertical for Dead Eagle. Looks like one of them is going to eat a missile. Overlord for Guess Who's Back.
So Whooped is anticipating the oil getting lit by a Farseer, by a Fire Badger pickup from his opponent, and is oiling to try and connect.
Right.
There is no fire to light the oil in this particular round, and instead it's going to be kind of a charge up the middle play.
Right, the charge up the middle is going to be devastating with the chin gun.
Yes, but I worry that it may be a one-turn play and his own tower defense is going to falter, so it'll be curious to see the follow-up, but it'll be very strong this round for sure.
Right.
And this is, by the way, something in general terms that I think can be very strong as a wraith from one player in the mid with a boat from the other player in the mid.
Right.
For a combined arms air push that can be very hard to stop and can be much faster to assemble when each partner is providing half the puzzle.
Right. They do, and get that tower, the middle towers, really quickly. This mobile beacon was probably a bit too long from Guess Who.
Yes.
But that is okay. With the tower debuff, Onyx is going to win his side pretty easily. And then what is left needs to go clean up what's left of Whoop's army. If they have 2,500 damage remaining, which they do, that will be a game to complete. Congratulations to Guess Who's Back and Onyx. The that supply specialist never never did pay out. And then Thonix says, when we don't win here, I have no idea if I can win after this round. Yeah. Nick says, wow. Yeah, 2v2, total net damage dealt in a round can be really high if you both win your side. And round 5 endings are not, really not uncommon at all, right? Even at the highest level. Okay, that'll set us to a deciding game 3, which would be Whooped and Guess Who against with Thonix opposite Whooped. Yep, everybody's in the right spots. Perfect. Whooped has it just running.
Perfect. Also, I'm now spectating live in-game myself, so you can,
I will
if it affects your side of things, you don't have to stream.
Yeah, I will turn off the little Discord stream. Half tempted to throw down Amarok and Alpha Titan as possible outcomes for this one.
So, I mean, we get to watch a great match, so we're winners no matter what.
Exactly.
That's going to be rigged.
It's a trick bet. All right, Thonix is up 2 games on this one, with Whooped and Guess Who on 1 game each. So, comes down to this final match. Oh, yes, can we get a...
I got you.
Thank you. Moderator giving an answer to that one. I'm going to mark 1 as redeemed, and I'm rejecting the other one. Have your 10 rocks back, sir. Fastest game I've ever seen was round 1. I surrendered after accidentally breaking. Sure. So, Nix, I'll just outline the guild rules really quickly. No racism, no sexism, no homophobia, and be a good sport, or a gentleman, win or lose, please. Those are the rules.
If you can't afford to follow those, then the chat may also not be the place for you.
Right. I mean, and like really, the whole idea of that one was of the guild is to. I think Alpha Titan got him already, Zalix.
Yes.
The whole idea of the guild was, if this game is going to succeed, it needs a non-toxic community that encourages the people who aren't toxic to stay in it. And so we want to be that community where it just encourages people who are good at heart to remain, by providing you guys, strategy, discussion, 2v2, 2v2 partner finding. There's rooms for, if you wanted to have a 2v2 partner on a Sunday. Speaking of which, I am probably not going to make Sunday Titan.
Okay.
Just can tell that that's unlikely.
Then I will plan accordingly.
Yeah,
and
if
it
you
is
want a partner,
also fully understandable, for the record.
Yeah, if you want to find a partner, please do. Go win one without me. Win one for the Gipper. However that phrase went.
That's a reference, and I don't know it.
Isn't it a Ronald Reagan reference?
I just need to go for a moment and like, yes, it
It's
is, and
it's one of
I
his
just
roles
completely, yes, it
was
was.
George Gipp.
I
Yeah.
know that. I totally was not thinking in that word. I don't know how I've missed. I'm like speechless because I am so.
I know.
Where is my?
Stumped Titan.
I could,
Yes.
I could go. I could go for an hour on Ronald Reaganisms, and I can't believe that I just completely. Yeah. Okay. So back to the game. Wow. So, like the chaffboard that Eagle has set up in his fighter quadrant.
Lapatappa, you are not wrong, but I think I suspect that there's a relatively narrow subset of people that tends to contribute the toxicity.
Yes. Which means that they can be relatively easily vetted if you are proactive about it, and that is more easily done when you are upfront about the expectations. Because if somebody joins and then you try to like spring the rules on them, in hindsight, you can get a bunch of drama. But like if you know going into it what's expected of you,
right,
then there's kind of no leg to stand on if you don't live up to task.
right. We've only had a couple of people that we've had to show the door.
And despite Blood Ninja's sarcasm, Blood Ninja is wholesome and the kind of community that we want. He is good people.
Yep. I mean, yeah, Ghoster says that was the entire purpose of the guild, and I mean, for me, part of it was, you know, at the time, it was female, right? So, we're born female, and I just want to make a place that is perfectly safe for them. Always, I want all of our gaming communities to be gender neutral. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. It's joining it is a privilege, not a right, and it's been a blessing. Because
the purpose of the redeem here is to let us know you're interested, and everyone who engages in good faith is able to then become part of the community. It's not just like a freebie. I can redeem this, so I get to be a part of this.
Right.
Hey, Whooped has some interesting formations going on here with the Stormcallers right behind the Sledgehammers, a late Fang here behind the Marksman.
Yeah, Thonix has hit me with a missile on this before. I think he's got the positioning right for it.
Also, a very exposed angle of attack on this outside tower with just a marksman. Not even a lone crawler.
Right.
Could take this tower.
It is not an orange Stormcaller. It is a level 1.
Correct.
It's me! I'm female and appreciate y'all. Exactly, Julia Sparkles. Exactly the idea. And if any of you ever have a problem in the guild, and to be clear, it's not just in the guild, right? It is. We don't want to get into policing your behavior everywhere, but yeah, you are expected to represent the guild well. If you are having a conversation in Reddit, if you are on Ladder, if you are in public chat, you know.
In good faith, at least insofar as Mechabellum is concerned, we when you are a member of the guild, then that is part of the person that you are, and hopefully it's reflected as such.
Right. Ad timing is undefeated. That was pretty bad ad timing, wasn't it?
Oh, is there an ad at the moment? Or
there was. It's over.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in my own spectating at the moment, so I missed that.
It's
So, very briefly, while Void Eyes are being picked up, I am incredibly close slash on the fence to removing the Absorb. I'm still running it for the moment because high level drops with Absorb can be very strong. I'm actually not running EMP Armor at the moment, and I'm running Range, Charge, and Flight as my supplementary to the Absorb. And I have found them to be fairly solid, although that was in my 2v2 climb. And so it wasn't always against the top end of the player base, but there was some decent games there where I actually felt Void Eyes with Charge and Flight were still putting in respectable work. And I will say the Absorb let them really troll Fort AA, almost like the way a field maintenance Wraith would, because they don't die and they heal themselves up shooting the fortress. And so it's an infinite lock on Fort AA.
That's nice.
Especially if you can
really
get
nice.
Fort AA shooting a different Void Eye, because then they don't overlap their missiles. And so it was very effective. And it was the big reason I didn't immediately remove it from the bar. That and high level drops in the mid to late game when you get 3 level 5 Void Eyes, for example. They can just absorb for free or absorb charge for 400 and suddenly have an incredibly high value DPS unit kind of out of thin air.
Right. I agree with that one. Also wanted to call out what Julia Sparkles just said, which is, I think we also have a certain expectation that the minority do not represent the majority. Absolutely agree. Oh God, Absorb in, I hadn't even thought about Absorb in survival mode. Keeping at least one Void Eye on the board so that the pack doesn't have a death. That you have to, yeah, that would be really handy, for sure.
I've never liked the units die auto cell feature of survival. If you could turn that off, I would probably have a ton of fun just chaining those level 4s back to back. Because competitive Mecha teaches you to use chaff sacrificially because it's important.
Right.
And you can't keep your chaff and treat it that way. And so that's the biggest reason that I don't enjoy that mode. But otherwise, I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Right. I mean, it was even worse when it was the unit is dead, you don't get the cash back.
I mean, that was just unplayable for the most part.
No, it was playable. It was just really, really hard.
Kind of difficult that I found unfun as opposed to rewarding.
Yes, absolutely. It was a wholeheartedly a just abandon your board and go play the flank sort of style.
The Giga Wasp.
Or Giga whatever. Giga Overlord could work too, back when it fit nicely into a flank with a wasp in front of it.
Yes. Also, Crawler carry was one of the best things you could do, because you could spawn a bajillion levels into them and you could keep them around because a level up refreshed its lives.
Right. And full carry Crawler, and then you use a mobile beacon to pick like 4 or 5 crawlers off the back of the group and send them away so they don't die.
Right. And the flanks have to warp in every time so the drill replicate could protect you and just have an army of things.
Right. Yeah, there could be a fun roguelike in there.
I completely agree. I actually think that would be a really fun way to kind of take a twist on single player.
Right, like the board just keeps getting more and more insane, and you have to keep building into it.
Although that said, I would also like to see, because part of the reason survival works is because every board is a pre-arranged pack or deck, if you will.
Right.
Kind of like how the free-for-all AI boards are. Whereas in single player, I don't even know if there is decision-making logic sometimes. Like some of the units just feel completely randomly placed in the practice 1v1s.
Right.
Somebody in the Discord main channel was asking, so how many games in a row can you win against the AI? And I was like, all of them, and even all of them like forcing mono unit comps.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's like I have Okay, I have to take this statement back because I haven't done it with Void Eye or Hound. I don't think. Um, but for a while, I had one of the things I had done to really teach myself each unit was to beat insane AI on literally a mono unit. Like I'm not allowed any chaff for it. Like, hey, I'm sorry if the unit doesn't have upshoot, I'm not allowed to use it.
We just have to tank.
And like you get these really ridiculous games where you're like, well, okay, my War Factory tanks the Wraith for the rest of the game, and I still do more damage at the end of the round than the AI does.
I can confirm Void Eye only absolutely smashes the AI.
Okay.
I did that kind of on accident in just one of my practice games, and then realized what was happening, and I just started selling out of the chaff and the units I started with. Anything that flies is a pretty easy hard win just to span it out.
So that's also true because they don't really respect or flank themselves, but like
yes,
this is without just abusing flanking.
Right.
Like, to be clear, it's playing by some
playing fair-ish.
Yeah, you lost to it while training with Production Factory. That makes sense, Flock. I think there are some it's not unuseful to train the speed at which you can win with a given build, right?
Right.
So like this is a tempo build, I need to make sure I don't get tempoed out. This is a late game build, I need to make sure I don't get tempoed out. Sort of things. How quickly can I win with it? But yeah.
I will say, if there is a meta or semi-meta build that you are trying, getting to the point where you can beat the AI 100% of the time is a good starting point. Because if it has the potential to be meta, then it should be able to stomp the AI.
Right.
So as a practice mechanic, that's valuable. Also, Whooped is utilizing on his storms the high explosive anti-tank attack, which acronym HEAT. Even though it's armor piercing on every other unit. And I think it's a very solid tech for its cost, but it's just getting overwhelmed by chaff at the moment. Which is the risk.
Is there a definitive number one player for the game? So the Mag 1 seasons have had different individual winners each time out, as well as the other big big cash prize tourney, which was the Launch Clash tournament. So we've had four major tournaments, and they've had different number one players. We've had multiple people at number one world MMR. So, yeah, I'm gonna say it does change. Incarcis's answer is probably correct. That there's I would say there's probably a group of 8 that I think of as the best in the game. And who is better in any given is going to, in any given week or tournament would change based on patch and approach. And what's actually really good, Nix, is that it's, those top 8 actually have distinct and different styles. Right? Like, you definitely see them in different builds.
Your Zems, your Flower Fairies, and your Woots, and your Arbiters are all very different from each other.
Right. There is no single consensus, this is the best way to play. There is simply, this player is so good that they can make what they're doing work. At such a high percentage of the time as to be, at those really, really high MMRs, or to winning any individual tournament.
We're seeing that Wasp flank attempt again, but it's being attempted without proper chaff clear to support it. And we are once again seeing the side effects of that. And the Wasps have also not leveled, which is part of the timing issue.
Yeah, the Wasps are in a lot of trouble over there. We've added some sledges as the chaff clear, I guess, which is interesting.
That'll help some, and it'll help to kind of be a buffer for the Wraith, but I don't even know if they spawn in before they're dead. Or mostly dead. Now the Wasp call in.
Oh no, Whoop says he forgot to shield because he didn't see it. Too busy listening to the conversation. Rhino Wasp featuring sledges. That's been a little bit painful on Whoop's side, and it looks like guess who may also be down on the right. Certainly doesn't have enough surviving to clear this board. Last
There's a
wasps are
lot left.
down. Is
That
that
might be enough.
GG's? It's going to be close. Think not. Ooh, I think yes. I looked at the wrong team's starting build. I did the math and then I looked right instead of left. So
I think it would have knocked either one of them out, actually.
yeah,
Yeah, but it was very close
it was.
if it had been the other way around.
Well, congratulations to Thonix 3-0 in the little group there. So that is a title for Tomsey. And I think that puts us at, we're about 45 minutes out till the start of the Mecha Mini Masters, which does make me wonder. We don't quite have enough time to have a queue game for it. Hey, you're welcome, Guess Who? It was a pleasure to have you. And Whooped, thank you very much for running those. Appreciate that. So what are we going to do for 45 minutes, Titan? Do we know anybody who's in warm-up matches? Roxas against Park? Blood against Ragin?
That's Blood and Ragin are absolutely sparring, and so are Roxas and Park, certainly.
Yep. Let's take a look and see what people are.
Okay.
You want me and Alpha to do some ladder twos? Daleks, I would absolutely love that, but I'm not in peak enough form to even enjoy that. To do that well. I just don't have the physical ability right now. Which sounds weird. It's a computer game, right? But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Focus takes a different level of energy than casting, and even then, there's, anybody who's played this game long enough knows that it can be exhausting to play this game, and that's not including the all-day casting for stream as well. All right. This is looking like a pretty decisive defense from Blood. He holds the left against the flank attempt, or else it was a call-in. The boats go down to birds. I think he has enough just in the air. 1,000 in the air, an arc light, 3 arc lights. Looks like overkill by 150. 50. Yeah, I think Blood is way better than his MMR suggests. I think tonight his first match is up against Red Scare, and that's the #1 seed in the entire tournament, which will be very challenging. But I would not be surprised if he was able to pull off an upset or run the loser's bracket if he does end up going down to Red Scare. He has been playing a good number of games with Arctorius and Napucci over the last week, and is an absolute powerhouse, as well as a personal friend and someone that I would be rooting for. Well said, Incarsus. All right, all right. Puzzle, what was this about Fang Gang guy? Was somebody forcing Fang carry games? They're already back into a new one. The other fun thing about Blood, by the way, for those who don't know, is Blood is a machine. He will play you like requeue after requeue after requeue. He and I have gone 12 games in a row of just in-house 1v1 because he wants to just try things, which can be a lot of fun. At the moment, looks like Blood's getting some standard practice games in. Looks like the classic Arc Sledge start. Unless it was, no, probably Mark Sledge, and he added the arcs, if I had to guess, since there's 3 marksmen on round 2. Oh. This shield is going to put in work. I don't think it holds, though. I think the Phoenix are going to be able to power through it. Which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. Oh, and the tower timing is unfortunate as well. That is a round win off the back of the shield. Also, interestingly, the level 1 marksmen are taking 3 shots to kill the blue Phoenix. I think that's because, yeah, they are improved Phoenix. I was wondering why that was. So the improved Phoenix card is just dangerous. But as aerial spec, those Phoenix have an absolutely insane amount of stats. 5,000 health each, so level 1 they're taking 3 shots from an equal level marksman to bring down. Another shield drop for back-to-back. And I am sorry for those of us watching chat. I do not have control over the spectating camera. So we have, for your side, a very narrow window. I'm trying to watch the game zoomed out and give context. There's a Phoenix flank from Blood going on in the back right that looks unprotected. And there is a Badger flank to pull the side chaff that Ragin has, and I think is going to pull one of, if not both, of the Phoenix. Yep, they are splitting up. With one Phoenix there and more chaff clear added with the arc light. Well, shield drop for Ragin may protect it, but that tower take is going to be very painful. Blood also getting cheeky and only beaconing one of his 2 birds.
It's actually a really neat, subtle thing that allows you to survive a sentry missile that isn't placed straight into them. That kind of sentry missile straight over the tower to cover every angle.
And he gets to protect his shield because of it, combined with the distraction on the Phoenix with that flank of the Badger. Whatever Ragin took was immediate. It has to be Rhinos. Oh, he took Farseers, okay. I mean, they're a great flank guard into the Fire Badger and the Phoenix flank, which you have to assume will be sold, but you can't just disrespect it. Pound range, Farseers taken on both sides. And we get our arc light range, makes a lot of sense here. Yep, even a level 2 marksman doesn't one-shot a level 1 improved Phoenix.
And Nix asks, do fangs count as chaff? And I think that's actually got two different answers. One is they are absolutely chaff if they are level 1 and have 0 or 1 techs. If they are level 4 or 5 and have 3 techs, they're your carry unit, they're not your chaff.
In the vast majority of circumstances, they are chaff. And the definition of chaff versus not chaff is, do they efficiently absorb hits for cost, and are they intended to be your damage or not? If they are efficiently absorbing hits for cost, not meant to be your DPS, then they are chaff. And that's a pretty universal distinction, because there are crawler carry games and then there are crawler chaff games. And sometimes they're sledge carry games and sometimes there are sledge chaff games. I don't believe that every unit can be chaff. I think certain units are just categorically tanks if they're going to be used in a defensive role. But if they have multiple bodies,
you're not a fan of chaff. You're not a fan of the chaff war factory?
Well, I mean, unless you mean the create balls that have mech div.
Oh, right.
Then no. But unironically, if you get enough production war factories, then you can actually have the chaff factory. But
then you're producing the chaff. It's not exactly the same.
Exactly. One of the big things that I always facepalm is that people try to tell me that mass prod fort is chaff, and I'm like, no, there is no world in which a 300 cost unit is your chaff. It can be an efficient health tank relative to cost. And I think tank versus chaff is a really valuable mindset based on what you want to be in front versus not in front.
Right. I mean, to me, you want both chaff and tank, right?
Yes.
Because the chaff is supposed to stop the melter. The tank is
or single target of choice.
The tank is supposed to stop the arc light, right?
Right. Or chaff clear of choice.
And then you get to, okay, behind those are my chaff clear and my single target damage.
Correct. And that is ideally you get your opponent's splash units and anti-chaff units stuck on a tank. And you get your opponent's sniper units and single target damage on chaff. So that way you can screen your tanks from the high DPS. And then of course you have your own chaff clear and damage behind that, being safety protected to do their job.
Right. So chaff is like let's talk about Phoenix, right? It does a zillion damage every 3.4 seconds. You are absolutely wasting it if you're spending you're killing one crawler every 3.4 seconds. Right? Now, if that Phoenix is locked onto a Farseer at 13,000 damage and it's doing 3,000 damage 13,000 hit points and it's doing 3,000 some odd damage per shot, that's really, really good use of the Phoenix. So,
right.
Chaff to me is a unit that absorbs a shot and absorbs a single high source of damage and kind of negates it by the fact that so much of it gets wasted on overkill.
Right. The more overkill you can generate, or in the case of melters, the amount of wasted time ramping up for a low priority kill is the job of chaff.
Right. And then a tank is a unit like the Rhino, 44,000 hit points here because it has the defense enhancement for Raging. A unit like that where it's not going to go down in a single shot, but ideally it's going to get out there and draw aggro from the arc light, and the arc light is going to be sitting there doing 777 DPS, right? Which is going to take forever to get through this. It might also get out in front of this marksman. And yeah, the marksman might lock onto that Rhino. It's doing 5,000 damage every 3 seconds.
Respectable, but it's not popping a Phoenix.
But what
every shot instead.
Yeah, but what Blood wants it to be doing is shooting the Phoenix. And those Rhinos will just get out in front and tank stuff, especially if they have armor enhancement. And so that, something like a Mustang is just sitting there tickling them with 1 damage per 1 damage per shot. Yeah,
It would be lovely if we had statistics for how much damage a unit took in relation to its health or healed in the case of absorb melters or, field maintenance sledges.
I mean, to me, the stat I want is how much real damage did it take before any other modifiers were applied? Like, what was the raw incoming data? And then it doesn't matter whether it healed it, whether it tanked it with armor, whether it, whatever it was. I mean, maybe even include the overkill. So, like, your crawlers could get a really high stat value if they're
right.
Getting...
Knowing how much damage the crawler actually took, how many of them... Like, if your crawler pack took 75,000 damage, then you know that they did their job really efficiently, and if they took just barely above their hit point threshold, then it was getting cleared remarkably efficiently.
Right. I mean, you could even see them... Imagine a version of that where it described that unit taking the shot, but it's a big splash, so the total, the total damage dealt to the crawlers was greater than the base number, right? Yes, this game...
Storm is...
Nix, this game is so deep in terms of at every level that I've been at. From, 700 MMR to 1900 MMR, there has been stuff to learn. And
this is a sad mobile beacon for this Sabertooth that's going to drive into the Ion.
Oh no! He's using the mobile beacon to dodge the Ion, but runs into it instead. And to some extent, Nix, that's why I've enjoyed the game so much. That's why I've played 4,000 hours of it. That's why I'm not bored of it yet.
Yes.
Like, And Garces, you're so right. When you think you know the game, you will in fact be wrong. Every time I've hit a plateau, that has in fact been true. When I've reached a plateau in MMR, something I thought I knew has been incorrect. And that could be positioning, that could be unit comps, that could be technologies, that could be what the answer to X is.
And what's fascinating is if you listen to the best players in the game play this on stream, we're talking like the top 10 players in the game.
Right.
You could have a drinking game about the number of times they say, I don't know.
Right.
Which speaks volumes.
Right.
About the level of depth and complexity that exists for the game.
Right. The saber lived until it got punched in the face by a rhino.
Right.
Hell or high water or beam from space, Jesus.
Oh my gosh, back-to-back storms is gross.
Woof. Raijin did a great job of picking the quantum reassembly into the lightning storm last turn. Bear like is having fun.
Improved birds are honestly very hard to kill with lightning storm because at level 2 with 10,000 health, they usually don't die.
Right.
And combining that with quantum, like improved bird is one of those win the game cards unless you can get an efficient answer going.
Yeah, improved birds are insane, says Cat. I think they really can be. We are 25
and
minutes.
Never try to fort AA them.
Yeah,
that is,
they're almost invulnerable. Let me say we are 25 minutes out from the start of the tourney, so we're going to run an ad right now. I apologize to anybody who is deeply invested in the outcome of this game. I just want to get the ads out beforehand.
Right.
What are the odds of two games that play out exactly the same? Just infinite.
0.
Yeah. What tourney picnic? That is the Mecha Mini Masters, which is coming up in 25 minutes, as I said. It's a cash prize tourney. Maybe I'll answer. I don't know if you're hearing ads. You're hearing me because of ads, so maybe I'll wait until he's back.
Julia, to elaborate while there's an ad, if you think about the board, there's probably 500 tiles of the little grid, every positional left, right, up, down change of one unit, of which we get a dozen units around of different placement opportunities, is another difference on unit aggro and playing and placement. And there's 30 units to unlock and place on a given round, and so over the course of at a maximum of like 12 to 15 rounds, there's basically zero chance that you're able to replicate a game without trying. It's beyond the realm of statistical possibility, just the number of multipliers and permutations. I mean, we're dealing with, if every second of reality from start to finish was part of the calculus, by round 4 or 5, you've surpassed that number.
Right.
Just mathematically.
Yeah, learning how to use mobile beacons is definitely a key. So the question from Picnic was, what tourney? That is the Mecha Mini Masters, which is not an in-game tourney. This is a community-sponsored best of 3 tournament with a cash prize that is coming up in about 20 minutes. It's, how to describe it, the last week's broadcast of it, we did a single elimination best of 3s to take the field from 16 to 8. This week we have 2 groups of 4 that are going to run a best of 3 double elimination. And it was invitational, no bots allowed. But also it's been in the works for a while, so
yes,
even if you were at the invitational level, it would be you didn't qualify last week, so you are not playing this week. It's a tournament currently in progress. Finals will be next week, same time, same channel, and I believe Whooped, are you recording for YouTube this evening's stuff, and then Clint is casting live? Is that what I understand? Because Clint Leetwood will be casting the other. Right. Oh, you're casting with Bellicose Drake. Okay. So.
And then Whooped and Bellicose, and then it's Clint and Stoney as one of the pairs, and then you and I.
Right.
Trying out multi-melter, which into unranged birds can be very efficient, although they were getting EMP'd, I think, by Void Eyes.
Yeah, the Void Eyes do have the EMP, so the multi-melter connects, turns into a single melter, and that can cause all sorts of problems. So Ragin has won this one. Of course, Blood is one of the players playing tonight. All right, where are we at this point? We've got 20 minutes to go.
Let me take a peek on the Mini Masters Discord to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Alpha Titan is asked him to run a harder carry on the casting duo tonight, just for my, physical recovery from surgery, right? I am going to be done by the end of the tourney tonight. I will be wiped out, but that's okay. That's okay. That's what we're here for. And Alpha Titan is actually going to be one of the tournament organizers, so he's responsible for organizing every game that our duo is casting. So he has to duck out every now and then to do tourney organization stuff. I think we have the day 2 schedule I can show you. So let me go ahead and put that up for you folks while we're talking about it. That should be here. So best, I guess group 1, game 1 best of 3 is we're going to have Blood versus Red Scare of 94. Red Scare of 94 at the highest MMR is the prohibitive favorite for this tournament, but Blood is somebody who can grind it out against anybody, and we'll definitely be giving him a good shout.
100%.
We also get Odyssey versus Ignatius Pennyfeather, starting around an hour after Blood and Red Scare. So that puts us, let's see, that gets us a Whooped GG and Bellicose Drake will be taking the first elimination game at this point. We remain in the following the winners stage. So we get the winner of 3, could be Codifly or Die, versus the winner of 4, which will be somebody you just saw, Odyssey or Ignatius Pennyfeather. Winner of that game will be through, guaranteed. And then you've got 2 more elimination games going on there. And we wind up with the joining the final at for game 10. So it should be a lot of fun. Really looking forward to it.
Yes.
Here is the bracket. Can we bring the bracket up? There we go. So Red Scare and Blood will be picking up the winner from Coldfire and Park. We won't actually see that match. We let go of Red Scare and Blood once they're through. We will be casting Odyssey and Ignatius Pennyfeather, and then the winner of that match versus Dire Cody. And yeah, that gets us hold on here. Oh, I see. The day 3 stuff is over here. Got it. All right, so that is the games and the brackets that we will be showing. Oh, the flashbang. Sorry. Was there an Hello, Rage and Jim G. Was there an MMR threshold? I think the threshold was 1900 to they intended to do 2200. They wound up accepting 2 players in the 2200 to 2400. The idea was for folks that are on the verge of qualifying for Mag 1 but hadn't done so yet. And then they set a specific, like amateur only style with so that Alpha Titan, who had won the cash prize in the previous tournament, was prohibited from entering this one. And
yes, if you got top 2 in the previous Mecha Mini Master, then that
right.
was part of the non-re-participation. But they do plan on doing a Tournament of Champions for the winners of a few of the next upcoming seasons.
Nice. Yeah, Tournament of Champions is something to look forward to. I mean, I would love to see one that did the Mag 1, the many Mag 1 champions, right? Like,
that would be intense.
Yep. I understand that you already explained about this, but can you tell us about Mecha Mini Masters again? Well, I mean, sure thing. We will say a good night, and thank you very much for the moderation to Zalex. Appreciate you being here, my friend. So Mecha Mini Masters is a invitation-only tournament that is, we took 16 of the best from, the 1900s to 2400 MMR range and set them off in best of 3 matches. Each best of 3 match in the round of 16. It was single elimination. This quarterfinals round, which we are at tonight, will be double elimination. Win twice and you're through, lose twice and you're out. And then the finals next week will include 2 teams that have gotten there by winning all the way, and 2 teams that are on 1 loss, or 2 individuals who have won, who have not lost yet, and 2 individuals who are on 1 loss. And all 4 of those players will have a chance to win. But obviously it's a little bit harder if you've already lost one. All right. Congrats to my guy Owen for overcoming his affliction. I am confused.
Congrats to Owen, I guess? Question mark?
Do we know Owen?
So Red Scare and Blood are both waiting in the wings. It's a
Okay.
little early yet to get
Yep.
everything started, but they are
They are ready.
ready to go.
So
I'm
am
gonna grab
I.
myself a drink so I don't have to step away
Yep. Fair.
during the cast.
Um, I've done a large jug of water, but apparently I have drank most of it. Well, good job, me. Good evening, Uncle Lazy. Welcome in. We're just going to throw up this Illuminati match for a couple of minutes. Well, I mean, recovering from surgery, so it could be much better. But I managed to walk to the end of the hall to grab some dinner before the tourney starts. Um, without getting winded, which was a nice change. So that's actually an improvement from this morning. So recovery continues. Got your ears lowered? No, I did not. uh, it was a non unscheduled emergency, Uncle Lazy. So put me in a hospital for about a bit more than 48 hours. Yeah, but only after you punched me in the face, Nick. You got over your illness, thank goodness. If you had not, I would be very worried, considering I was out. Uh, but I am very glad to hear it's Toast. I was kind of worried for you when it was not. I don't. Not to disclose such things. Uncle Lazy, I am too. Thank you very much.
And I am back.
All right, welcome back. I'm just showing the Illuminati versus Luli Vera match at the moment.
Nice. Uncle Lazy, if you can hear, I did shoot you a quick message in the Mecha Mini Masters chat. Gotcha.
There is the Did I get the 6G upgrade while I was there? So here's the next big thing. It's supposed to come with Gen Alpha language decoder and everything. I mean, the local LAN is 6G. I mean, I guess wireless network is 6G. But the, no, I did not get the I did not get anything while I was in the hospital. Nothing special. Nothing special. Here is a different look at that bracket with your challenge view. Might make it a little bit more clear and a little bit less flashbangy at you. Just Nash XYZ, is it that time? 21 months for the Dean of Subscribers. Thank you, thank you. That indicates that today must be our affiliate versary. Or oh no, it's normal. It wasn't all bright and white and flashy in your face. We have a room, breaking news. We don't have anybody in it other than Titan and I, but while things are getting started up, we will take a quick moment to run our last couple of ads. Apparently, those are running right now. So I guess I'll hold that for a moment.
We are just waiting on Red Scare.
No problem. I am not waiting for Red Scare. I'm gonna play it myself. Wait, no.
Oh my. Not up for some casual twos on ladder, but you're going to face Blood in the Mecha Mini Masters round 1.
Exactly.
That plot twist.
Plot twist. Hey, kayfabe, stay in character. All right. Good luck to you as well, Whooped. Is there a player you have eyes on making it to the top 4? I am. I liked the way
Field
that
is stacked.
Ignatius. The field is stacked. I'm going to say I liked the way that Ignatius Pennyfeather was playing. Getting past Odyssey in the first round is really difficult, but I think he's going to be really tough to knock out from down in the knockout stages. So Titan, as far as I am concerned, they can go when they will. We are.
We have been asked to hold off until the 6 o'clock start time.
Until the exact 6 o'clock start time. Okay, well, then.
Which is 5 minutes for us.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I think Ignatius is definitely somebody that I expect to get into the top 4. Would not surprise me if he even followed the winner's bracket path to get there before facing into the semis and finals. It's really hard to bet against Red Scare being kind of the head and shoulders MMR favorite. It's very strong. I try not to let my bias cloud my judgment, and facing off against Red Scare round 1. Match 1 is certainly not an easy task, but I think that Blood is a good shot of top 4 as well. And those would probably be the 3 biggest names that stick out to me, although I'm probably forgetting a bunch of people who deserve better.
I do like Die and Codifly. They are playing each other in a first round game concurrent with this one. So I think whoever wins that one, it would be my shout to make it to the final four. And then yeah, I think I would take, if I were gonna take four,
Odyssey.
if I had to pick four, it's gonna be Red Scare, Odyssey, Ignatius Pennyfeather, and the winner of Die v Cody. That would be my guess. No shade to
Okay.
anybody else, but just that would be my personal expectation.
Honestly, I am thrilled that we are getting to cast the Blood Red Scare and the Odyssey Ignatius, because I almost put them as like a saturation of the top four, and I'm really
Mm-hmm.
expecting a lot. So I'm happy to see their winners of matches, and it'll be curious to follow the knockout journey of whoever goes to the losers bracket for those matches as well.
Right. It is on challenge, and here is the ladder for those of you looking to follow it. And again, just to recap our schedule real quick, we get Red Scare versus Blood, then we get Odyssey versus Ignatius Pennyfeather, and then we get the I believe it is game number 8, I believe, is us with the
So we'll see the
winner.
winner of Odyssey Ignatius and the
Yeah,
winner of Die Cody.
yeah, I believe that's correct. And then we get the losers uh, round 3
Of the
best of
top,
3. Yeah.
right? So whoever wins the first losers bracket of the top end,
Mm-hmm.
from loser one, loser two, going to game 10 with the loser of 8.
Right.
Which means whoever we see in game 8 lose, we will also see their elimination.
Right.
So we will literally been fought, like, we have a storyline to follow of the winners and the
Yep.
winners and the winners, and then the loser of that last winners match.
Right. Right. About 1 minute to go, guys.
Get your popcorn, get your drinks,
Yeah.
settle in. It should be a great set of matches.
Indeed.
You know what would have been fun is to try and do a, like, I'll bring this up for future Mecha Mini Masters, but when we have our round of 8, doing kind of like a March Madness style
Hmm.
observer pick your matches, and
Right.
obviously there's not quite as many matches, but you would, like, are they going to win 2-0? Are they going to win 2-1? And like the person who, if there's a perfect bracket, maybe they get a perk or a prize of some kind.
Right. You are just in time, Nimwen. Welcome home. Just off the midsummer nonsense. Hello, Ocelotus Gaming. It's tip of the hat to everyone. And to Amarok, thank you very much. Welcome and welcome. It is time. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. And welcome to Mecha Mini Masters Day 2. We're looking to go from 16, well, we've gone from 16 to 8. Today we go from 8 to 4, and one of our two competitors is readied up. The other one, a little bit of brinksmanship maybe, has not. You guys are seeing the bracket. We are going to be seeing Red Scare versus Blood. In about an hour, we will be seeing Odyssey versus Ignatius Pennyfeather. Here are your MMRs: 2337 for Red Scare, 1922 for Blood. So that is why he's the number 8 seed and facing the number 1 seed in round 1. We're going to run a 90-second ad. Be right back for those of you that see ads. That way you don't miss any of the actual action, because we're going to be on a 90-second countdown.
For those of you who are subbed and get to be with us for the ad break, just leading in, Blood does not play a lot of ladder, but Blood regularly spars with the 2K2 kind of custom lobby that we have on the Mecha Discord and trades evenly. And from what I've heard, he did like 3 or 4 different matches with even Red Scare and went 1-2 in 3 of them and 2-1 in the 4th. So they have been sparring with each other over the last week and a half and have been trading games, admittedly to Red Scare's favor, but the MMR is hardly the fair representation of the degree to which this may be mismatched.
Right.
Though
And
the Red Scare is still the favorite.
in the tell us about yourself pre-match, he said, I play games with big players so that I can play games with bigger players, and I win when I'm not supposed to. I also enjoy short walks to the fridge, and my favorite color is gray or purple. I'm also a chemist. He says, I've always thought opponents better than myself, and that has strengthened my mental fortitude to challenge anyone. So that is a little bit about Blood. Red Scare says to make an over-the-top joke about communism.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you have to come up with your own there, buddy. Welcome to Game 1 of Day 2. Mecha Mini Masters, Blood, the underdog, near side, blue. Red Scare of 94, of course, is red, takes the red-haired missile specialist, and is setting up with hounds and sabers. Blood in Stormcaller and Arclight. With me in the booth, Alpha Titan. Take it away, brother.
Hello, hello. Glad to be here. Nowhere I'd rather be than casting with Amarok. And right out of the gate, I will say I liked the Giant Specialist for Blood. I think Blood has been playing Giants very effectively in the scrim matches. And I think Giants are so hard to get into right now with the meta being as cutthroat as it is, with so many units being good that tempo matters, and having access to the Giants on demand is just, sometimes there's a giant shaped hole, but you can't pay the 200 tax to get it online. So I very much expect we will see that leveraged to strong effect from Blood in this round 1. Lots of relatively slow, and I think Arclights are really solid into the Crawler Hound starts, as long as they don't get popped too quick. But this is kind of a neutral opening set. Could really go either way depending on the shaft timings. Right. It's going to be very close, whoever wins.
Red Scare came out aggressive on our left side and has won that left side tower, but very late in the round. May still go down to the Stormcallers from the far side once those are hitting at full value. Nope, 2 crawlers will get in underneath, and that guarantees that Red Scare wins the round. He's got a saber, 2 hounds, and 2 crawlers left, so that drops Blood to 3952. Red Scare of 94 sitting at 4400.
Red Scare is missile spec with your opponent being storms, and that hurts because there's just no good way to try and defend them. And with sabers, you've got decent shield break, which means that it's kind of a, if you shield, you lose 100. If you don't, you lose the round, and it's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't almost.
I would actually point that out. I've got a 67% win rate with Missile Specialist right now, and that is exactly what I'm doing, is not taking Missile Specialist unless I see some good shield break as an opportunity on round 1. So steel balls or sabers, I want to make my opponent fear placing the shields down that would protect against the missile strikes, and then if they do, I'm going to punish them minus 100. Yeah, you might have blocked my free specialty, but I'll take the long-term economy advantage.
And as long as they don't get to keep their shield for repeat value, then that's an incredibly strong combination.
Right. Conversely, I've got a really good win rate against Missile Specialist because I will shield when I see that the opponent doesn't have shield break.
Right.
Here we go.
Right. We also have a Wasp placement from Red Scare coming to take the tower diagonally, and that's going to be a very painful break on top of getting missiled. Just serious tempo value trying to get played by Red Scare in this first match.
Yep. Those Wasps should have a field day. They've cleared up one of the Arclights. Now,
that said, this left side's going fairly well.
Blood's defense on the left had been really strong right up until the tower take, and now the Phoenix for Red Scare will clean up. Despite the nerf, relatively recent nerf for a Phoenix, dropping the attack interval from 3.2 seconds, 3.4 seconds, they are still a really strong take in round two. You saw both players take one, and not really questioning that. That is still a really strong choice.
And notably, there was still the missile strike that took out half a pack of chaff and the storms, and Blood almost won the left side in spite of that, which bodes well for the generic strength of the defense, at least for the moment. Orbital, of course, is incredibly strong and hard to shield against when you are the pushing player, which could also help to equalize the missile strike.
Right. Cat Say Muse says red is similar to cat in playstyle, but higher tempo rather than being as greedy as cat is.
That tracks.
Red Scare taking plenty of time thinking about it, still has 650 and 2 deploys, still hasn't chosen out of these yet. Still has a good 40 seconds left. You can spend a lot of time thinking. He decides to go for the improved firepower control system, levels the wasps. Those will be going into a Fang and a sentry missile. He's also given them jump drive to go from that front corner to the back corner. Missile strikes
And
the
a chaff
back
screen.
corner and gives them a chaff screen. The chaff screen will pop the sentry missile, and hopefully that gets the level 2 itemized wasps in on tower.
Now, I will say that the fact that jump gives speed, the wasps might overtake and then get killed by the missile instead of the crawlers. So I don't know if 3 tiles is enough to overcome that speed gap
Right.
in the close.
Right. Those crawlers might have wanted to be shifted about 20 meters this way to make sure. It also looks like there's going to be something in front stopping them. So that may change the ranges, and that'll change what fires first. The wasps stop outside of range. Meanwhile, the orbital bombardment has made a mockery of the left side for Red Scare. It'll be Red Scare's right, of course. Our left is we're watching.
Kind of missed its target from Red Scare to kind of screen that tower take, and it looks like he may even lose the round in spite of it. Now, granted, there was an orbital used to escort
the orbital is the key element here, I think.
That will come back.
Right.
And I think if you're Blood, you really like to see yourself win round 3 into the missile specialist with a flank being established that should have had a surprise factor.
Right. That gives us another improved firepower control system for both players. Blood is at 3140, Red Scare at 4100. 4160, really. There'll be more Mustangs for Blood, trying to finish off these pesky wasps once and for all. Those pesky wasps are now level 3 and have jump driven to the middle, where they get a nice little mobile beacon to the right side tower. And there's not much in the way for Blood, and that should work out pretty nicely. That is part of the reason why those formations from end of the galaxy ends, end of the Milky Way, if you will, include those fangs here and here, just on purpose to cut this ankle off, whether it's Wasp or Rhino that's making a run for your tower.
It doesn't feel good, but if I'm Blood in this level of match, I missile the crawlers that are in theory in front of these jump drive. Beautiful. That way your Mustangs are safe to cover a jumped angle somewhere else. And if they're still there, you have the Fang screen and the Mustangs to shoot them. So I'm really, really happy that Blood was not greedy with that missile.
Right. Wow, Z's. Thank you very much, Ocelotus Gaming. Sending out...
Still pulled them, though. That's very unfortunate, because I think Blood played that well.
Sending out gift subs to Medieval, Femi, Daljinsky, Ajinskal, Circus Tent, Dervotan, Chemtrails, Steve Inspawn, Terradorn, and The Conclusion. So a bunch of famous Mechabellum names getting some gift subs from Ocelotus Gaming, who has been a long-time supporter of the channel. It's one of the reasons he gets mentioned in the thank yous every week. At the end of every stream, in fact. Big win for Red Scare. drops blood to 2428.
Ooh, lots of options here. Wow. Blood somewhat. I guess he's got his arc lights for chaff clear. He's got a decent chaff board. The Mustangs have a level. The marksmen are so good, especially if you fear the possibility of Wraith. There's already birds on the board. And if you're pushing, it's a little interesting to see Typhoons. I wonder if he's planning on selling out of them or maybe using them to establish more flanking threat and then shielding them. Just because the Hounds and the Typhoons are somewhat redundant, although not terribly so. Very interesting to watch how these rounds play out. I also saw a world where Typhoon made sense for Blood with the jumpy Wasp, but it's just so hard to put Typhoons everywhere. Very much having a one-side push kind of developing from Red Scare at the moment, though. Jumping those Wasps yet again. And this shield is going to protect these Mustangs, but not having range on them hurt so much. But at the same time, there's just one pack of basically untechted Wasps, given that Jump Drive is more for mobility than leveraging their combat power.
But
so it's...
I mean, speed of closing distance does matter for them, so I don't think you can
that's true.
Exactly discount that as the value on the map.
Well, it's also that the tech itself is incredibly cheap, and it's not really a tech wasp so much as a mobile wasp.
Right.
In terms of its combat strength, quote unquote. Shields on the Typhoons are by far the highest value tech, although the Storms are starting to get some serious value. I wouldn't be surprised to see anti-missile taken on these Saber Teeth. I don't think that it's needed per se, but for cost, I think that it would put in enough work to justify it. Unless he's planning on positioning out of them, but now that you've leveled them both and they have high tempo, I find that unlikely. Also unfortunate this shield is going to go down, and that's another... Well, unless everything... No, the thing's got back inside. That's a minus 200 from Blood. And that's just missile specialist things. Applying pressure, applying tempo. Ace module is so much value. It's basically free, obviously the 50 skip. But for 40% damage and 5 speed, like 3 speed for your whole army is a 50 cost, and the 40% is equivalent to 2 levels of your tower buff, and so it's basically a huge amount of concentrated value relative to its price. Giant specialist using the giants, getting forts solid into this, although blue sabers do serious damage. There's a good amount of chaff, though, to protect it. Wasps. You have to imagine Red Scare makes those level 4 and just kind of keeps using their
pressure on.
Their tempo.
Yeah. They are the gold damage dealer, and one good round from Red Scare could be a knockout in game 1 here.
Now, this is just a game about jump wasps refusing to die and putting in high value. Even getting the Fort AA barrage.
I mean, the Fort AA barrage will also work against the Phoenix, but there's so much he can sell out of if he needed to.
Right. One untech Phoenix, and one jump drive wasp. You're happy if you see that force attack out of a giant.
Right. And it is going to be punched straight through to that tower on the right side. Now, the Wasps are down for a change. Blood getting the kill on the Wasps.
Oh.
Holding the line on the right.
Was not leveled. So it just barely managed to have chaff trickle in front of it. Now, Blood loaned for the round and did shield. So a very high investment, but a possible stabilize.
Right, it does drop Red Scare from where he was down to 29.98. And Blood goes straight to the Lightning Storm.
And of course, Red Scare does sell those wasps now that he sees the Fort AA commits into elite Typhoons with missiles, and just going into a Typhoon aggro board.
And importantly, the improved firepower control systems on these two Typhoons are also boosting the damage dealt by the homing missile. It's not clear from
Yes.
the way that that's worded, but it does work that way.
Only items affect those abilities, and so
Mhm.
whether it's Fort AA or in this case the Typhoon missiles, that item is going to put in double duty.
Right.
So there was fire last round for blood on top of the shields that he used, and this turn there is the lightning storm. So Red Scare still maintaining a huge econ lead overall. Said the Stormcallers having been sold, you're gonna miss them. That shield break was kind of valuable.
Right. Into the Typhoon barriers. I do think he's counting on the forts to get the break done,
Yes.
the shield break completed.
At Saber, the level 3 was just brutal to those forts.
And again, it's a level 1 tower, unprotected, but just barely alive, and takes some damage. And blood at 1400, Red Scare down to 1600. We go to round 8. Unit drop.
Blood taking a snap pick.
2 level 2 wraiths for blood.
With armor to tank the Typhoons.
The Typhoons. Yep. And Red Scare knows that's coming. He takes the Void Eyes, gives them charged shot. Does need to give them aerial mode if he wants them to target the Wraith, but that would make them vulnerable to the AA barrage from the fort. So maybe he doesn't want to do that.
I think that those are mostly there to just do ridiculous amounts of damage to the forts. I think he was lacking a bit of ground damage, although he did also take double tap on the Sabers.
Right.
And, you know, the blue Typhoons are still doing 400 damage per shot with that improved firepower. So the armor helps, but it's not even mitigating half. So if this is a ground win, then there is absolutely room for these Typhoons to clear the Wraith. So we are not like cheese the round territory here by any stretch.
We've got that level 3 or the round 3 orbital bombardment back for blood. So that is pretty huge. No vulnerable air targets for it, but a number of things that might be out from under the barriers, and it could serve as the barrier break for him.
If I'm blood here, I really, really want range on my forts, and that's where that Fort AA is really hurting.
Right.
Because of the early click. Because you really want these forts to be able to not be struggling to shoot the Typhoons. Orbital helps. There's a lot left.
Red Scare actually got so fast that he pushed out of the orbital location really, really well. I mean, I think Blood's positioning on that was behind the main line. And as we can see, that is going to push through for Red Scare. The gentlemen have said GG's to each other. And Red Scare of 94 wins game 1. We'll be back after a brief ad break to pick you guys up for the next match. For subscribers, including the 10 new subscribers, indeed. Thanks very much to Ocelotus Gaming. He says, I'm just glad to support the fam. I really do appreciate that, sir. We've got Mech Rage was one of the ads for Red Scare that changed the entire complexion and timing.
Yes.
That is why that orbital bombardment was too far back for Blood. It was probably correctly placed for where they were previous round. And just missed where they were going to be this round.
Are we good, or are we still...
You can run. You can start right away.
Okay.
We are still in the ad break, but we're within 90 seconds of it.
Right.
Congrats to those of you who bet on Red Scare of 94 in match number 1. News from the other side of the bracket. Park '09 has won the first round of their match. They are currently facing Coldfire. So that's the number 5 seed Park '09 beating number 4 seed Coldfire in the first game on the other side of the bracket. Well, the first game on the other game on this side of the bracket. I should be more precise. This is the way the bracket looks. So Park up 1-0 over Coldfire, and Red Scare of 94 up 1-0 over Blood.
All right, all right. The other thing about the Mech Rage is, in addition to the movement speed, just when you have 7 copies of a unit and 3 or 4 of them are level 2, then making them have a 50% bonus attack is just a huge amount of scaling, and in particular helped against the armor on the Wraiths, and just in general the clear speed, the damage really mattered.
Right. A bit about Red Scare of 94. He says, I started playing Mechabellum on the 1.0 release with the goal of getting as good as Grubby, who inspired me to play the game. Then I kept on having to set new goals because I kept hitting them. My current goal is to get to 2,500 MMR. And when asked if he has a rival, he answered, Yes Win Big is on his hit list. Not in this tourney, but he says, I've played and beaten every other top player on the leaderboard at least once, but never Yes Win Big. Yes Win Big, of course, is the top MMR world right now, just under 2,600 MMR. So that is a aspirational goal for Red Scare. Welcome to Game 2. Blood takes the Missile Specialist. Red Scare of 94 won with the Missile Specialist in Game 1. Used that to create a whole lot of early tempo pressure and finished out. Blood is still going to be on the near side and blue as we... and Red Scare on the far side will be an Amplify Specialist with Tarantulas and Fangs. Steel Balls and Arc Lights for Blood.
Honestly, whenever I am Tarantula and I see Steel Ball, I know that Splash can be effective into it, but I find that I tend to give the advantage to the Steel Ball in the sense that I'd honestly rather be up against even a Sabertooth than a Steel Ball if I'm the Tarantula player. Notably, though, Amp Specialist is really great with Tarantulas, given that the health and damage both matter in pretty much the entirety of the game. When I have Steel Balls or Sabers as my opponent, though, I usually deploy my spiders middle as opposed to focusing one side or the other.
You mean straight in front of the helipad,
Mhm.
essentially? Okay.
The reason for that is Steel Balls sometimes get either side, and it's very hard to kind of pivot, but if you can chaff to where those Steel Balls come to your middle rather than to the towers,
Right.
then I find that it's easier to control the match, and then if they've picked one side, then you can lean into their weak side.
Right. News from elsewhere in the bracket. Codifly wins his first match against Die, number 7 seed, getting the win over the number 2 seed. So upsets for Arc 09 and Codifly so far. Congrats to them. Channel point
Very nice.
predictions. Channel point predictions are up here for those of you who enjoy the Gamba.
All right.
One pack of steel balls is down. The other one is getting the job done. And
It looks like it'll get the Lux.
Yeah, it's going to get enough. Enough of them have survived to get the locks on this second Tarantula. 3 Fangs doing their best. Sorry, lads. Have to do better than that.
One of the risks when one Steel Ball pack kills both spiders is that they level, but in this case that did not happen. Ooh. Redeployment for the aggro player, intensive for the spider player. There's a lot of possibilities here.
In fact, it goes the other way around. Redeployment for, well, I guess the aggro player in Red Scare, and
Right.
intensive training for Blood. As in last game, you see Red Scare takes round 2 Phoenix. Remember last game he got the round 2 Wasps as part of the drop. So he had both a Wasp and a Phoenix on the board that game. This time he goes for
Mhm.
a Phoenix with small amp core, having a run at that far side tower. Nope. Now, oh, cat. Oh, yeah, he almost went for the cat. Same you. Straight at tower cheese. Instead, he's going to be outside, and a couple of the fangs, I think, no, the fangs are going to walk inward, according to this arrow.
Fascinatingly, fascinatingly, this Phoenix has the other amp core,
Mm-hmm.
which is traditionally something you want to say or something you want the tankiness on.
Well, this is
I'm curious if
very.
that's any breakpoints.
It absolutely is, and I'm glad you asked. Gets the attack up to 3470. Tower is 3400. Breakpoint is on the tower proper, not on any of the units on the board. If either Phoenix gets a shot off on the tower, they get it down.
Don't know if these fangs are going to get close enough to kill the. I think it will. The one pack will beat these.
Even with the extra hit points, they are not tanky enough to survive a pack of fangs. Members of the Fang Gang never give up, says Nimwin, and it is true. Hey, look, those 3 fangs had some friends. Oh wait, no, those were Red Scare's fangs last time. No, this time it's Blood's fangs who get the win. 4,700 for Blood, 4,100 for Red Scare. Unit drop. What do you like for who?
Goodness. Well, I was actually going to say Red Scare could do some really scary things with Phantom Ray with this particular drop. I think that it's a very solid option. It's got a strong DPS, so there's nothing on the other side of the board that answers it terribly well. And even if the opponent takes Raiden, I don't think that Blood wants to take Raiden into Spider, which is why the Ray, I think, is really strong. We did see the Phoenix sold, which is also part of why Red Scare might have itemized it. Red Scare was amp and not air, so they did have to pay for that. Oh my goodness,
That
Blood
is
with the cold read, anticipating this
fascinating.
Phoenix to be sold.
He just goes straight for the you'll sell them. I'm going to put my Phoenix on the line. Goes straight after that tower. Red Scare has leveled the tower. It's level 2. Blood took a Scorpion. Now, my recollection of Blood from 4 or 5 months ago is that the man was all about Scorpions. Played them really
He
well.
loves them.
Yeah.
He recognizes he used to spam them because they were fun, not because they were the
Yes.
unit.
Yes.
He has moderated that some and improved, but he has labbed out perfect placement for Scorpion boards.
Mm-hmm.
I think that he is the player I would be most afraid of if they were playing Scorpion with intent to win with it.
Right.
I will say this beacon from Blood is a little bit not how I would have drawn it, just because I wouldn't want to include the tower in the line. That way they can still be moving
Well,
on this first stretch.
danger of that is that then they overrun the tower without killing it if it's been leveled. And I think that's why he made that choice.
But from the front, you're not going to pass it. Once they lock on, they're still going to have time to shoot it, I think. Ooh, this is going to be a close one, but I think, yeah, with
That
the
late
Phoenix
tower
and the tower
debuff
timing.
and the hit point tank that is the Scorpion. We talked about the value of having a tank in some of the pregame. Gets
Yes.
you a unit that survives, and of course, part of the value in Scorpion is that they do 300 damage to the hit point bar. So that's a pretty strong start for Blood. He's on 4,700 hit points, has Red Scare down to 3,500. Blood takes mass-produced Wraith. That is
I
not
don't
what
like
I saw
mass prod
coming.
into Raiden. He does lack a good Jack there, although he has 3 arc lights, but I feel like Mass Wraith, you really want the hit points into Raiden, because now the Raiden, I guess with the amp course, 2 shots the Wraith, as opposed to requiring 3 or 4 on a standard.
Right. On the standard matchup.
Mm-hmm.
6,300
That
to
said,
1,200. Okay, 12,000.
I could I could see this Phoenix getting sold at some point and pivoting to a melter defense. Raiden Tarantula is very melterable. And Raiden spiders also struggle with fangs or late fangs in particular.
I gotta say, I am loving this chaff board from Red Scare. He's got 9 chaff on the board already. 5 kind of carry units in his tarantulas and his Raidens. Using the tarantula as the chaff clear, using the Raiden as the single target.
And those Wraith are getting the job done. There's no Raiden on the outside right yet, but the Phoenix gone, the Raidens will clean up the round.
Spoiler alert, that Phoenix isn't gone yet. Uh-oh, it's in a lot of trouble, though. Okay, it's gone. And 2 surviving Raiden and a Tarantula, that'll be 900. Brings blood down to 3,800 to 3,560.
Ooh. Armor Rhino. Level 1 is a little tough. You usually want level 2 on those Rhino armor kind of plays, but it is 30,000 hit points, which is enough to really give a Raiden some problems.
Right.
And we are committing to the birds with a range, trying to save them with a beacon. We're going to need to chaff it, I think, in the flank.
Red Scare took the Phantom Rays you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. And now that these Wraith are mass-produced, the Phantom Rays are going to be even better at bullying them.
Right.
Phoenix Ad should be able to handle the warping and rays well enough. I'm curious to see if Red Scare keeps or sells the other Phantom Ray. Also, the Phantom Ray is positioned such that right now there's been a very popular chaff clear Phantom Ray flank floating around. Kind of stacked. That's just really slow to clear and can cause a lot of problems. Ooh. And these Phantom Rays are going to be placed right in front of the Phoenix on the left corner. I don't think those Phoenix get to escape. Well, it depends on the exact positioning.
They are just out of range, but they
are, and they're faster.
Yeah. They will be shooting backwards, and that has stopped one of them. They both do. They stopped and go down. As soon as...
The reason...
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason that happened is because the Phantom Rays got into the drawn beacon, and if any unit is inside of the drawing, then the unit will slow down dramatically.
Yeah, so even though the Phantom Rays were behind them, they weren't obstructing the beacon. They did succeed in slowing down the Phoenix that were trying to run away.
Correct. And that's where I wanted a flank chaff to distract anything that might have tried to chase.
Right.
But that is another round win for Blood.
3,800 to 2,990. We go to round 6.
Fire always strong.
Blood takes Incendiary, placing it on the right side.
A bit of a greedy placement, because forward shields can block a decent chunk of that. Normally a safe placement would be on that no man's land middle ground.
Right. This is shieldable. Also interesting that he skipped Assault Scorpion, so clearly he is not going to be relying on Scorpions on the ground game. In my mind.
The range, I think, is really valuable here, I think, and there's not a whole lot of clumped medium units for the rate of fire to be really important, so I don't think Scorpion is a good commit to make here.
Right.
I think using it for its health is much more valuable as just a one-off.
Oh, Red Scare, look at this. With the underground threat, which will place units into the mobile beacon. That is a man who knows exactly how that mechanic works.
Yes. That's brilliant, actually, because you can't stop, although there is a missile there, which will help to an extent, but it won't get all of them.
And there's actually going to be a new Arclight to shoot any chasing crawlers.
Yes.
That's interesting. That Arclight has to be a read on the possibility of this. from Blood, as well as,
Mhm.
the possible flank to distract the Rhino. Really well played from both of them on that side.
Raiden range is huge, and this is where I really feel like Blood needs that chaff we're talking about in the flank
In the
on the
flank,
left
yeah.
to draw locks.
Those Phoenix on that flank, or on that left side, went down so quickly. Raiden Tarantula, it is strong, and it looks like it is fully up to scale. Red Scare in what seems to be commanding position at the moment.
Yes.
That is
And this is into a fire turn, which does not bode well. And loses the shield.
Shield at the last moment. I could weep. Blood is down to 1850. Red Scare of 94 on 2990. He says he is... The perception is generally that he's the man to beat, and he's happy to play any opponents in the tourney. So...
We good. We either have to sell that forward Phoenix or flank for it. And I really think flanking to protect it would have been ideal because that body was valuable.
Right, you don't want to give away the deploy, right?
And I think a missile on the fangs in front of it and a beacon could even potentially let that Phoenix kill the Raiden, as opposed to the other way around, with just a little bit of trying to be clever with the positionings.
I mean, to some extent, this is we're being punished for placing it on the line, right? Where we
Yes.
placed it 20 meters back on that round of 3 when we bought it, we'd have had a whole lot more tactical flexibility on that side. EMP for the Raidens now.
I suspect that's into the possibility of a melter being added just because without, it's being removed and reconsidered.
To go splash.
And I like that decision because there's nothing to turn off. You're either killing the Phoenixes or you're not. The only reason to take EMP is to hedge against a melting point. And with ranged Phoenixes, that would be a losing play, so the EMP would be wasted money.
Right.
Better chaff clear, I think, is by far the better decision from Red Scare into that turn.
Right. The EMP would slow down the Rhinos and could turn off any key Wraith techs. But again, he's not seeing any need for it, right? They're not those... We're beating the Rhinos.
Almost one tap the Wraith outright, given the breakpoints.
Yeah, this one absolutely does. The other ones are so close that even a couple of fangs contributing will put it over the edge.
Right.
And that is it. Tower, the last couple of units going down. Red Scare of 94 wins in 7 rounds. And is
playing
through this
unranged Wraith into a Raiden board is just an enormous waste of resources, unfortunately.
Right. And a shout out to the Magician in chat who said it was a strange choice to pick the Wraith when your opponent has Raiden. I get that he needed chaff clear, but at that point you might as well go Vulcan because Raiden's counter Wraiths pretty well. That was, now Blood is not out. Congrats to those of you who bet Red Scare of 94 on that match, but Blood's not out. This is a double elimination, so he is moved down to our losers bracket. And Red Scare of 94 will move forward into round 2, while Blood takes a position in the losers round 1. Now, we have theoretically 20-odd minutes before Odyssey and Ignatius Pennyfeather match up. Are we taking that time and casting one of the other matches, or?
I'm asking Clint right now. Odds are we will probably spectate the third of another match, is my suspicion.
I have put us into, Cody versus Dai. They are currently in round 6. Cody, up 1 game to nothing, is also up a 3,700 to 2,325. There's some Rhinos boxing on the ground. It looks like Cody's Rhinos have won it. There's some hackers as well on Cody's side of the board. He is hacking Dai's tarantulas.
Yeah, by the time hackers are connecting with tarantulas, that's a bad sign.
Mm.
And Cody is a big fan of the enhanced control play, and it looks like oh, in a dream. Yep, and he's playing the unranged enhanced control. That's something that I've beaten Cody doing actually, but he is a big fan of it.
Yeah, and he adds the range on the second round. The reason he didn't range them for the first round that he had the hackers on the board is because the rhinos are
Rhinos.
charging into him. He just wants to capture the rhino
Yes.
and turn it up to full health and turn it back around the other direction. Note that I said when we jumped into this match that there were rhinos boxing. None of those rhinos were Cody's. What I was witnessing was Dai's rhino boxing with Dai's other rhino. Yes, Mamaro, we are doing much more of the bracket. There are 10 games today, 10 matches. We are going to see 4 of them, which means that we could see anywhere between 8 and 12 matches. Of course, since we've just seen a 2-0, that means, 8 to 11 is the possible number now. Cody takes the rhino on the left side pretty quickly. Gets both, well, I think killed one and hacked the other on the right side. And photon or no, his hackers are taking over the ground game. It's down to just air units for Dai. And that is going to
And those
be...
tarantulas are healing. Oof.
Not much upshoot left for Cody, but he does get it all. And that puts Codafly through 2 games to nothing against Dai. Congratulations to Cody. His 1960 MMR beating Dai at 1880. Dai, according to the original seedings, Dai was the number 2 seed and Cody the number 7. I do think, of course, that as the winner of that one, Cody is likely to punch through into the Final Four. That's what I said in my pre-tournament predictions. We can step into Park 09 versus Coldfire. Park is ahead 1 game to nothing in that side of the bracket.
We are actually good to invite when you are
I am
ready. So if you...
I am perfectly
Perfect.
happy to do that. So let me just, as soon as this is up, I will abandon.
And Ignatius, I don't know if I have you followed yet. If you could howdy very quickly.
Needs to switch accounts. One moment.
Aha.
Doing sneaky practice on your alt so that nobody can tell. Nobody can tell what your strats are. So how much of the bracket is today? We are going to leave it off when there are 4 surviving players. So we're getting Ignatius Pennyfeather against Odyssey, and then we get 1 more winners bracket. So we will see one of the 2 that makes it in through direct qualification, and then we will be down into game 10 to pick up the final elimination match.
Correct.
We got the We got the A games, the people who are progressing through,
Unbeaten as
not the
yet.
people who are on the verge of elimination.
So, are we good for ads to go on your end?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Perfect. I have signaled for the players to ready when ready, and we will be in momentarily.
All right.
You see, it's a good thing we're getting this match started early because this is going to be 3 30-minute matches of just round 10 bangers.
Let's
So we
go.
just have to get ready a little early.
All right. Best to start it off a little early, indeed. Odyssey giving some last minute dog scritches, I believe, getting some coaching from his best friend over there.
I have it on good authority that Odds, who he beat in the qualifiers to get here,
Mm-hmm.
and who is also his older brother, is casting with Raging at the moment of their own kind of side
Let's
tangents, and so
go. The
it'll
man
be fun.
that is how he wants to be introduced. Odyssey, the man who had to eliminate his brother, now seeks the title.
It's a little sad they had their brother grudge match in
In
the qualifiers, so they couldn't
yes.
hit, head to head later on. But now his brother can root for him unabashedly as having lost to the best of them.
Ignatius Pennyfeather says he is a streamer and YouTuber, British, coached by Dillo, and calls himself Schrodinger's Mechabellum player. I am simultaneously the best player in the game and a 1200 scrub. It's completely 50-50, and I have zero control over which one I am at any moment. Pennyfeather, I feel you in that one. That's like Hammerrock to a T. uh,
Codify, we are just starting our Ignatius Odyssey head to head. Our first match was Blood Red Scare, and Red Scare did, as the favorite, come out 2-0. We
yeah,
caught the tail end of your second game as well,
yeah.
just before.
Welcome into Cody and Just Die TTV. Die says GG Codifly could not get through that at all. And that, of course, is not Die eliminated. He's just down into the loser's bracket. Still has every
Correct.
chance to win it all. While we will be potentially seeing Cody in a next match. Cody says now we do get to sit for an hour or so, and that is true. How hard was that? You had that hour break, right? In your Mecha Mini
No, I
Masters run?
lost. I lost, so I actually played nonstop. It
You played
was
nonstop, which is
Artorias that had the break
yeah,
while I
yeah.
played in the elimination bracket to get back up.
Right. That is really tough to do, to maintain the mental focus or bring yourself
Right.
to that mental focus twice without
On the one
interruption.
hand, it's very tiring to play that many like high level games back to back, but going on and off again can be its own level of difficult. I remember vividly there was a little military training documentary I watched once, and part of what it talked about was in the middle of like a midnight 12-mile run, they have them like stop and disassemble and reassemble a bunch of firearms, and that half the difficulty of that is putting your pack back on after you're tired, as opposed to the just
Mm-hmm.
like continuing is sometimes easier than a start and stop again.
Right, forcing yourself to go again.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like when you get the buy round in a tournament, on
Right.
the weekend. It's like I'd honestly rather win or lose, keep playing, kind of keep in the groove. And here we are.
Welcome to the second match of our coverage tonight. Again, we're still in the winner's bracket. Odyssey, far side red, near side in blue, Ignatius Pennyfeather, or Ignatius Pennyfeath, as the game might have been known.
We could see a spider-headed, but And that's one
That's
spider. I
half of
think the
it.
training spec or the quick supply are the ones that I want. Just depends on if you value, if he does take the quick. Now, quick supply has always traditionally had the quad sledgehammer open. That is not the strongest play into Tarantula, but it can be very strong, generally speaking. And I know that Odyssey is a sledge believer, so I wouldn't be terribly surprised to see it, although I wouldn't say I'm expecting it. We could also see an early round one Phoenix unlock, given there's no showing upshoot. Now there's fangs being added, but those would most likely die to the sledges, and the bird is a guaranteed way to kind of win round one and is generically strong. And Odyssey taking his time, deciding how to play this.
Now, ironically, Quick Supply is what Ignatius Pennyfeather listed as his favorite opening, his favorite specialist. He just values getting a tempo advantage that much. And of course, that's probably why he has taken the missile specialist. Very similar. Give me the
Interesting.
The triple arc light deploy from Odyssey, which is what prompted that interesting comment. What do you like or not like about that?
I don't hate it. I mean, he was showing 3 crawlers, and getting your chaff clear early is certainly valuable. I think Arc Sledge is probably the best standard opening you can have, so he's basically giving himself that. But I feel like the 200 bonus dollars being turned into just a mass deploy on round 1 with a small remainder is a bit of an uncompelling way to utilize that bonus. And as you're seeing, it's not really winning the round by a convincing margin. It may win the round, but it's pretty close.
It is enough to win the round, not by a whole lot, as you said. That drops Ignatius Pennyfeather to 4158. Odyssey on 4,000 even.
It also puts you in dangerous territory of getting birded, because birds are great into the arc lights, into the sledges. You know they want it, and here they are. So I feel like you're playing into Spider Bird by mass recruiting that way instead of leveraging that bonus to try and get some DPS or something that can kind of establish a board. So not how I would have played it, but it's definitely safe, and it's definitely not bad long term. Just a little bit. It's a much more patient and less like early value way to play it. And speaking of, the 2 forward fangs have no chance of surviving. Honestly, if I'm Ignatius, I actually missile out the back fangs here just to make sure that they can't clean up the Phoenix, because you know that these forward the spiders should be able to clear these forward fang packs.
Right. Hey, here's another mass deployment for Odyssey, and he does go to the round 2 Phoenix.
I like that decision. I think that it's very solid.
Will they get a good lock on that tarantula? They do.
One thing I will say, I like the wing placements on the arc lights, because the initial arc lights in front of towers both locked the spiders, and the crawlers ate them from the deep flanks. So these deeper arc lights screen their friends and cover crawler flanks at the same time.
Right. Ignatius Pennyfeather will win the air war and the round. That drops Odyssey down to 3,600.
And if you're playing into quick supply and you win round 2 and you almost win round 1, then you're very happy.
And that speaks to not having leveraged that quick supply money as much, which is what you were talking about.
Right. Both players taking Wasp Swarm. I think Wasp Swarm is so incredibly strong. Notably, in this situation, I give the advantage to the person who is playing it aggressively, because the way units turn, typically the aggressive player just wins these RNG 50-50s. Neither player has any tower bonuses yet, but that's another thing you can do in a Wasp Swarm turn to try and tip the RNG in your favor if they head-to-head.
Ignatius Pennyfeather using the Missile Strike to take out Odyssey's Phoenix. And if you're not understanding exactly what Titan is saying in terms of the head-to-head here, this is partly because red players' wasps will come in facing this side of the board, blue players will come in facing this side of the board, and it really becomes whose units are able to turn and engage quickest, and that advantage does seem to go to the
attacking player.
attacking player much more frequently than it does to the defending player. Subtle positioning changes can matter, but
Ooh, the jump drive to dodge missile strike. I love it because the Phoenix are
clever
going to
play.
move.
And a new Phoenix on the other side.
And this means he can move the Phoenixes on any round.
Yeah, every round you try to missile strike, I am going to move my Phoenix somewhere else.
And notice that the attacking player's wasp did win, and they eat a missile, and they still have one left over.
Nice.
Now that won't take the tower very quickly, but that's value winning the trade and minus 50.
And especially with Ignatius Pennyfeather's Phoenix stuck on Chaff, stuck on the Fangs, Odyssey will win round 3 pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
Drops Pennyfeather just under 3,000 hit points. Odyssey's on 3,600.
This is where the extra chaff is really mattering. Ignatius Pennyfeather has kind of neglected adding his additional tarantulas thus far in favor of the birds, and he's getting them now, but he's been a little overwhelmed in the chaff side of things, and the birds have then just been able to pick him apart.
Odyssey's said if you asked to describe his playstyle in just 3 words, he said ABC. Always build a chaff.
Well, and somebody who mass produces a chaff clear unit on round 1 so that you don't have that as a whole, so you can continue to mass recruit. Like, he has played like that is his motto.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has value.
You've talked about the value of getting range on your chaff clear by round 3 or 4, and we see both players are in that at this point. And
Yes.
they've both
And
taken
you
a
have
double Farseer.
also having 3 to 5 of that chaff clear unit.
Right.
That way your range is really leveraged, and so that's very healthy, very good behaviors. I do think the sledges, though, are just putting in so much work as kind of a valuable secondary line of chaff here. There's a lot of good lock timings for Odyssey that the sledgehammers are actually what is buying that. Ooh.
Phoenix v. Phoenix goes to Ignatius Pennyfeather. There's no other upshoot, so this should be his round. And it'll be 500 more off of Odyssey's tally. 3,100 for Odyssey, 3,000 for Ignatius Pennyfeather. We go to round 5.
Efficient light is super tempting here, given the way the game has been going. Shield drop is value, portable shield is value. But when you're in Spider Bird or you're in Arc Bird with Chaff, I wouldn't be surprised if both players take the efficient. I don't hate the shield, though.
Shield airdrop is always good value. I have said it many times. But
Yes.
Ignatius Pennyfeather really thinking about efficient light unit manufacturing. That shield is a bit deeper than where I was expecting it. Why do you think that is?
He wants it to survive. He wants his chaff to walk forward and be locked by the bird. He doesn't want to include all of his chaff.
Right.
Because if he does, then the level 2 birds are shooting that shield right away. And he even picks up, I love this from Odyssey, picking up Shield Break, and the storms are great into these forward fangs, and he lost just barely because he didn't have the damage.
Right.
So
we're going to take enough DPS to clear the tarantulas. Stormcaller is one of the good tarantula counters.
There's also worth noting that into Missile Specialist, you pretty much never skip shield, so I think that's a especially good choice for Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ignatius had a little bit more to consider with Efficient Light, and eventually passed. It is a low tempo pick.
Right.
Takes some time to pay off, so I don't hate this.
Loyal
to slow the spiders.
Instead of taking the Efficient Light, he spent that 300 on buying the high explosive ammo, which was going to cost him 500 with the price of range enhancement already in it.
Very strong. And if you look, that's enough to hit 2 sledges reliably in most cases, not all cases, but most. And just very useful. Oh, but that shield survives.
A shield
right
with
and the
no hit points left on the right. And there is still enough anti-air to clean up this one remaining
That is why you place
Phoenix.
them deep.
Mm-hmm.
I like that positioning, and that's exactly why. One more bird shot, and that goes down.
So great value for Odyssey. He's got Ignatius Pennyfeather down to 1550. Odyssey on 3100. Get the reinforcement. There's some good choices here. 4 level 2 hounds, a level 2 fort, a level 3 wraith, and a level 2 sandworm. And he takes the level 2 fortress.
I think that's the correct decision for Odyssey as well, and I think Odyssey should click anti-air immediately. I don't always think that, but when you are in the advantage position, there is not time for your opponent to sell out of these birds, and so the faster you beat them, the better. I think it's a little bit less clear-cut for Ignatius, though.
Did Ignatius sell it? I think he did.
I don't hate that. It depends on what he does with his money, but
More bird.
I really want to see Odyssey click the missile and take 2 more fort, and just line them up with these birds. And honestly, if I'm Odyssey here, I really consider even loaning for range. You already have shields on the bar. I don't hate Fang Shield either, and the bodies are valuable.
Always buy
very
chaff.
Good long-term position.
Always buy chaff, and there he is, buying not just 1, but 2 more. 2 more chaff, and...
Fang Shield is a little bit dubious into the splash of spiders. Obviously, it's good into the birds. But I feel like he's in such a driver's seat position. I'd have liked to see a little bit more high pressure applied. Not that these are bad decisions per se. And I mean, they're safe, it's strong. It does depend, I guess, somewhat on how quickly these spiders go down.
Level 3 Phoenix got a great lock on that level 2 fort.
Yes.
So that is almost the most unfortunate of positions. Of course, it does mean it was tanked for a long time, which allows... well, the Phoenix with range now for Ignatius Pennyfeather have outranged all of the upshoot from Odyssey's side of the board, and that is a round win, plus all the shields down. And that is pretty big swing from 3100. Odyssey drops to 1400. Pennyfeather taking the lead, 1600 to 14.
That fort positioning to me was, I'm going to blow up your Phoenix, not I'm going to sit there and try to front tank everything. Big EMP makes sense. You're clipping a couple of arcs. You're catching a bunch of Fang shields. Any techs on the fort will be down unless there's a shield for it.
Pennyfeather also shielding around the drop as well. Here come the forts.
Yes.
And the
now you give time for the Wraith.
Wraith, which was available in the drop, right? There was a level 3 Wraith in the drop. And Pennyfeather sells out of the level 1, undoes out of the level 1 to go into a level 2 Wraith.
That is a reason to stall 1 turn, is if you fear the Wraith drop. I think with your own Phoenixes and Farseers, that you kind of already win that hedge. So that's why I would have liked to have seen the forts get it, and I like the fort positioning on the new ones much better than the current one. He's kind of forced to chaff in front of it. He's got to know that the mass EMP is up, though, and shield would be really, really important here. Thank you.
There's 1, 2. Both players in lone and temp range. Pennyfeather also taking the temp speed.
I very much anticipate one of these Phoenix being moved that's been jumped to line up with its Wraith in the future. No techs on the Wraith, so it is just kind of a bundle of hit points for the time being. Wasps were the call-in.
Right, for both players.
Right.
And again, Pennyfeather's Phoenix are getting a lot of work done. There's only 2 of them left. Tower debuff will let Odyssey finish out the round. Drops Ignatius Pennyfeather down to 700 hit points. Odyssey on 1400. We go to round 8.
Ooh, the quad. Oh my gosh, 4 level 3 marksman is so strong for Odyssey here. The only thing else you could possibly consider is Mustangs fearing a Wasp pivot, but with 2 Farseers and this many Fangs, I think that if your opponent wants to play Wasps, you kind of have a good enough Fang board to answer it. It's got to be the Marksman if you're Odyssey here.
All right, Uncle Lazy is giving out a key for the game, I guess, to the first taker from chat to enter the key. So if you are new to the game, if you've just been thinking about getting the game, there it is. Copy of the game key.
Charge shot on the Phoenix for Ignatius will mean that when they connect, these level 4 Phoenix can basically, in 2 shots from the pair of them, take a blue fort and will 1-tap level 1 forts. They also have healing on the Wraith, which I like. I think these Mustangs have a very big chance of being bricked on the Wraith. I'd much rather have seen an anti-Wraith pickup from Odyssey. This could be very dangerous.
I would really like to see range on his Phoenix, and of course this is the sort of the downside of having taken the jump drive earlier. We don't have it's very expensive to range just 2 of them.
He did move them, and he moved them middle like I anticipated. But healing is going to really help. And the charge shot on the opponent's Phoenix now are very much going to just blow up the forts.
Right, the level 2 fort's already down. You can see that the other forts are in trouble, and we don't have the range to keep our Phoenix alive. Ignatius Pennyfeather
Mustangs are putting in work.
Is going to win on the left, lose on the right, with Odyssey still having a Farseer, some Stormcallers, and 1 fort left. But it seems like he's going to be fighting piecemeal during the tower debuff. It's going to be a strong round for Pennyfeather.
Yep.
And Odyssey drops from 1400 down to 900. We get a round 9, 700 to 900. Let's go. These two are evenly matched. You couldn't
Very
ask for more.
Game. I told you we were going to get 3 10-rounders.
You did.
Amp-Core is so good in this situation, especially on the Blue Fortress, given that it increases the health and attack of the unit, but as an item, it also increases fort AA damage.
True, but there was also redeploy to allow you to fix that positioning if you wanted.
Yes. I almost want to see a mobile beacon, though, just kind of scoot that back as opposed to it, because the item, I think, is just too much raw value, because there's fighters where you want the damage on the ground, there's things you want to have damage in the air, the health is important for tanking. I think it's just too high output of an item to not take.
Uncle Lazy paying forward a gift sub gives that out to Pugsley9. Thank you very much, Uncle Lazy.
Uncle Lazy being an absolute champ in chat, as always, and one of the most amazing behind-the-scenes people for basically every kind of tournament in the community, whether official or unofficial. So just an absolute amazing human being.
Item is on the Mustangs, the level 2.
Okay.
The level 2 fort is sold out of that positioning. So Mustangs are level 4. They did 47,000 damage last round.
You do get range on the birds, as you mentioned, which I think is very important for these Wraith to die quickly.
And Elite recruited 3 more Phoenix as well, so that is going to help a ton against the Wraiths.
And if the Wraiths go down, then the Mustangs can absolutely clear the Phoenix. And notice those Wraiths evaporate, which also affects the chaff clear.
Right, the chaff clear is suddenly not as good for Ignatius Pennyfeather. He's been counting on that for a while, and may not even have realized it. As you can see, it's going to be a dominant round victory for Odyssey, and that will be game 1 to the dog and cat. don't know if you guys know, there
A
is a cat in
great
that
game.
picture. A
Yes, there is.
tiny little cat. Honestly, in the end, it looks like a stunning. We've done 3,000 damage to Ignatius Pennyfeather, 3,100 on that last round, but it was neck and neck right up until the end. That is one that you could play around 9 from either side and win or lose it based on the decisions that you made. So,
Yes.
which is again one of the fascinating aspects of this game. It is one of the things I truly love about it is that at this level, it really does come down to each and every decision matters. When you took a tech, what tech you took, which order you took the techs in, and of course what you play and what you tech on the last round of the game.
So two observations about the boards. I mean, Odyssey just has an absolute insane amount of chaff. Things always showing up, trickling in, boxing in his important unit. Ignatius Pennyfeather was no slouch with his chaff, but there is a bit of a gap in the middle of his board where crawlers are not showing up, which allows for high priority locks to happen before the final chaff wave.
Right. Yeah, that you're talking about this gap here, right there, which is, as you said, is allowing the Phoenix to get the locks in the
Right.
moment.
So this is kind of where Phoenix Spider is one of the most deploy hungry builds out there right now, and that's also part of where I think Ignatius Pennyfeather would have been well served to get that junior man. By round 9, he'd have been just swimming in extra money from it. I think that was his angle to leverage the fact that Odyssey needed shield
Right.
because he's missile spec, so he could have kind of the asymmetrical advantage on cheaper units.
Right. Both players in 13 chaff units, and really showing the value of a great chaff board. And again, like Titan was saying, the construction of Odyssey's board is so good that there is always a Fang where he needs it to be, uh, preventing key units from going down.
That was an absolutely banger game. Very well played, back and
Indeed.
forth. Good decision making on both sides. A lot of lines to be pursued as opposed to right and wrongs. I think sometimes there's very clear mistakes or gaps or weaknesses, and I think
Yep.
there were different choices that could have been made, but I don't think anything could really be classified as categorically wrong there. It
Right.
was just
We
a
are
close match.
we are ready for you to set up the next one. Tell
Yes.
them to ready up as soon as they're in, or as soon as they are back from whatever stretch, water, whatever they needed to do. They will be perfect timing for our ad break.
Perfect. All right, we are readied up and ready to go. I think the immediate Fort AA play was a hesitation due to the possibility of Wraith drop, which is a very respectable decision. Um, as I mentioned, I think that he had an answer for that as the possibility showing, and I think that there might have been more room for Ignatius Pennyfeather to kind of make a comeback than would have been otherwise. But obviously, we had the advantage of knowing there was no Wraith that round, and um, there also hadn't yet been a commitment to the Phoenix, so in theory, there could have been a sellout and a pivot made. Um, Overall, just very strong. One thing that I will say I sometimes consider in the situation that Pennyfeather was in is selling the bird and going Melter immediately into an expected fort turn. It can be very strong, but there were so many things that Melter would have felt just incredibly difficult to try and justify there as well.
Congratulations to those of you who backed Odyssey in game one. I believe we switched seats. Is that correct? Odyssey is now on the near side in blue. Penny on the other side. We'll have that up for you guys in just a moment. There you go. Channel point predictions up for the second one.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Park09 takes the match on his side. Congratulations to Park. It took him 3 games, but he got the W.
Very nice.
Oh, no, you kept them the same. Sorry. Well,
yes.
If you're voting for blue, you are voting for Odyssey. If you're voting for red, you're voting for Ignatius Pennyfeather. I'm sorry for confusing people. Match 2, Odyssey is up 1-0. Odyssey on the far side, a Fire Badger specialist with Hounds and Sabers. Ignatius Pennyfeather, a supply specialist with Fang and Steel Ball.
I love Fire Badger specialist. Ignatius Pennyfeather has been showing you aggro. And if you know Ignatius Pennyfeather, you know he is generally aggro. And Fire Badger is so strong as aggro defense. It is also incredibly strong in the headbutt. It is just so efficient that its only real weakness is range. And so, barring standard v standard, it's probably in my top 3 packs. Very standard deploy from Ignatius Pennyfeather for a one-sided ball push. Enough middle to pull most of whatever would be on the opponent's left side. Now, Sabers versus Balls is always interesting, because Sabers can absolutely one-tap the Steel Balls, but Steel Balls as a pack getting a lock will win that head-to-head. So it comes down to a chaff clear kind of race.
Will be a chaff clear race.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not these Steel Balls on the right just zoom in and take tower. I think they will. And I think that means that Ignatius will take the round, but Balls are decent at blocking Steel Ball lock. Hounds, excuse me, are decent at blocking Steel Ball locks as well.
Right, and they do tank those arc lights for 3 shots, which is pretty valuable. More than that, if you've suffered the tower debuff, oh, this one poor arc light is just having a bad day. Yeah, he's
trying his darndest.
He's got a perfectly valid OSHA complaint, I think. That was not the most conducive of working environments.
I will say that when you have Fangs as your chaff, Hounds are just brutally efficient at clearing that, which is what gave those Sabers the edge in connecting with the Steel Balls.
Quick teleport, improved Phoenix.
That is
tasty.
That is such a powerful card.
And Ignatius Pennyfeather skips to go to the Wasp Swarm.
I want to see Odyssey take this card. I think improved Phoenix there's no efficient answer to it. It takes a marksman 3 shots to kill a equivalent level Phoenix.
Odyssey also goes for the Wasp Swarm, so we are not seeing the improved Phoenix play today.
Okay.
Ignatius Pennyfeather does pick up his own Phoenix. And playing aggressive Wasp behind. Odyssey playing aggressive Wasp behind 1 tower.
Odyssey playing a Fang defense kind of adjacent to his tower. It will pull some of those to the Wasp call in, but not enough to win by any stretch.
And half of those, some of those Wasps go to the other tower, right?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, maybe none of the Fangs
single Fang turned. Now they're turning, but they're behind the tower when they fight. Using the tower as hit points, which is unfortunate when the tower goes down.
And both towers being taken down will matter a lot here. Ignatius is going... Oh, the Fangs are able to kill it during the...
During his tower debuff.
No help.
We're going to use Steel Balls to finish that off, guys. That was the most efficient use of Steel Ball.
What a back and forth way for that round to go. That is wild.
And those Wasps have no counter, so that will be a round win for Ignatius Pennyfeather. Not by much. And they're summoned, so they do minimal damage. Leaves us at 4480 to 4270.
Can't get much closer than that.
Both players...
So let's do it again.
Both players did have a message for the audience. Odyssey said, tune in for some entertaining games and hopefully I win. And Ignatius Pennyfeather wanted us to remind you to brush your teeth tonight. Nice, wholesome message from Penny.
What a nice PSA. Notably, Odyssey is debating where to put his Wasp Swarm. Ignatius has decided to play it defensively, and Odyssey has as well. So they've each decided to have their own Wasps from deep. Mustangs, interestingly enough, being added. Fangs on the board for Ignatius Pennyfeather. So I think those Mustangs make a lot of sense, both for the call-in generally and for the board state long term.
Right.
Whenever your opponent's in Fangs, Mustangs are great, and it's always good to have them because being able to shoot up is important, and if you can get them online early, they will run away with the game later.
And of course, he's positioned two of them, one on the outside to where it's covering the flank, one here where it'll cover the middle call-in, and then he's got his Wasps as the backside call-in coverage, and the Mustangs are also going to do some work against the Phoenix, so.
Notably, I'll let you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So notably in that last moment, Odyssey had $150 left and was debating between the level on his Sabertooth or maxing out another Chaff, and decided to go for the tankiness on his Sabertooth at the last moment. I will be curious to see how much honest taking it does, and for one, it did lock this Arclight on the left. Although so far the extra hit points and damage have not mattered enough to kind of need level 2, so to speak.
Right, we haven't justified the level particularly, but we have won the round big, and Ignatius Pennyfeather is down to 3,500. Odyssey just still over 4,200. Would you like real Wasps to go, or at least tech, with those Wasp Swarms you've got coming?
Now Odyssey is even happier that he has his Mustangs, because that is just, Wasps are always scary, and having the Mustangs first is huge.
Yeah, 3 Wasps for Odyssey. Absolutely love it.
I love all of these. I think the sledges were also a really, really good pickup for Ignatius. They tank the hounds really well. The sabers take a decent while to chew through them. Mustangs are difficult with them. I think that it's just a really good pickup here.
Right. He is running the Mech Rage, Range, Electromagnetic, and Field Maintenance bar that a lot of people have been running since Abyss came out. Of course, Field Maintenance on your sledges, and the way that Abyss beams do damage to sledges, you can survive. Kind of tank an Abyss missile, you can tank an Abyss beam, and then keep healing between volleys.
Both players ranging their chaff clear on round 4, the Hounds and the Arclights respectively. And honestly, not a lot to say here other than just lots of good decisions. I do think the triple Wasp does not have a good answer on Ignatius Pennyfeather's board. Combining that with the fact that he won the previous round, I expect this will be another 500 to 1,000 damage for Odyssey to do to Ignatius. So these vertical sledgehammers are putting in an absolute ton of work. Being able to tank and slow down the push. This tower timing, I think, also favors Ignatius Pennyfeather because it will wear off first for him. All right.
You were...
Fair enough, Ignatius wins the round.
Yep. Ignatius Pennyfeather getting the round done. Drops Odyssey to 3,776. And Ignatius is on 3,500. Another Wasp Swarm? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness.
That is too much even for Odyssey. He skips it. Taking the small electromagnetic impact.
That is such a high value spell, and it comes back every other round. Or is it a 2-round cooldown? It's 2 rounds, so every third round, similar to the Wasps. Or, not the Wasps, but yeah. Alright, so we have the level on the Mustangs. There's a lot of options here if you're Odyssey, I think. He is oiling and using the Fire Badgers to light that oil. And the EMP is going to disable Tex, as also causing a slow. Cutting out of the bird. Some safety missiles from Ignatius. I think the safety missile on the left, being able to overlap in front of the tower, just means that it's going to be minus 50, because crawlers have made it to this tower pretty much every round.
Yeah, the crawlers have made it to the tower every round, and there was something else to clean up the tower. So I think you're right about that.
I feel like that missile should be further back to actually cover the flank, unless it's there to intentionally kill any crawlers and delay the tower take. With level 2, I think that's not ideal, although that is kind of a micro optimization given the scope of things.
Egophobic Music asking, is the whole tourney being played tonight? No. Tonight we go from 8 players to 4, and next Friday we have the finals where we go from 4 players to 1. We have linked the challenge doc for those of you with viewing. I think everybody can view this, and I've asked the organizers to update it with the current results, since we do have a bunch of results out of that first set of games.
Absolutely. That fire doing a lot of work. And sure enough, both of those safety
50
again. On basically just a small smidgen of crawlers.
Oh, that is a painful. I mean, I can see how you get to that decision, but it definitely hurts to see it in action.
Yeah.
Round 6, your choice of reinforcements, level 3 Farseer. The pack, the Blue Man Group. Blue Man Group is always the right decision according to Toast. The Typhoon or Stormcallers of level 3 as well.
I like the Farseer here for Odyssey. I think it's really strong. I think it's tanky enough that there's very little that can really answer it, and it's an efficient way to pop through sledges quickly.
I was thinking
I'd like to see it on the right side.
You'd like to see it on the right, not the left? I was thinking on... Oh, you...
Yes.
All right, you and Odyssey are in sync. That is not live coaching. Of course, Odyssey is 90 seconds in the future from us. Good morning, little Miss Dumpsterfire. Welcome in. And Typhoons for Ignatius Pennyfeather. He's taken 3 of them. He's put up the shield barrier right away. So, trying to protect against some...
I would like to see Odyssey use this Wasp call-in aggressively as opposed to defensively, since he's got ranged Mustangs of his own in his backline. I think you get a lot more value placing your Wasps aggressively. I
mean, also...
Because you have so much less to try and protect.
Also, isn't this the turn to range the Wasps if we're going to?
Yes, although I don't know that he's really wanted to. I think that they have mostly been Phoenix Chaff, and especially with a Typhoon drop, I'm not a fan of investing resources into them.
Yeah,
I think the levels are fine, but I don't think he wants or needs the levels, and I think or the text. I think he can sell out of them at a certain point if he feels that they're no longer pulling their weight.
Right.
I do think some sabers or some kind of beefy ground unit in front of this Typhoon push on the right is justified once you see it like this.
Right. That level 2...
Farseer is getting overwhelmed by chaff.
Yeah, that level 2's Saber went down, and that is going to be... Yeah, the Farseer's been overwhelmed as well, so Ignatius Pennyfeather gets through to tower on the right, and will, I think, be able to clean up the round.
Although I really like Odyssey's position at the moment, despite how this round goes.
Yeah. I guess that's why I was thinking Farseer on the left behind those 2 Sabers. Just kind of punch that side a little bit stronger and keep it alive to do the hit point damage. EMP is going to bring down those barriers. That is great for Odyssey.
100%. So here's where I want to see something like a fortress or some sabers added, or even some scorpions into this sledge typhoon ball combination. Uh, I think that some scorpions would put in a ton of work here.
You're looking for real
As
hit point damage. Let's do
and something that can splash to kill
right.
like these clumped up medium units. Honestly, sitting on his cash, deciding how to invest it.
I've noticed he does take quite a bit of time. Does a lot of his thinking and planning before doing any of the button clicks.
Yes. And he does go Scorpion.
Great call. Resume range.
Yeah, for this for sure.
Yep.
And I want to see a third Scorpion from him, and I want to see lone range.
There is,
I'd also like $1 million to fall from this guy.
Yeah, while you're on.
Honestly, don't be greedy. This is a lone for temp range moment. I think this is a mistake. I think he needs that range this round.
Right.
Neither player
took it.
These Scorpions are going to put in a devastating amount of work here.
Right. And
notably, the Chaff Clear is going to survive better, which means this Farseer is going to do its job better. And I think it's where it needs to be. And notice how I said I liked the position.
Right. Even if it didn't work last round.
Odyssey.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And this Farseer is tanking. I don't know if this is game, but it's close. No, it's not game. It's going to be 1,000 damage. Yeah, about.
Yep.
A little over.
Drops Ignatius to 1,500. Odyssey already up 1 game to nothing. Head at 2,600 to 1,500.
Ooh.
Photon emission and advanced power system.
Photon is really good here.
Yeah, 2 big choices available. Ignatius Pennyfeather is going to use it for Photon, try to keep everything alive a little bit longer. Of course, Photon does not protect the barriers, but he'll take that hit from the Scorpions. It's fine.
Yes.
As long as the units beneath survive.
I want to see a Scorpion on the left for this Typhoon Sledgehammer ball that's protecting the level 3 tower. The level on this Scorpion is also huge. You don't always level your Scorpions, but when you have level 3 steel balls, now they are back in one-shot territory. So that's really valuable. It's obviously temp range time among whatever else you're doing.
Yeah, for Pennyfeather, it was rapid resupply, enhanced range, and high mobility, taking all the temps.
Right. There was also an argument for Ignatius to take the speed card instead of the Photon card. I think the tankiness from Photon is very relevant here.
Odyssey has gone to full-on range and mech rage in his hounds to improve the chaff clear on that side. Does add the Scorpion you were asking for on the far left.
I want it in the oil, actually, ironically. But yes, I'm glad to see it there for sure. Also does take temp range, which is huge.
Typhoons are now triple teched with mech rage, so no temps or no speed from the no speed card. Will just speed things up by speeding up our chaff clear unit.
Yeah. I think the Scorpion defense is just going to be too much. And honestly, I'm glad he hasn't sold the Wasp, because even though there are Typhoons here, the Wasps have been getting forward enough to tank the Phoenix in some very meaningful shots. I said this tower take hurts, but there's like basically nothing left.
I don't think it's 1,500. It's close.
Oh, it's close. Almost.
164 and a dream for Ignatius Pennyfeather. He's down 1 game to nothing. He needs to turn this around. There is no more time. Skip and skip for both players. Odyssey has his sticky oil up. Obviously for Odyssey, he did not loan last round. Didn't loan on round 7 either. This would be the time to loan to finish. Ignatius Pennyfeather has been loaning for a while. You can see how quickly he took the loan temp range, temp speed.
Yep. And And this is where I really wish that Scorpion was actually in front of the Hounds instead of behind, although I don't think it's a problem where it is. We also see the level 4 Mustangs in that back corner, just very strong. Elite Typhoons, though, for Ignatius.
Mm-hmm.
And at triple tech, that is a lot of value. There is no triple tech unit for Odyssey, so that pound for pound, in theory, that is more value added to board. Double tap is huge, though, because he is efficiently clearing these chaff now. With all of these Hounds that leveled, double tap is going to just destroy these Typhoons.
Right. It is going to bring down these Typhoon shields in basically a single volley from the level 2 Scorpion.
I
Also,
love that.
Also, for some of the weaker ones, it's going to bring down the first shield and then either hit the Typhoon under or the second shield. So you're going to see them bring down both shields really quickly.
I could see Ignatius taking this round, depending on if the left side of his board holds efficiently and he's able to clear these Hounds with the Typhoon missiles. So I could see it going either way.
I feel like he's never really answered the Sabers.
Yeah, although I feel like the Sabers aren't really... I think they're kind of passively answered at the moment, and obviously they go down quickly as I say that, but I don't think that... I think that he got bullied by them early, but I think they have been outscaled, and I'd like to see them be sold and liquidated into Scorpions now.
Right. Right. Now, at this point, you get the same value in terms of hit points by Elite recruiting some...
I think this Farseer just wins unless the birds get to cheese it on tower timing.
They do, but not now. It's gonna be close. It's down.
Oh my goodness.
And Ignatius Pennyfeather lives for a 10th round. Odyssey on 2400. Ignatius Pennyfeather on 164. And Fab4 happy to get that close-up of the forklift there.
Level 6 marksman. Wow.
Odyssey will take that. Sure.
Assume you elite them. He does run elite, okay. Because, I mean, at level 6, elite is just so much better than range at that point. Maybe you take both?
Right. Elite is both range and double tap.
Right. And then some. Well, I guess it's 17% now, so that is basically double damage and 30 range.
Right.
Which is just insane for one tech.
Red Scare is up 1-0 against Park. Thank you for the updates from Uncle Lazy.
EMP on the arc lights is a huge pickup here, or at least has the potential to be. Armor on the Phantom Rays to try and lock these Mustangs. I really, really want to see Odyssey tech these marksmen with elite. I think there's just too much value in level 6 not to. I will say the EMP is back up, and we'll be putting in a huge amount of work on the right side here. Not selling the Sabers like I'd ideally like to see. At least not yet.
5 seconds left. I don't see it happening.
That EMP taking out those shields and those Phoenix's range. Very huge. Marksman just going to town, one-tapping these Phantom Rays. But there's a lot of stuff. And this tower is very dangerously close to going down. Ooh. I think this is going to be another tower take and another round for Ignatius.
It is indeed, and that drops Odyssey to 1157. Ignatius Pennyfeather at 164, and a dream. He's got an orbital bombardment. Huge. Obviously, both players are taking that.
I think this is the last round of the game either way. I think with orbital on the board, it's unlikely that it's a win by a margin that isn't lethal.
And of course, Ignatius Pennyfeather is in a much better position against an orbital due to having all of the barriers up. He'd be in a better position if he had shield or quantum on his Phoenix, but he does not run that.
Neither, in fact, which is very rare these days. But at level 4, it does take like 3 missiles to kill that. And orbital is spread enough that it's very rare that one unit hits more than twice. So, ooh, Blue War Factory. That would devastate Typhoons, and a level 3 Phoenix will still take forever to chew through a Blue War Factory just off of honest damage without a DPS tech.
Right, there's no charge shot
Launchers.
on it, and we've taken Launcher Overload to chew through everything over there. Note that that is on the side. Ignatius Pennyfeather had steel balls on that side for so much of the game, he has sold out of them, and that leaves it just the Launcher Overload. I think the Launcher will get turned off by the EMP on the arc lights.
This shield, by the way, is not protecting any of the Typhoon bubbles from that EMP, given the way that that landed.
Right. That War Factory went down so quickly.
There
Holy
was no
smokes.
shields for Odyssey. I can't believe you don't shield into the orbital drop. And I think that was Odyssey's game to win, and it just slipped through.
Yeah, the triple tech Typhoons coming in huge. The amp core on this level 5, ensuring that those missiles actually did legitimate damage against even a War Factory's 337,000 hit points. And yeah, it just popped off there. Those are, what is that? Over 3,000 times 1.5. So those are 4,500 per missile. Coming off of that Typhoon there. And
Also, I think he just completely forgot the fact that the arc lights had EMP, so the tech was completely wasted on that. The very first shot of this arc light disabled launcher overload.
right. Yeah. So that tech did nothing for him. Yes. Ignatius Pennyfeather says some more EMP drops would have been cool. Yeah.
Well, I did say it
Photon
would be
would
a
have been
3-round 10.
yes. Instead, you got a 9 and an 11. But
So I'm on average.
You're on average. You are correct. Yes. And Cody's brain is slowly drifting into sleep mode. You're listening to the wrong channel, Cody. My voice is known to put people to sleep. Congratulations to those of you who took Ignatius Pennyfeather. And now I have to wait for a third game. Indeed.
Are we good on ads to start when they are ready?
Yes, we are. Ink. Switch perfect. Turn that off. All right.
Man, some close, hard-fought games.
These have been bangers, indeed.
I think if I had to pick what fell apart in the end for Odyssey there, it was the chaff clear couldn't keep up once the Scorpions became double tap, and they were being a little overwhelmed. I think that on the drop, rather than the marksman, it might have been splash spiders, or else it was teching the marksman. I think taking the marksman and not teching them was too much level into single units that weren't able to leverage that.
Right. Yeah, Just High TV says, "Oh damn, it's that late for you." Yeah, Cody is playing from Croatia. It is 4:45 in the morning for him, and he needs Odyssey to ready up. Ready up when you are ready, Odyssey.
Odyssey is struggling to ready.
We're having a ready up bug.
Yes.
We can make a new room if needed.
I'm going to have him leave, and then I'll re-invite, and hopefully that solves it.
It did not previously.
I see. Then everybody leave, and I
Yep.
will just create a new room.
Yep. Yeah, Pennyfeather's fighting at 3:45 in the morning. All
Perfect.
right.
Here we go.
We have our third and final match, tied at 1-1. Ignatius Pennyfeather, 2170 MMR, Odyssey 2261. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads. You didn't miss anything. In fact, you're going to get the 90-second countdown with the rest of us. Channel point predictions are up. Ignatius Pennyfeather, the heavy favorite at the moment. We'll see how that goes once people have seen the starting packs. Of course, we did clip the start time on that bet.
Yes. You're gonna have to go off your gut. No round 2 cards.
No seeing how round 2
you.
cards are going. Yeah, Cody, you're not wrong, right? It's targeting both Europe and the Americas, and we are, I guess, timed well for the American West Coast and East Coast, but that makes it awkwardly late for EU. Other possibility would be to target it for the American East Coast and EU, but have it, during the working hours for the America West Coast. Kind of limits some people's ability to participate, I guess. I mean, there is no great time. The Meg 1 settled on
Whenever
6.
You have a global Meg.
Yeah, Meg 1 settled on 6 in the morning for me, so I actually had to step down from casting. Couldn't commit to being there. And 100%. What we're learning tonight, of course, is that I can cast while not at 100% if I've got a really good partner.
Who's that? Because that would take some real talent, and I should learn a thing or two from whoever that is.
Our third and decisive match, Ignatius Pennyfeather nearside in blue, Odyssey farside in red. Ignatius Pennyfeather said Quick Supply is his favorite specialist. Odyssey, I think, chose Rhino, which has not been offered all day. But having seen how strong Typhoons were, he'll take a Typhoon specialist. Ignatius Pennyfeather skips the Quick Supply to go with a Giant Specialist. Fang and Saber start, so he can come out aggressive on left.
This is where, if I'm Odyssey, I go center, because it's rare that Saber goes full center, and the worst thing you can do is be right in Saber's face head-to-head, which looks like how Odyssey is lining up, unfortunately.
We are going to have a headbutt, and yeah, that is painful. Red Scare of 94, in fact, taught me this one by absolutely hammering me with a Saber versus Tarantula headbutt. Learned the lesson that I might need to sell out of the Tarantula and dive back to a deeper position with a bit more, well, with a good answer to the Sabers that doesn't just die to them. A chaff clear that doesn't die to them immediately.
I still believe in the spiders to win this headbutt. I think
Really?
Sabers fall off, but yes, you simply need to out chaff them, and you do that by making sure that you have a strong DPS, ideally round 2, but round 3 at the absolute latest. And you need to make sure that you're not feeding one Saber in particular over the others, because once they get levels, it's almost impossible to recover tempo.
Right. Julia Sparkles says, hey, what? This is easy. It's a respectable afternoon on Saturday here in Australia, New Zealand time.
Very nice.
What? This is easy.
this is why I think deploying center is valuable, because even if one gets locked, you're kind of able to win the other side.
Right.
And fighters are just very good at clearing chaff and creating openings, more so than sabers are.
Right. Ignatius Pennyfeather winning round 1. He's on 5,100. Odyssey down to 3,980.
Ooh, I like this for Ignatius Pennyfeather. In a headbutt, wraiths are so strong.
And he's gone mass-produced, and that will be his chaff clear. Odyssey going for, as you said, a strong single-target damage, strong single-target DPS, which will be Phoenix. He's got one of them up in an aggressive position.
Ooh.
I hate that from him. It's going to get the tower this turn, but it does seem to indicate to me that he's going to go with the 100 on jump drive, and that is going to make all of the other things he needs to make the Phoenix pop way more expensive. I think it's great this round. I just worry about getting into this position.
I don't mind that. I will say Ignatius Pennyfeather is paying $200 on round 2 in order to try and cover and hedge himself, and he still loses the round for it. I think these double missiles are way too much resource investment. I think you do that or the tower level for this stage of the round.
The missiles did survive, but as we saw in the previous game, they are slightly overlapping the tower, and that can go down to just a couple of crawlers.
Uh-oh.
Odyssey taking 4 hounds.
Normally I love this. I think it's a good pack in general, but I don't like it when your opponent is showing mass prod wraith, because wraiths eat hounds, mass prod or no. I also think that hounds are chaff clear, spiders are chaff clear. It is bodies, and so if you're not relying on them for your chaff clear, but it's kind of a supplementary chaff, that's decent. I don't know. I see pros and cons for both players here. And there is the jump drive taken.
Right, that was what I was worried about. I don't think that's great long-term for Odyssey. Ignatius Pennyfeather has answered that right side, and by not being already invested into jump drive, all of his techs will be cheaper. He's also running charged shot, where Odyssey is running shield.
So, oh my goodness, Odyssey isn't running charge shot.
No.
You know, my stance is almost always categorically that I don't make incorrect kind of judgments on techs.
Right.
I think right now in the meta we have, it's one of the very, very few situations where I think it is wrong to not run charge shot on birds. I think it's good in standard. I think it's good in defense. I think it's good in aggro. I don't think you ever not want to have that as an option.
Cat says Odyssey's running the same techs as, I think it's Red Hair that runs that. It is the full commit aggro Phoenix, is what I'll describe that as. I jump it, I shield it so that it can survive your sentry missile. It can show up wherever, and it can hit the tower from range, and I'm using it as a
True
tower.
aggro runs charge over EMP.
True.
Here are the wraith.
Skips. There is a photon coating on the board for Odyssey. He's putting that on his level 1 Tarantula here. That's the one that is slightly behind in experience. Mass-produced wraiths appear. There's range on the Tarantulas.
Skipping photon when you have wraiths as your plan into birds that showed EMP and not charge for $50. I mean, Ignatius even has the 50 right now. I think that was just a misplay in terms of the tankiness, let alone the EMP immunity on one of these wraiths being way more value than the $50 in the bank.
Yeah, that is one of the things I considered very strong when I was running Wraith Carry. Is make sure you have photon on it for the initial 25 seconds, because the item gives you the full 25 seconds.
We have our range on the spiders now, which is huge.
There is a flank typhoon for Odyssey.
That should have time after warping in to clear these crawlers.
One
One
goes
of them goes
down,
down, which is unfortunate.
but
Ooh.
looks like the Phoenix are doing great for Odyssey this round.
Yes. And this is how I think that the tarantulas can beat sabers, excuse me, in the headbutt. Is the way that Odyssey has played it.
I can't argue against the results so far. Ignatius Pennyfeather dropped to 30-30-20. Odyssey at 37-50. We go to round 5, tied 1 game to each. In news from the other bracket, the winner's bracket, Red Scare of 94 beats Park 09 2 games to nothing to move on. He is all the way through. His night is done. He is the first player to book his position in the Final Four.
And I think exactly no one is surprised, which is not to take anything away from the competitors or the games that were played. But hats off to Red Scare.
Blue
A
Man
lot of
group,
spider levels.
Blue Man group for both players. I think it was triple marksman drop. Range on the Wraiths for Ignatius Pennyfeather.
If I was Odyssey, I'd be incredibly tempted to click Aerial immediately, simply because we already see 2 Wraiths. There's no other ranged, there's no other teched shaft clear. And if your opponent starts selling out of the Wraith, then you're extremely happy regardless, and there's already birds on the board.
Right,
there was
bird and 2 Wraiths, so if your opponent starts selling on round 6, it takes him until round 8 to finish selling out.
Speaking of Aerial, guess what Ignatius isn't running?
On his marksman. Wow, he's got assault mode and shooting squad. That looks very memey, sir. Are you really running that in tournament play with a cash prize on the offer? All right.
This is looking commanding. I think Ignatius is in danger of being knocked out on round 6.
And even gets the -50 at the very end of the round for Odyssey. Ignatius Pennyfeather down to 1800. Odyssey at double that on 3750. Ms. Diana, welcome home. How are you tonight? Ignatius Pennyfeather skips. We've got another photon emission. This one not the item, the
oh my goodness.
Piece.
Ignatius Pennyfeather takes Degen on the round. Photon is offered as a spell in a headbutt. Ooh. That is so much money that does literally nothing. That is so sad.
And splash on the tarantulas as well. Odyssey is going for that 6-round knockout. Yikes. And there's the AA for the Wraiths. Is there any salvaging this? He hasn't even loaned for temp range.
I don't know that you should. I don't think that you're at the point where you're trying to make certain it's a knockout. You don't know that you're going to get the Degen Photon mix.
Well, I mean, Odyssey was in the position where he had 250 left, and he could have just taken it. I was talking about Pennyfeather trying
Pennyfeather
to avoid
definitely
the knockout.
Needs something, for sure. And we do get the loan from Odyssey.
And we do get the assault mode marks from Ignatius Pennyfeather. So he is going to commit to them from... It's not exactly standard. They're halfway up, but they are in behind the whole rest of the board, rather than being out front where they could tank.
These Wraiths are going to die before the Photon even wears off. Yeah, this is super over. And I don't agree with the Ask Man button here at all. I think that you're already outranged by the birds that are here, and you're out shaft cleared.
Oof. Well, Odyssey has stomped that one. Does get the 6-round knockout. Congrats to those of you who bet on him. And Ignatius Pennyfeather says, I trolled that last round so hard. I mean, I was a little surprised to see this bar on your marksman at all, sir. And let alone clicked into on that last round.
I will also say the Degen into the Photon spell, That was an extremely painful click.
Right. And it's certainly an expensive way to find out if opponent has taken it or not. Uh, welcome in. Main that. You main that. Saltmord Marksman is fine.
I agree.
Not
I actually think Assault Marksman is decent. I don't know about here specifically, but I
right.
definitely think that it is useful enough to be legitimate on the bar.
Right. Red Scarab says, not out of it though. Time for a legendary lower bracket run. This was 2-1 for Odyssey. That is this group complete.
Yes.
Puts us to
Good thing we started
our
early because we're at
we're right
exactly on the hour for our
right
next
on the hour
match.
exactly, and ready for you to set up the next matches for us. All right, we are going to be hitting you with the glare warning for those of you that are light sensitive. Avert your eyes. Here you are with the bracket. I was informed that the challenge is not correct, not up to date. I thought it was. It looked like it was, but
Cody.
Red Scare gets the win over Blood and then beats Arc 09 to make it through to the semifinals uh, on the unbeaten track. We have seen that Cody beat Die in the first set of matches. We saw Ignatius Pennyfeather against Odyssey. Odyssey with the win. We will follow that match. We're going to show you Odyssey against Cody coming right up. Uh, Organizers, we have already run our ads, so we're ready for you whenever you are ready for players.
Oh, Odyssey's bugged again, so I'm going to leave and remake the room.
Okay. Oh, so I've switched back over to that view. I'm sorry, we're supposed to be showing you this one. In the bottom side, you're going to have the losers bracket matches: Blood against Coldfire and Die against Ignatius Pennyfeather right now. And then we will be into, I think Blood and Coldfire is ongoing right now. And we will be into match 10 after the conclusion of this one, bringing you one of the knockout games. That is our bracket so far. We're showing you Cody versus Odyssey. Cody currently at 1963, a multiple time weekend tournament winner. Odyssey at 2261, I believe has won exactly one weekend tourney. So looking forward to this one quite a bit. I was uh, had a lot of fun playing in the Triple Threat Tricksters tournament, which Cody had organized. That really rewarded
Yes.
a aggro and unhinged style of play, if you will.
A lot of fun indeed.
Yeah, 2 does qualify for multiple. Did I already say that Amarok Alpha Titan is a lovely casting team? I'm looking forward to watching the VOD when I'm back from my vacation. Aw, thank you, Little Miss Dumpsterfire. That's much appreciated.
Very lovely to hear.
And
Goodness.
do owe you a big shout of thanks, Titan, for taking the yeoman's or yeoman's load of the work tonight, because again I'm recovering from surgery, so Titan
You know,
is
it's just an
really
enormous
stepping up.
burden. It just, I totally just twist my arm. Drag me in, kicking and screaming. No,
Exactly.
I, these are people I would be watching even if I didn't have casting going on, because these
Right.
matches are too fun and too interesting. So getting to be here with you and chat to make the most of it is just no better way to spend my Friday night.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Now, Cody is an absolute monster of aggro. I expect very much that, and in general, I think that Odyssey will be well served to be defensive here.
Welcome to our winners bracket quarterfinal, I guess. This is the winners bracket quarterfinal. Codifly
That is true.
against Odyssey. Cody, Nearside, and Blue says, I'm a memer. I may or may not restrain myself to try and play normally, but it's 5 in the effing morning. I might just randomly pigeonhole into some strat and pray that it works. Fair
That sounds
enough.
like all Cody to me. With all love, I love Cody, but like the round 2 lone intensive wraith in your flank is a signature of Cody's to contextualize how he sees the game.
Well, I'm gonna say also, he's he'll definitely go for the massive flank with big stompy forts.
Yes.
He convinced me into my my fort bar basically by demonstrating to me how good it can be, which is that range and elite marksman just dunk on the board from downtown. He's literally had forts that are able to shoot a tower from the midpoint line, 180 meters out.
He loves his intensive, and he runs elite on I think every unit in the game that has it, because he loves to just his vision of Mechabellum is I have the raid boss unit that is invincible.
Right.
And he will do something that is weird, but if you can't kill him, everything he does scales, because that is the way he likes to play the game.
Right. Hyper scaling to the max.
Yes.
Looks like Cody will win on the left. Can his storms finish out on the right? Depends how drunk the pilots are.
Ooh, I think that one Stormcaller. Oh,
it gets it done. So Cody wins
the staring contest.
Cody wins round 1, 4,200 hit points. Odyssey on 3,650. We go to round 2. Odyssey taking the marksman. So does Cody.
I think that's it. In a standard like this, that is, I think, just correct. I also think that Odyssey's in a great position long term for Vulcan Marksman here with the way that he is set up.
Right. And as you mentioned, Cody runs Elite Marksman on anything that can run it. He's got it on both of the Arc Lights and the Marksman. So a Mark Arcs build is plausible for him. We'll see if that's
storms are going to be
go.
Amazing here. Everything is slow and clumped up. I think the storms are going to put a tremendous amount of work. It was the unit that I wanted to see added by Odyssey this round.
Yeah, Odyssey did pick up the storms, and as you said, they are having a round and a half. We're down to marksman shooting crawlers on the left. That is not really the matchup you're looking for. When we talked earlier about chaff, that is the definition of chaff. Your unit taking a single shot and wasting, most of 2,000 hit points of damage.
And Cody's formation is also explicitly weak to storms, the way it is all clumped, all slow, and in one spot. I would be shocked if we don't see a running crawler this round.
Makes sense to me. He skips. There was a wasp swarm available, which Odyssey takes. So that is going to be a bit of a problem on the back line for Cody. A single run crawler from here will pull that wasp up and through, but Odyssey is playing it defensively instead of going aggro with it.
So I would really have liked to see Fangs played here and then use your wasp swarm aggressively. I think that your opponent is more vulnerable to it in theory than you are to it in the reverse. You already have more center deep chaff. And he even does take the Fangs, so maybe he will play the other one. Also, I'm not a huge fan of this crawler positioning for Cody, mostly because I think that it will die so quickly in relation to the rest of his units. Nothing else is even shooting yet.
You mean the outside right and outside left?
No, his forward crawlers from Cody.
Yeah, the ones on the front outside. Those were instead of a running crawler.
Right. I get the logic behind it, but I think that they die before the rest of his army even fires a shot, and so they're very free, and it means that Odyssey's army doesn't have to walk forward, which gives him more range advantage to leverage. So these aren't huge rounds, but they're also not small, and they're adding up to a good chunk of damage each round.
And from what
Keep in mind, that's after 2 turns.
Right. Three rounds complete. We're down to 2778 for Cody, and he has taken all of that damage on 2 rounds of losses. Extended range arc light comes up. Both players take it.
100%.
I mean, you're in arc lights already. Right. This makes sense.
Oh, Cody. I think the melting point here is a mistake. I think that it's very early, and I think that it is punishable. I think the storms are really strong here, and I don't think we have a good answer, and I think that this is just another slow unit that the storms get immense value from. And strangely, Cody's not respecting the storms, even though he is Cody is not uncommon to play anywhere from 7 to 10 like range launcher, like Giga Storm boards. The sledges are good into these melters. There's no single target. I mean, the Rhino is here, but this melter is a huge commitment from Cody. It's also worth noting that extended range arc lights with EMP themselves kind of counter melting point just by its lonesome.
That is a solid round for Odyssey.
Fire is very strong here, although tank prod is very good for the giant player. Triple arc again. I kind of want to see Odyssey range his marksman and get some elite, I think a triple elite marksman or more storms. We talked about this. That's another angle to go here. I actually really like that as well. And the AP $100 tech. Like, Odyssey completely sees Cody being weak to storms here. And shields against the potential of fire. So just absolutely respecting the possibilities, knows that he wants to try and get hit point damage on the bar, and it would not surprise me if Cody goes down to like 500 or less here. I don't think there's enough to kill. That's a huge storm investment, relatively speaking, to this early in the game, and it's because the whole board loses storm callers. There might even be a world where you keep your shield if you're super lucky, but I think these storms do pop it. Yep, under.
You called it.
What do you do if you're Odyssey here? It's not the Fortress. It might be the Phantom Ray. I don't think you want to go into Raiden or Sabretooth with the melters already shown. I think it's got to be the Phantom Ray just by virtue of the others being poor into the board. But I mean, it's tough. None of these really scream Odyssey.
I'm kind of looking at this going, what do you what do you do if you're Cody? How do you turn this board around?
I mean, you have to play 4 anti-missile devices for starters, lined up with each of his storm callers, and that's another reason why I think that the Phantom Rays are solid. But yeah, this is an anti-missile. Yep, it's you have pigeonholed yourself into needing anti-missile devices to not lose.
And he is going to throw down 6, it looks like. That is
Then
expensive, but it will
also super
work
forward.
against. It'll also work against the Phantom Rays.
I want those behind your arc line, because I think even if you win, it's incredibly likely that you lose some.
Right, and that is an expensive thing to pay for.
Right. Cody spent $800 on temps this round. For context, even if he wins but he loses some, this is not sustainable. And I think that Odyssey isn't forced into keeping Stormcallers as his win condition.
Right.
I said the Melters do have Crawler Prod, and that is a very valuable tech in this scenario specifically.
Well, Cody asks that you really honor his temporaries. He also bought temp range, so it's 900 on fair. Temporaries.
I see. Not wrong. So far, the AMDs haven't gone down, but
and the fact that he took
storms
6,
are starting to get through.
Yeah, I was going to say the fact that he took 6 instead of 4 meant that they've performed much better over the course of the entire round, and they do in fact survive the entirety of it. So do the two shield barriers. So he has dropped Odyssey to 2,500 and hasn't wasted a penny other than the 100 on temp range. Now he gets his intensive training. We talked about how much he loves that one.
Odyssey... Mass EMP is super important here, though. I think intensive is a mistake at this point when you're at 500.
Yeah, well, Odyssey also takes the intensive there. So both players playing a different line here.
I actually don't hate it for Odyssey, mostly because he has more time, I think. But I still think the Mass EMP is the correct choice. Or at least the ideal choice here.
Cody gets into Elite Marksman on the Arcsalites, so has one of them up to level 4. That was his gold damage dealer last round.
And of course, he has the ER arcs, as they both do, so this Arclight is basically outranging even ranged marksmen. Not that the marksmen have range, mind you.
Right.
Odyssey has a choice to make. Does he mass more storms and muscle through? Does he range marks and get more of them?
Cody goes for a pair of fangs, putting those behind tower. That is, I think, respect for the fact that there is a wasp swarm available.
I think it's also just good to have late slow chaff into this board.
That's true too.
But yes, I think that it's especially valuable with the possibility of wasp, and obviously that center missile is there for that as well.
Elite Marksman and Odyssey. EMP for Odyssey.
And we definitely need temp range here, sir. Please don't be greedy. He did not take temp range. That's huge. Temp range is essential here, especially on round 7 in a range war, where if you take these missile devices, you win the game because you can't afford to play them again. I also think selling these Phantom Rays is important simply because they have done 0 damage due to the missile devices.
Right, yeah. Odyssey seems very reluctant to sell units at all. If we have learned anything from watching him against Ignatius Pennyfeather. And despite having those units doing 0, I think he's viewing them as tanky. Meanwhile, Cody has whittled him down to 1423. Cody on 476 in a dream. Steel balls for Odyssey.
Like that. It's tankiness, it's bodies. I don't think you tech them because I think that the Arclights likely get EMP here. I'm not surprised at Cody getting the Vulcan. He loves playing them, although with 8 Arclights already on board, that seems a little strange.
Well, I mean, if you like the unit, you like the unit, I guess.
Right, it's a very Cody thing to pick in this scenario.
Yeah. I could see him selling it to put down EMP on the Arclights, though, for sure. Also, he is Giant Specialist, so he wasn't getting any value out of the unlock, particularly.
Right. I think it's I think he should sell it. I don't think he does. I think he's got his chaff clear sorted and then some.
Well, he may be playing around loose formation. Not that Odyssey is in a ton of crawlers. I guess Odyssey going to portable shield instead.
It would be very strange for him to go loose in this situation with so few.
Yeah.
I think the shield makes much more sense.
Right.
Cody thinking, I'm going to take the Vulcan, so is he, and tries to do some kind of oil light his own opponent's board on fire kind of thing.
Right.
But there is, of course, no Vulcan to light it.
There's the EMP. He did, in fact, sell the Vulcan.
He did sell it. I'm proud of him. I did not think he would.
Oil on the ground for Odyssey on the left side. We'll see how much of a difference that makes. Odyssey also takes a level 1 steel ball there.
Not a fan of the range on the balls, though. I think that in this arc light board, EMP has to be expected.
Right. I mean, if you're
this
gonna...
slow is super huge.
If you're gonna take something, I would have expected mechanical division, but you have to kind of predict that the EMP is coming, right?
Right. Into this board when you already have 200-meter range.
Right.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Now there is temp range now, which is huge.
Right, you can see what a big difference that's making for Odyssey's board.
Yes.
Especially on the right.
And that pull was huge for Cody. Without that pull, by the way, I think this is already over. With it, I think he wins the round. Again.
That is going to be really close to game. He's got 800 plus the 350. It leaves Odyssey
almost
on 139. You've got less than 750 hit points total between the two players combined, and an Ion Blast comes up.
I mean, Ion is for both. And by the way, this Ion should absolutely swipe 3 missile devices in a row of arcs.
Right.
Because Ion can kill them, and
yeah, Ion, if you don't know, kills missile devices.
This is Cody trying to light that oil on fire. I think that Vulcan gets to wander forward and light it. Although this fire, lighting the oil in the middle that can't be stopped, is huge. Cody, what? No. I think that's a mistake. Maybe it's not. It does. I mean, it is a very clear beam path.
Right.
Oh. Wait a minute. Odyssey sold out of the storms on the left, but is Ion beaming the missile devices on the left? I think you should... I guess he's just selling out of the storms entirely.
Full stop selling out of the storms, right? And so the Ion Beam is just where I think the arc lights are going to be and hitting the...
I disagree with that decision. I think that he should have sold out of the rays instead of the storms and pushed to kill these and picked a side.
Right. Yeah, I feel very much the same. Definite nail biter.
In the bag, and it's kind of gone to an either or. I think that this arc light, this Vulcan gets the oil lit, but I'm not 100% sure.
So Cody running the Vulcan along here. Has not taken temp speed, which would have guaranteed that it got in there. That would have been nice to see.
Does it turn?
There's a crawler coming, and it does get it. So, solid. The left side is a disaster. The flames have just killed every chaff on the board for both sides. And we're down to, is that Fangs versus Wasps on the left, and Melter versus, oh dear God, Melter versus Phantom Rays on the right. The Phantom Ray is down, the Melter is down, there is no AA for
but
Cody.
Not enough to win the game.
Wasps are locked on one of the anti-missile devices. That's just mean, they went after another one.
That's super lucky that it wasn't game.
All right.
Holy smokes.
137 to 139. Could you get a closer game going to round 10? Laser sights, I think, but Cody will skip.
No. There's no way you skip when you have a level 6 elite arc light. What?
Odyssey does not skip.
Arclight levels are huge here, but Odyssey puts that on his level 5 Arclight, I think, every time, that laser sight, unless he's picking a new unit to recruit.
Cody has gone for the 4th tech on the arc lights. For him, that's anti-air. And Odyssey takes a pair of sandworms, trying to go for a finish. Little Miss Dumpster Fire says, wait, what are they doing? I have a train to catch. I hope you have Wi-Fi on the train.
No kidding. I think these worms never have a shot. Never have a shot of dying without their techs disabled.
They certainly
I think
don't.
This tech is just wasted
mechanical
money.
division is just wasted, right? You could conceivably have done replicate, because as they surface, they aren't EMP'd, right? So you get your larva that way.
Yeah. I don't hate the idea of storms. By the way, I want to see him rebuy the storm collars on the left where there are no AMDs.
Right.
Those were so incredibly strong. Also, Cody over here with the Beacon Vulcan play is going to be very strong. He still pulls everything into this little pocket, and the fire on the ground is going to be huge, and I think Cody has this. I think the Giga Carry Arclight line is just going to outscale everything else that's on the board.
Cody with the fadeaway incendiary from the Vulcan. That is going to help against some of these crawlers.
Does disappear relatively efficiently, though. Almost torching his own shaft with that second barrage. That's an incredibly deep beacon. I think that was too deep, actually.
It looks like that is just to keep the Vulcan alive for the end round.
Yeah. I'm not sure I agree with that decision, but that may have been the intent.
Right, whether it's dubious or not is another question. But here it is. You've got that Vulcan showing up to tank the arc lights at the end, keep one arc light alive, and be 350 damage on the bar, and that is the difference. Cody by a nail. 137 hit points left after being reduced to that way earlier in this game. Barely finishes Odyssey off in the 10th round. What a game. And congrats to those of you who bet on Cody. And yeah, did not lose a pile of rocks, exactly.
Kudos to Cody, 100%. I feel so bad Rod's there. I think he had it in the bag, and I think he really kind of lost his tempo when he wasn't able to get through those AMDs and didn't muscle through like I think he could have.
And I'm going to say also on round 7 when he didn't take the temp range.
I think he wins the game.
Right. I mean, all he has to do is tip this by, 2 arc lights. An arc light and a surviving Stormcaller, right? To get a little bit further along. Note that on that last round, Cody did sell out of this left side melting point to go with a single incendiary bomb Stormcaller to try and get the left side lit on fire. So, pretty amazing, that one.
That was a great game.
That was pretty epic. And now these two have to go at it again. And Cody says, do note that armor piercing reduces attack speed, and he also doesn't run overload on that one. Yeah, round 2, fight. To coin a well-known phrase. Good luck catching your train, Little Miss Dumpster Fire.
Yes.
What a great game from both. Their heart rates must be insane. Indeed, Julio Sparkles, you're not wrong.
Those are the fun ones there. I'm going to grab a very quick drink. I'll be right back.
Please do. You heard it here first. Alpha Titan drinking on the job. Wait, no, he's not paid. This isn't a job. Never mind. I know. Strike, Burrow, Heal, Replicate, and Sandstorm are all immune to EMP, and he chose Mech Division. That's, I mean, you get this deep into a match, and it is tough to make the right decisions. If you are, if you need to practice making the right decisions that deep into a map, that's what the community challenges are for over on the, what is it, I I guess you can get to them from the single player tab. They're also from the community tab. Let us put the Gamba up for you guys.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Odyssey also played a War Factory into EMP arcs that lost its tech. I know someone did. I think Odyssey was the one who did that.
Yeah, I think that was Odyssey.
Into the Typhoon board from Pennyfeather.
From Pennyfeather.
So I think there may be a bit of a blind spot, or kind of a
to EMP on arc lights specifically. Yeah.
Right. And it could just be an easy mistake to make when you're that in deep a crazy into a round. Game. So
yeah. Welcome to game 2. Codifly won the first one in a nail biter. Odyssey looking to bounce back here. This is the quarterfinals of the winners bracket. So these two players are both unbeaten so far. It's a best of 3. So if Cody wins, his night is done. He's through to next round. And if Odyssey wins, we get a third match.
The small amp core specialist with spiders is very solid, although into Saber it is tough. So it is looking like we will get the direct headbutt.
Again.
Which generally favors the Sabertooth in terms of positional play. Also, I like this formation rather than the Arclight being directly behind the Saber. I think the stagger like this is really valuable because of the way that chaffing for spiders usually works.
Yeah.
And when there's chaffing like that, usually the chaff is in line with your tower like he has his Arclight.
Right.
So this is very much a play the standard chaff structure kind of play. Cody playing these spiders really close, though.
Right up on the line where it's going to get easily locked.
Very dangerous. Yeah, I think that's dangerous into Sabers. I'm not a huge fan of this positioning from Cody, comparatively speaking.
Well, it is fixable on round 2, assuming he doesn't have other problems to deal with.
Odyssey also not massing out on round 1 with quick supply money like he has done previously.
Right.
Curious to see what he does do. One of the things I like in this kind of position is Wraith. Another is potentially adding Spider, but having the triple arc kind of disincentivizes both those lines.
Right. So he floats the 200 on round 1, and we see the instant lock from this right side Saber. Oh. Then both Sabers delete the Tarantulas. Cody's Fang Chaff out here in kind of flank screening positions, not contributing at all to the main fight. And that has let the Sabers dominate. It'll be a long round.
Yes, it will. We will wait for this Narnia conga line of Fangs to reach the tower, but I don't think they get another kill.
Hey, they are going to hang out at that tower for a while. They have a mission.
Somebody hasn't clicked speed up, or has it not come as an option yet?
I keep trying to, but I'm not. I'm not in the seat.
There we go.
All right, Cody down to 4288. Odyssey on 3900.
Cody did have over 5,000 hit points and took Improved Overlord, a favorite of his, although a very hard card to get into when you're not Giant or Aerial spec. And since it's an improved card, that also means it can't come off the drop. So that is I need to survive, but there are very few units that can do everything like an improved boat can do.
Of course, that does depend on your tech line, so we won't know what Cody's tech line is until he brings the boat out. We haven't seen a boat from him tonight.
I'm 90% sure that he runs the range launcher combination in conjunction with whatever else. I think Splash as well.
If he's running range launcher Splash, then that is the line that makes Overlord absolutely pop. He does bring out the crawlers on the front line to fix those insta-targeting issues. And a third crawler on the outside. And Odyssey took Underground Threat, but again, seeming very protective, placed them defensively rather than going aggressively after opponents' towers. It's a definite tendency I'm noticing from Odyssey.
Yes. I will say I scrimmed with Cody a few times, not this week specifically, but previously, and told him that one of the things that I felt like he was not doing well enough was utilizing flank and chaff deploys, and was under chaffing in terms of the early game. And so I do see him adding a lot of chaff, but the spiders are in a position to insta-lock these sabers, and he just doesn't have any DPS. This is going to be a huge amount of hit point damage.
Yeah, it's another dominant round win for Odyssey. Cody in a lot of trouble early. Of course, he has the hit points to stabilize.
Yes. But this is a lot of, like, this is like 1,200 damage on round 2.
Yep, it is 1,200 damage. That'll drop Cody to, where are we at? 3,166. I guess it was 1,100. Close enough. Odyssey still on 3,900. We go to round 3.
Cody's... wow. You're losing towers.
With additional deployment available.
Range, like, there's so many good things here. Holy smokes. Does he have plans for every penny?
It's 5:30 in the morning. He might not have plans for every penny.
That's fair, and Pennyfeather isn't in the match, so, you know, he's probably not trying to plan on facing off against Pennyfeather.
He is going for a pair of steel balls, one coming after the level 2 tower with a sentry missile to clear any chaff. And he's got a steel ball here to try and, I guess, handle the sabers. If his chaff positioning is good, then the sabers won't lock onto the steel balls.
Those balls aren't going to do anything, I don't think.
They are just locked here and deleted by the sabers.
Down, I don't know if there's going to be anything left. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario, where you get the tower uncontested with your surprise, and you still lose the round by about 1,000 or more. And watching steel balls clear chaff is just one of those painful experiences that you never wish upon anyone.
And you've all experienced at 400 MMR on your way up. Cody down to 2,000 hit points at this point. Odyssey looking in complete control even before he gets the triple bird. And
there's no... okay, wow. Okay, that's... whew.
Cody gets to his improved overlords. Of course, the stats there, increased splash range by 5 gives them a 12-meter splash, and increased attack and hit points by 20%. These things, even at level 1, are on 25,000 hit points, dealing 5,000 per missile. And he is running Launcher Overload, Range Enhancement, Photon Emission, and Mothership.
I do not like the range click on the arc lights. They were in targeting fire from the immediate positioning. I think in this situation, I would have much rather seen range on the Mustangs and the level taken, or range on the birds, knowing that there is the improved Overlord card taken by Cody. I think the range on the arcs is almost completely wasted at the moment.
And sometimes it can even be backwards, right? And that it gets them locked on.
It may lock
tarantula.
It may lock spiders.
Right. Where you could wind up with your saber-tooth shooting crawlers while the arc lights are locked onto the saber. To the spider, you had this one locked. The other ones are not. And the Phoenix are pretty much the brutal answer to the improved Overlords. They're having a good time.
At least the saber goes down. That's 200 more health, but you're down into the single like below 1,000 here.
Yeah, down into the triple digits. 721 for Cody. We've talked about he loves those hyper-scaling late game comps. We know improved Overlord is one of those comps. Is he going to have enough time to get there, or is this a down in 5 rounds sort of game? It'll be a Launcher Overload on the Overlords and Drill on the Crawlers. Now,
and Splash on the Spiders.
Last round, crawlers, I guess there was some value here. And a little bit for this one. That's about it.
There is also the underground.
He does have the
so he's
in the underground, so he's hedging against replicate. Okay, that makes good sense.
I think with this many crawlers in his position, I don't hate it here. I think that you're down and it's difficult because you don't want to. He is loaning on round 5 for this, for what it's worth, but he took 3 really good techs. But nothing other than the boats can shoot the birds, and Cody is low enough that 3 birds and some chaff is enough to win this. And I think that he's going down this round, if I had to guess.
One slight
temp range on Odyssey. I love that choice.
That's a great call. I was going to say one of the nice little things for Cody was that his overlords at 100 meters still outrange his unranged tarantulas at 80, which could protect the overlords, but it does not. It does protect them for the initial moments of the round.
Right.
But, that is about all she wrote.
That was just surgical. I mean, that was 5,000 health going down in 5 rounds with remainder.
Right. Yeah, 59.85 dealt by Odyssey that game. And he did spend 5 temp missiles on that last round.
Yes.
To finish the game, also loaned temp range, temp speed, did everything right as far as closing out a game goes. And just, this feels so much like me when I play that Codifly Super Greed style, where I've got the hyper late round scaling comp, but it just never gets off the ground and down in 5 rounds. So this is a best of 3. Welcome in Vibe and Vibe Raiders. Thank you very much for joining us. You are in for a treat. We are casting the Mecha Mini Masters, which is currently in the round of 8. This is day 2 of a 3-week competition, and we're in a double elimination format with best of 3 matches going. Cody won the first match of this pairing. Odyssey just won the second one. We've got the third ready for you in 90 seconds or so after the players have clicked ready up. So welcome in. Really glad to have you with us. And apologies for those of you who are going to see a ad right off the bat. We try to run the ads between matches, and that's just so that you don't miss anything. Congrats to those who bet on Odyssey last match at 1.66 to 1. Thank you, brother. How was your stream? Get our Game 3 betting coming up.
This has been absolutely amazing. And for those of you just joining, we are in the midst of the winner's bracket side of the Mecha Mini Masters, which is kind of like the just shy of Mag 1 caliber targeting for players in the community. Most of them range from the 2K to 2.2, 2.3-ish kind of bracket. And honestly, it's just been absolutely amazing. After this game, the loser of this match will actually go to a loser's bracket best of 3.
Winner of
so
this
it's a
match,
double elimination.
Yeah, winner of this match is straight through, and next plays next Friday. Tournament Friday will be starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. And as you can see, we've got the 1963 MMR Cody nearside blue, 22 and change Odyssey will be far side red. Channel point predictions are up for those of you that enjoy it. And yeah, this is definitely a checkout. Please check out the VOD. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And honestly, these are the kind of games where it's fun to watch. Anything can happen. And on top of that, there's a lot to learn. There's been diverse play. There's been great decision making. There's been some easy to make mistakes that we all should be mindful of for ourselves. So just across the board, Really good.
Currently showing the bracket. We saw Red Scare of 94 beat Blood 2-0. Red Scare went on to beat Park 09 and has made it to the winners semifinals. We also got to cast Odyssey against Ignatius Pennyfeather. That had a bunch of epics, 3 games and an average of 10 rounds apiece, with Odyssey facing Cody now, and they are tied up 1 game apiece. Winner will be through into the winners semifinals and playing on day 3. The loser will be dropped down here to I guess it's this one, L8 will be in a best of 3 against the winner of Die versus Ignatius Pennyfeather, concurrent on a different channel. I'm not sure which of the 2 channels is hosting that at the moment, so I can't necessarily give you the shout out, but I really do appreciate you guys joining us for this one. Coming up in about 20 seconds. Now, we started with 16,
oh, man,
right?
Oh, man.
We started with 16 players.
Right.
We saw 8 eliminated on day 1. We're going to see 4 more eliminated today. Grab your popcorn.
Here we go.
Game 3, Codifly versus Odyssey. Cody almost knocked out in game 1, got it down to under 200 hit points before staging an epic comeback. Game 2, Odyssey closed it out in 5, so we expect a similar approach. Cody will have to weather having only 3,700 hit points and stabilize, but then should have the long-term scaling comp. Odyssey will be in the position of trying to knock him out early and has 5,400 hit points and the small amp core. Yet again, we have a Saber versus Tarantula start. This time, Cody has completely changed it up, is going to play it from deep. So Tarantula's inside and behind, inside the towers, Crawler's behind the towers. What were you going to say, Titan?
I love the fact Odyssey is picking the other side. If I'm Odyssey, the last place Cody is going to be is where he was last time. So I think he's predicting a aggro on the other side. In this case, it is from standard. But I love the fact that Odyssey is switching sides from last game. Also, this time Odyssey has the amp cores, and amp cores on Sabers are just absolute menaces into spiders.
Beastly. For those of you just joining us, I'm Amarok81, and with me in the booth is Alpha Titan, who you guys may know as Age of Alpha Titan here on Twitch.
I will say, in these kinds of positions, I actually kind of like the opening crawler. I guess you don't know which side you're going to get aggroed, but in general, I kind of like it more parallel with the tower on the flank edge. Especially when you expect to get aggroed. Because that way some of it runs forward, some of it runs backward, and it's much faster at getting to the tower than a full deep crawler. And oftentimes there are good chaff clear units that get anchored in the corners, and you want a rhino or something to be the first thing it shoots instead of crawlers there.
Right. And that what he's talking about is possibly starting with a crawler at this level. Also, Vibe, I understand you are responsible for the nasty beast of a build that I ran into on the mini tournament this week. I got chewed up by a Fang, Fortect Rhino build that chat said was directly copied from you by that player. So nicely done. It was beautiful. Cody takes the improved wasps. Great card.
I just have to say this. I meant to say this before the match started, and then the raid happened, and I lost my train of thought. But I was going to say, if you had asked me what one thing to expect in this game of 3, I would have said Cody will play at least one wasp game.
Yeah.
Cody loves his wasps. He's good at wasps. And as we mentioned in game 1, he loves his elite. He loves his scaling. And so Cody is absolutely going to be playing wasps here. If I'm in Odyssey's position, I take the Elite Mustang card because I saw improved wasps. That's how confident I am in Cody taking the improved wasps here.
Right.
Not that we have the benefit of hindsight. And he will even skip the deploy for the unlock.
He does indeed. Actually,
well, he's supply, so he actually got it.
Does get his second deploy out, but Odyssey, not as familiar with Cody specifically, perhaps playing this a little bit more standardly. Takes a Arclight and a Fang behind this outside tower to kind of ensure that that doesn't go down. That's going to give Cody a essentially free reign with the Wasps. They are opposed by the Fangs, but
I think there's enough Fangs these Wasps to go down.
As long as the Tarantulas have a good round, play some screen. Nope, the Wasps are in trouble. Down they go.
I didn't like the Cody placement, though. I think the placement on those Wasps was greedy. I think if you buy yourself... Oh my gosh, that was fast.
That round is over, and Cody is down to 21-42. Here we go again, question mark.
And the Saber leveled. Holy smokes.
Odyssey on 5,400, and comfortable.
Wow.
Cody gets his fort. Odyssey takes the level 2 Wraith.
And I want to see range on that Wraith this turn.
What is the Wasp bar? Do you even need to ask? It is range, elite marksman, aerial specialization. We said he runs elite on every card that can run it, and he's got shields so that they can survive a early, a missile strike or other call-in.
Right. The Wasp drop is very strong here. If the Saber hadn't leveled, I think there's an argument that you go for it and you go for it AA immediately. Normally, I don't encourage that, but into improved Wasp, I think that is a very solid line. But the Wraith is just very strong here.
Right. If you scare the player out of improved Wasps, you've done your job. Right? It's worth the 200. Well, welcome home, Apuchi. How are you tonight? Hope you are ready to enjoy an epic. These two are tied up 1 game apiece. Winner is through to next weekend's finals. Loser is down for one more Losers Bracket game that we will be casting right after this.
This Wraith is just bullying, and this Blue Saber is going to get to blow up this... Oh, the fort will die before the Blue Saber even gets to shoot it. And this is another 1,000 damage.
Wow. Cody in trouble after going down in 5 rounds last game. How do you recover mentally at this point? It's 5:45 in the morning for him. He's got to be feeling just beaten in the last game after exhausting himself in the first game.
Heavy armor for the Wraith, too.
Ugh.
That's so hard.
Smoke for Cody.
I like smoke.
He'll drop that over the main army, of course. Puts it just far enough forward that shields aren't going to do much to slow it down, although they could possibly pip the center line in 1 or 2 edges of bubbles. And he shields his own units from the smoke.
Not that you want to, but right. I think you should. Double tap. I love that, being able to just say, if you go for it, they will die.
Right.
Because with this little mini amp, they do, I think, enough to actually kill the fortress in 1 shot.
That is
not quite
37-6. Yeah, 37-6. So, note, of course, the heavy armor had to go on a Saber because there was already a small amp core on the Wraith.
That's right.
So,
knowing that, I actually don't know if the double tap on the Saber, I would have rather seen range on the Wraith because Wasp is his out.
Speaking of the Wasps, there's another Wasp and range, and he's also got 3 vertical sledges, courtesy the drop, I think. Oh, wait, no. They were already out.
He played some of those last rounds.
Yeah, he manually played them last round. True. So.
But this spider is locked onto the heavy armor Sabertooth.
One pack of Wasps down, the other one doing its best against a level 2 Saber.
This will be a round win for Odyssey, but not a ton of hit point damage. Is fighting through the smoke for another round.
The Wasps had a great round. They have leveled. Cody at 616, running the improved Wasp game. Desperate to turn it around. And a quick teleport is the take for Odyssey. It's heavy armor for Cody, which he puts in front on the sledges in front of his best pack of wasps. Sells his fort to Mech Rage, the sledges.
I think that's a great play with the Wraith.
Loans for anti-air. You mean the flank Wraith, not the corner front Wraith. Wraiths now have degen beam.
That's a lot of sledges. The double tap sabers are kind of weak into it. I do like the general shape of this. The problem is Cody's at 616.
Right.
And I think that just this Wraith getting through is going to be enough that I think the blue Wraith doesn't die and this Wraith doesn't die. And that means like a pocket of fangs, one arc light.
Right.
It's going to be close. But
Right. 2 surviving Wraiths is 600. That would leave Cody at 16 hit points.
And it's round 5.
It is round 5. Survive.
Interestingly enough, loan for speed and other things, but not range on unranged Wraith.
I mean, that's okay. Cody loaned and didn't take any temps. Pedal to the middle.
Last teleport is just vicious here.
Outside left Wraith has gone down. So we're down. Oh, and a missile strike takes out most of the leveled Wraiths, or leveled Wasps on the left side. That flank Wraith has been slowed down by a sentry missile, but there is just not enough left, not enough Wasp in the air for Cody to even clean up the ground game. There is going to be more than 616 left here.
Yes,
Odyssey, it is GG's. Odyssey is through to tomorrow. Cody has to fight again in the loser's bracket. Congrats to Odyssey. GG's. Cody, shake it off.
Game.
Shake it off.
Well,
I know it's
by Odyssey.
I know it's 6 a.m, but shake it off. You gotta go again.
To Cody's, for what it's worth, number of times that it is 11 p.m. my time, which is what it is now, and Cody messages me to play and he hasn't gone to sleep yet, is like twice a week. So this is not out of Cody's normal routine
it's
per
not,
se, but
it's not out of the range.
It is at his best.
Exactly. Well, Odyssey,
man, oh man,
Odyssey getting it done. Nobody at all bet on Cody for that last match. That's a little disheartening to see. Of course, it was correct. So
it was tough.
All right, I am ready for next invites.
Copy that. I have to check the bracket and see who it is that Cody is up against for our next match. I think it's either Park or Blood. No, Park or Blood's in the top bracket. We have the bottom bracket winner of the loser's bracket.
So Odyssey is through. Yeah, you are facing winner of Die versus Pennyfeather. Have those two finished is the other question. I see Park and Blood ongoing. I don't see Die and Pennyfeather.
Let me check in.
Oh, they are currently at 1-1. So we'll jump down into that one, I think. And show you a knockout match. Is that match private then? Because we are not in it. We are not able to see it. It may be a no spectators, invitation only match.
What round is it?
A game just finished, Cody says. Wait, that one's in round 7. Okay. Then I think we can't see it.
Okay.
I think we have to go to Park 09 and Blood. Die is the winner in round 7. So Die is our opponent. Cody versus Die.
Die taking the upset against Ignatius Pennyfeather is quite an impressive turn of events.
That does set up a rematch between Cody and Dai. They faced each other in the first round, as you can see from our bracket.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
Red Scare and beat Blood in the first match, beat Park 09 in the second to get through. That left Blood facing Park in a best of 3 on the losers bracket. They are currently in what looks like a 7th round or so, against, I guess, 6th round at the moment. What might be their third match. We saw Ignatius Pennyfeather we saw Odyssey beat Ignatius Pennyfeather. Then we saw Odyssey over Cody. Now we get to see Cody versus Dai. That is a rematch of the match that they played at the start. Yeah, who will have the determination to crawl back into the winner's circle? Now, Titan, let's, if I may ask you, you had that experience in the first Mecha Mini Masters, dropped to a loser's bracket. How did you shake it off? How did you put that behind you and just bear down and focus to have the kind of focus to come back once you're in that loser's bracket?
Well, in my particular instance, I knew that if I won my loser's bracket that night, I was going back to the winner's bracket to face the person who sent me there. So that was an extra layer of, oh great, I have to do the rematch that I've already lost if I win down here. And then I lost my first match in the loser's bracket. So I was like, at a certain point, in general, I've always kind of thrived under pressure. I'd like just public speaking or whatever it is. And so for me, in that game, it was game 2, and I was down a game in the loser's bracket. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to force anything. I am just going to dial in and play my best Mechabellum based on what I get right now. I'm not going to try and force a style or a strategy other than making sure that I play what I am confident with and comfortable with. And I think that players will almost always be at their best when they are in their own element. And a lot of times it is easy to get rattled out of that or feel forced into something. And the more you feel cornered going into a match, the more likely you are to make poor decisions, leave holes. And so I think the key here is if you're Dai and you lost to Cody and you're back facing Cody again, don't try and get cute. I think the answer is play the way you know you play. And that would be my best advice in the sense of the person who is facing back up against the person they lost.
Right.
To.
Well, I have 2 shout-outs. Thank you for being here, Spencer Fuss. It says, this was really fun, but I have to sleep. You guys make a great casting duo. Looking forward to catching the rest in the VOD. Also, a thank you for the follow to Pelias X. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and rest well.
Welcome to the rematch of Codifly versus Dai. The first time around, Cody won that one. I believe it was 2 games to none. Was it 3? Was it 2 games to 1? Anybody know? I think it was 2 games to none. So Cody is the presumed favorite. That was 2 games to 0. Cody is the presumed favorite, but he's also coming off of back-to-back losses. Dai has the hot hand at the moment after winning in the losers bracket already. So he's kind of already shaken off his defeat and come back with a win over Ignatius Pennyfeather. That knocked Ignatius Pennyfeather out. Now, I said that the winner of Cody versus Dai was going to make it to the Final 4. I was correct. The winner of this one is in the Final 4. You know, sometimes you gotta just toot your own predictions. I did also predict Ignatius Pennyfeather making it through.
Right.
But
broken clocks.
That did not happen. Wait a minute now. Hold on here. I said Red Scare. I said Odyssey. I said winner of Dai versus Codifly. I'm 3 out of 4.
Fair.
Now, if Blood beats Park, you're also in very good shape for your predictions.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Ultimately, this is a much better matchup for Cody. opponent is Saber spec, and in fact added a Saber round 1 instead of having their 2 chaff deploys, which I don't like.
Right.
But I think spiders are just very solid at this. I also am not really a huge fan of this lone marksman. I think that it dies so many times to crawlers. Now in this case into hounds, I think it wins. Some very strange choices here on round 1. And I think all of them favor Cody at the moment.
The lone marksman does get the job done, even manages to do one of your favorite things, using the vast majority of his health along the way. Marksmen have surprising amount of health for what would traditionally be a glass cannon unit. They actually have almost 2,000.
Trolling the marksman.
Oh goodness. Marksman will lose out to this Saber, so Die, making the unconventional choice to go Saber on round 1 into the Tarantulas, gets a level, and it is quite plausible that Die was watching how much Cody seems to struggle with Sabers in a Tarantula build.
That is a beefy boy. Level 2 with a haste module.
Die now takes the haste module, so this thing is moving at 13 meters per second, and has its attack increased by 40%.
Briefly to Ignatius Pennyfeather, I will say that happens to all of us, and I know that that's slim comfort when it happens, but I want you to know that you are a beast, and you were one of my favorites to be in the top 2. So for what that's worth, that says your skill as a player is exceptional.
Yeah, Ignatius Pennyfeather, both Titan and I tipped you to move forwards to the round of 4. So again, congrats on the really, really solid play in the run up to this. In the first set of elimination matches, you really do. You have come a long way from the guy who would tilt at just about anything. You've really, you've really changed your mentality, and I think that speaks a lot about you as a person. So,
ooh, the Mustang ad is a bit odd here. It's not great into the Tarantulas, and there's no fangs on board. It will obviously eat the marksman by himself, which I'm shocked it didn't get a crawler escort.
Yes, how is this marksman all by himself a second round in a row?
But I love the crawler ad in general from Cody. The abandoned marksman is sad. I don't know about these Mustangs long term though, but this blue Sabertooth is just going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, blue haste module Sabertooth is going to have a field day until somebody counters it. Die played really well. Ignatius Pennyfeather says Die played really well. To be honest, I've never seen the plays he made. Like legit, never seen it from anyone in 4,000 hours of Mecha. That is I think that actually says something both about Die and also about the state of the game, right? The game is so unique that even at 4,000 hours played, you are going to see a game that you haven't seen before.
Yep. Now we get the free Saber, and I imagine you line that up with the haste module Spider if you are Die, and we need to get some chaff on the board if we're Die as well. I think we're doing well, but I think, well, I mean, when I said line up, I'm not quite sure I meant that close to the line.
You said line it up. You weren't specific. Oh, Die.
I do like the idea of placing it in insta-lock range, though, believe it or not.
Well,
I want this spider locking instantly.
Congratulations to Park09, who beats Blood in the other losers bracket game. So that puts Park09 through to our final 4. There is only one spot left, and that spot will be filled by Cody or Die. Guess who?
Congrats.
Thank you for the subscription. Much appreciated. And congrats to Park09.
The Wraith. I love that from Die. I think Wraith is incredibly strong right now. Playing it into the marksman is a little bit bold, but honestly, as long as you have chaff, it's very hard to hit those Wraiths as long as they get range. And the marksman play means that it's much less likely to also see Phoenix, which is the much better DPS option. Now that Wraith positioning, it less so, with that insta-lock from the marksman, even without AA. Now, is there a world where the Wraith saves itself? Not quite. It was close, though. This is a lot of tempo damage coming in, and the vertical sledge on the left from Cody was very good at answering and protecting that marksman, but this whole front is just kind of collapsing.
The whole rest of the board went down to the Wraiths, I think. They were just such a perfect answer to the many crawlers that were being used on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who? With a gift sub for Apucci. Thank you very much, Guess Who. And Apucci, of course...
What a gentleman and scholar.
Of course, a friend of the channel. So a deeply appreciated that's who in particular got it. Much appreciated.
Farseers. That is a very good answer to the Wraith for Cody.
Yeah, that will... Oh, and he's got a pair of Overlords on the board already. These are not the improved Overlords from last time out. These are just straight up my answer to your Wraith. He sold the Farseer to be able to fund this. Indeed.
And he is fortified spec, so these are very beefy Overlords, and the upshoot is just Wraith, which is a terrible head-to-head as far as upshoot goes. Now the Wasps in front, great at protecting against the marksman. Those boats are just going to kind of blow up the Wraith, or the Wasp, I think.
Yeah, they have a 7-meter splash. They will enjoy feasting on those Wasps. And these are, again, mass-produced Wraiths. The second time that Cody's seen them tonight.
I don't like the health pickup. I think the levels on the marksman both is much more valuable, especially with the fact that you do have Wraith. I know you have the boats, but being fortified and already having that extra health, I would have rather seen those levels picked up.
Right, I agree with that. That feels like a 6:30 in the morning, well, 6:15 in the morning sort of mistake.
Right.
Like, just so automatic to take it when you're not a fortified specialist. Now,
and it's good health.
It is good health, and it might be thinking I'm going to lock the Wraiths on the Tarantula, but of course, the Wraiths multi-target. Each of their 4 guns targets individually, and that means that, as you can see here, you're getting different shots onto different targets, and that means that they don't really get locked on a tank the way that other Chaff Clear does. That's one of Wraith's strengths, and that is why
if anything, I would have taken damage instead of health for that reason.
Right. That is one of the reasons why Wraiths have a low base hit points to begin with. Mm-hmm. Or at least low base, not hit points, low base range to begin with, is what I meant.
I mean, at the moment, there's very little, if anything, that answers the boats. Cody getting great value there, and he is praying for Stonks module. Because boat levels plus Stonks is the dream.
Right. He does not get the Stonk module here.
Ooh. Mustang Prod is really good. I want that on this launcher boat first. It's good generically speaking into headbutt, but I'm not sure here.
All right, we've got a question from chat was, does Cody have chin gun? They could really use it. They do not. They've got launcher overload, range, wasp production, and photon. And welcome in that Savage Life, first time chatter. Also a thank you for the follow to Gigaton Jones. Much appreciated.
Got a missile strike. A bit odd that you're killing the very back chaff here. I feel like there's places that you could like hit a marksman and chaff and do some residual damage. I'd probably drop, if it were me, on this marksman and the crawlers behind him. Try and get some bonus damage, albeit not a ton, on the tarantula and the boats.
Diana, who I would trust to guide any wasp endeavors, says it seems like Di can just go wasp with range and AA here and be done with it. Instead, he has taken the secondary armament on the sabers.
That was a last round click.
It was last round click,
at least.
Okay. And added a Phoenix directly opposite what he thinks is going to be a level 2 Overlord.
It's so hard to afford the levels on Overlords. I'm not a great boat player. I would not be well equipped to tell you when it is right or wrong to take them, because that's probably one of my weaknesses.
Right.
But I find it so hard to justify clicking that button at the expense. Right now, untech'd wasps are just going to die horribly to launcher overload boats.
Right.
And that's a bunch of counterpunch damage.
Right. Buying another boat was clearly better for this round. In terms of having the hit point damage on the bar if all three of them had survived. On the other hand, if we'd leveled that one, it would have survived the round, because it only barely went down.
And these summoned Mustangs are doing a very good job of gonna basically beat chaff here on the ground.
Right, unranged, they have 95 meters, the Overlords have 100 meters, and the Mustangs move quicker, so they get out in front of the Overlords. Now there's a level available on all three boats. Cody taking the shield airdrop.
This is tough. Cody massing out more boats and more chaff clear. I really want to see him take splash on the spiders. I think that's a really valuable tech here to help his boats. Ooh, a flank boat. Unprotected. Okay, there is a chaff there, but the Wraith is going to shred that super fast.
Why do we want that?
Yeah, that's a little spicy. Okay.
Thank you, Cody. That's a little bit better. Just going to leave the Fangs over there to distract the Wraith and the Phoenix, while also bringing in a flank Tarantula under the shield barrier, and some Fangs next door to it.
And we do get
Tarantulas
splash.
Do get splash. HE ammo making the Tarantula is now up to a 12-meter splash.
I'm not so sure about this flank Tarantula, though. I think blue wasps are going to shred it relatively efficiently. And I think that he has a lot of chaff clear that he needs to do just throughout the entirety of his front line.
Di is listening to Diana. Did go for the ranged AA wasps. And Elite recruits these ones. I'll be very curious to see
how that fares.
Yeah. Elite recruited this one on the back side, and unfortunately it's going to be very distracted. Actually, I guess this one was last round anyways.
Right.
So
those were the two blue off the drop.
Yeah, off the drop, yeah.
That is a lot of boat.
That is going to be 3 surviving boats, I think, although this tower timing is really good for Di, with these wasps engaged.
Close.
1 surviving Overlord, surviving Overlord with so few hit points. 3 surviving Overlords, and it drops Di to 1452. Cody at 3036.
I do think at this point you want to level that boat that is in the corner here. I think its health and damage both matter.
I would agree with that.
I love Scorpions for Cody here. He sells one. That I don't love. I think that Hounds and Sledges both are really vulnerable to these Scorpions. I'd honestly like to see them with this boat push and another level on this outside tower and just anchor it forever and a day by itself. Range on the boats is going to be huge for helping them be able to beat these wasps. 450 left. Do we see temp range? Do we see level on this Overlord? Do we see attack?
Miss Diana, defending her previous shout-out, says, okay, look, while range AA is good, I have to admit, I was not anticipating wasp packs being outnumbered by Overlords, which they currently are. 3 to 5.
Right, we do get the temp range. We get the loan. Come on, Cody, give that boat a level on the right corner. I think it's huge for you here. And speed. Either that or another spider would be huge to help clear the chaff.
Yeah, a spider on the left side would have...
Right.
Well, kind of here-ish, I guess. Would have made a lot of sense to me. Maybe even outside to handle this Mustang plus any chaff up front.
Wait a minute. There's an anti-missile device that is in front of the spider. I think it just insta-dies. Yep, that
it did insta-die. The Raiden, of course, Cody's defense, he did not know that the Raiden was there to insta-lock it.
Yeah, but like anything insta-locks it.
True, but I think he just wanted to make sure that a sentry missile didn't protect everything else or die.
4 boats is game. 4 boats is game.
There are 4 boats. There is nothing left that really shoots up. GG's to Cody in game 1. Die now down 3 games to none against Cody. Well, I mean, this is a best of 3, so down 1 game to none, but already beaten by Cody twice before. So that has got to really shake the confidence for Die. He's just got to find a way to beat Cody, and has not managed it yet tonight. He's got to win the next 2 in a row. Cody just needs to win 1 to book his place in the final 4. We are going to run ad while Alpha Titan does the matchmaking. Be right back, folks.
Cody showing us that Spider Boat is real and can be absolutely devastating. And can beat even sabers just when they don't start in your face.
You ignite, Clint. Sorry, not ignite. Can you please invite? Do not ignite, Clint. I take that. Please, Twitch, don't ban me. It's late, okay?
Oh my goodness. Do I not follow Clint? There's no world that's true, is there?
I am going to go grab the coffee to try and get me through. If I'm making that mistake verbally right now, I need a cup of coffee. Well, ignore the doctor's orders for a moment.
Fair. We have a spicy game ahead of us. You're all good, Clint.
No worries, Clint. It's that kind of night. It's fine. And for those of you that don't know, and I do apologize if I make any verbal slips, I am about 72 hours out of hospital for unscheduled surgery. Had a bit of a health emergency on Sunday, so do apologize.
Mark, you have your you got orange chat on, so you'll want to disable that when we get in.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate your forbearance out there, audience. Thank you, Uncle Lazy. Appreciate it, man. And yeah, thank you, Scouse, P-Nova. Appreciate it.
100%.
Yeah, focusing is on health first at the moment, but I did not want to miss this. I did ask Alpha Titan to run the lion's share of the cast tonight, which he has been absolutely been doing.
It's been an absolute joy. If you're Die, what do you want to see here? I think Die wants to defend against Cody. I don't think you want to push Cody if you're Die, from what I've seen of Die's style. I think that he should probably try and take a defensive approach, a plug the holes approach, and be prepared for strong anti-air, because Cody has shown air consistently.
Welcome to elimination time. Die is on the verge of going home. Cody is on the verge of qualifying for the final 4. This is game 2 of their best of 3. Cody is up 1 game to nothing. Die, Elite Specialist, near side blue, with Hound and Sledge. Hound and Sledge is a great starting pack. Cody, on the far side, a fortified saber-tooth start with sabers and hounds.
An elite pack with no proper chaff is very painful, though. And into the sabers here as well. Like, sabers are so good at clearing single targets. This is a rough start for Dai.
Right, but I'm gonna say he has got to be so happy to see Cody come out with not just hounds, because he's also in hounds, but with 5 hounds. That gives him one of the best opportunities possible to draw into a 2-fang or 2-crawler drop on round 2, 3-fang, 3-crawler drop, or even the 4-fang, 4-crawler drop on round 4.
That's a very good point. If you see your opponent is elite and doesn't have chaff, then adding a chaff, especially if you don't have one, or being able to block them both if you do, is very valuable in denying the possibility of them getting drops. Although, look at the spice from Dai.
Dai goes
going
for a
Void Eye.
pair of Void Eyes, does run the energy absorption tech, hasn't teched it, does tech it.
I think if you take them elite, you kind of have to. The value on that is insane. I don't think you always have to, although it is good into Hound.
It is very good into Hound.
This is going to be spicy.
That is a different start. We've seen a whole bunch of Saber Tarantula tonight. What we have not seen is Saber versus Elite Void Eye.
I actually think Elite Void Eye is very, very real as a comp.
I think it's viable. For sure.
And like, you're not going to heal through a Saber, that's fair. But you're also going to punch that Saber for, 6k every volley.
Right. The only thing I could see is the argument for skip the energy absorption, just take the charge shot on round 2. There it is for Dai, the chaff drop we were talking about. It is, unfortunately for him, level 2. So 2 level 2 crawlers. But Apuchi says blue crawlers could go nuts. And again, right, we know that hounds don't one-tap crawler, which means that level 1 hounds need 3 shots to kill 2 crawlers.
Yeah, and blue crawlers will destroy Saberteeth as well. And you have relatively good hound clear with your Void Eyes. I think there's some really spicy lines here.
Cody goes for the 2 crawlers on the line, buys a 3rd crawler and a 6th hound. Dai took... Oh, no. You're already in the single target, right? Although he's...
Right, and you're getting the triple bodies, they heal, they pound hounds, just, like, so good deployment for deployment.
Right, now, one thing he could be thinking is, I needed an anti-air single target. There's also the possibility of going assault mode.
That's true. I don't hate Assman here, actually. Does he run it?
He does, yeah.
He does run it. Okay, if he clicks Assman and he uses that somewhere the Saber isn't, because Sabers are a pretty efficient answer to Assman, then I think Assman could absolutely bully some hounds. So blue Mustangs.
Yeah, blue Mustangs on the far left, the level 3 marksman in the middle, which is still at about elite depth.
When elite is getting eaten by blue crawlers, you know that's sad times.
Right, he didn't take the blue crawlers, he still hasn't recruited crawlers, so... And it's a tower take.
Orange Man is going to be a pinata, I think.
Tower take for Cody. Orange Man feeds a pair of hounds. Dai does win the round, so he's on 5,100. Cody down to 3,966. Cody takes supply enhancement. He was already fortified spec. Dai skips that to take redeployment. So, if that marksman is terribly positioned, he'll be able to reposition it. Same with any other unit he needs.
I don't want to see 2 more Void Eyes and a chaff, or some chaff of some kind going on here for Dai.
It could also be a vertical sledge to just tank the crawlers. basically one taps the crawlers, right? And at the range that they are, they should fire in ripple order, right? If you don't know that,
Right.
as the crawlers are running in, first crawlers get shot by the first tank, the next set of crawlers gets shot by the second tank, etc. It's really strong, and then it's also good against the hounds, especially this level 2 hound on the outside that has that leveled off the pinata. There'll be another pack of Void Eyes on the right, and he has redeployed the Mustangs from left to right. So knows Cody might try runs at an unprotected tower and just showing that this tower is covered when he's in fact covering the other one. Both players are already in the 1-1 as well.
No chaff for the elite player by round 3. Hounds are pseudo chaff, to be fair, but real chaff I think would go kind of hard here. I said blue sledge is absolutely anchoring this right side, and if you can clear everything else, Orange Man will pop saber teeth. Not a lot of damage, and of course Dai also has a gazillion hit points, and the later the game goes, the more that Elite can leverage just the free level. Granted, you pay for it, but you get the experience baked in.
So Dai, when asked to describe his playstyle in just 3 words, said, "I play weird. Agree or disagree?"
Well, no false advertising on this front.
He also said, "Don't get." His message to other players is, "Don't get so caught up in the meta that you stop trying new things," which you definitely see here. And of course, that was Ignatius Pennyfeather's comment to him. Was the 4,000 hours of play. He had never seen what Dai used to finish him off. So.
This orbital is going to be strong. Dai skipping it is. No, sorry, yeah, Cody skipped it. Excuse me. Is a bit of a rough choice. I guess Dai's not super vulnerable to it, but it's so efficient.
Yeah, having it on round 4, having it again on round 9. It's obviously it's so good against Phoenix. It'll be really good against. It would have been really good against these wasps that get picked up, the Mustangs, potentially even against the Void Eyes. I think 4,200. They do survive the missile, but second missile will take them out.
I want to see a mobile beacon on these wasps. If these wasps are going to be put back here when you already know there's crawlers.
That is a very good point. They will follow the crawlers somewhat and then break off towards the tower. They won't chase the crawlers perfectly this round. What I mean is they're gonna come in here and then veer over to the tower. You'll see it in a moment.
Right. By the way, these are improved Phoenix from Cody.
Ooh, spicy. Let's go. 250% hit point.
That said, Orange Man still one-taps them at level 1.
It took 3 orbital missiles to take out the Phoenix.
Yes, it did.
That is pretty impressive. Cody down to 2140, Dai at 5100. Well, this will have
efficient light when you're elite and you have all of your health is so tempting.
I mean, I'm also going to say, being in this strong of a position at this point, that has to have refreshed Dai's confidence against Cody, right?
Or Orange Man, if he turns, could absolutely be a hero and pop this boat.
Will
he? I don't think he will turn.
Will he? And will we get the crawler or back here that would lead the boat up to him?
Right. I think we need that center crawler when there's a boat drop showing.
Although I don't know if Dai is even thinking about the boat drop. It seems really expensive, and Cody's on 2100. Like,
well, no, if I'm Dai, I really expect Cody to do something that is powerful right now.
Right.
And that's where I think the drop makes a lot of sense. And I think you need chaff. I think a late crawler here is just really good, and he did take the efficient light as well.
Ooh, I do love this from Dai, though. He has deployed
Mobile
level
beacon
2.
and redeploy.
Yeah, he's done the redeploy. Since he keeps the wasps on the flank, they've already paid the flank summoning cost
That's
last turn.
beautiful.
He doesn't click them back onto his main board. He just redeploys them from the flank to the flank, and then mobile beacons, while the sledges are going to eat the Mustangs. And then in the final 10 seconds, you can hear how relieved Titan was that those crawlers show up to distract the boat and lead it to the level 3 marksman.
That tower goes down. Orange Man should turn and get the boat.
Orange Man, pay attention. That thing's shooting you in the back. Please shoot it. Oh dear.
Oh, that is sad. Ironically, the tower timing slowed the boat. It would have been shooting crawlers longer, I think. We still probably win this round, and Cody did loan for this round, and took a temp spell that may or may not come back.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about for Cody. That's why I was thinking Dai might not play around the boat drop so much, because I mean it's so expensive for Cody, and now his board is in a worse state than it was. 1379 for Cody, 5100 for Dai. If Dai wins this one, we get a third and a decisive game. Bonus Mechabellum. If Codifly manages to win this, the tournament is over for the evening, and we know who our final 4 are.
So where do you think he moves these wasps? Because with a Typhoon drop, there's no way he keeps them here.
Right. I might think about putting them on the line on the other side.
I don't hate them as a flank guard for himself. I also don't hate him playing them like on the right, but a crawler in front to eat the missile.
Or you put a level 6 saber in front of them. Yikes.
That is one way to answer a Typhoon. Even if the wasps don't move, that saber is going to just... And they do move.
Right in behind the saber. That is pretty
Beautiful
work from Dai. Very
nice. This
nice.
missile is going to hit that saber. This is totally him playing... Especially if these Typhoons lock the saber. There is a world where the wasps overtake them, but I don't think so. Right. And if the Typhoons lock that saber tooth, then this could be GG right here.
That is...
And I don't know that...
Yeah, that's a straight... I like the mobile beacon putting the saber straight on them. Only problem with that is if it doesn't, if it hasn't drawn the lock. If these wasps get out in front of it and draw the lock.
Right.
And it does get missiled. It does draw the lock. That is going to be beautiful for Dai, just like he drew it up. Sentry Missile does take out all of the wasps, unfortunately, for Dai.
All it takes is one. Although the blue crawler's getting there, too.
Blue crawlers do get the tower. And Dai, I think, not quite enough to win it. I think he's going to leave.
I don't know. There's
Cody
a lot of sledges left.
Yeah, that is true. Is he going to leave Cody at 70 or so?
Or 17. No, I think he's going to be down to about minus
157. Wow. Dai gets the win. We get a third and decisive game. What an epic struggle between these two. And for Dai, that is huge. He had lost to Cody 2-0 the first time they met. He had fallen behind 1-0 in the start of this best of 3. Now you get a decisive match, and Dai has the momentum. Cody has got to be getting exhausted. It has ticked into 6:40 a.m. He was definitely hoping to be through a bit before this.
Oof.
Hoped to have booked his place in the final 4 through the winner's bracket, not through coming through these matches. Ms. Diana, that is a stat for us. Cody's avatar is not random, by the way. They are a serious enough Go player to have a ranking, not a high one, but still a very impressive. That's a great stat. Thank you for giving us that one.
Cody does love Go.
I did get a Interesting question from chat for you, Alpha Titan. Scouse Beefy asks, is Abyss the meta at high-end MMR at 2? I am a smooth brain 1K MMR, and almost every time I lose these days, it's to a late-game Abyss.
I think that it is very strong when it is strong. So I think it is something that is less play, like War Factory is played so proactively as the intended win condition. I think that Abyss less so, but even still, I think it's very efficient. I think the no maintenance cost is very strong. And I think that the techs on Abyss, namely range and missiles, are so efficient at letting it not die. And there's so few answers that can really kill it. Like, it's basically charge shot birds and melters. That I would say yes. I think that it is a very real build, and I think that in twos it can be very strong, especially if you can protect it with your partner or get into it safely. It's one of those builds that is just in a hyper scaling position.
I would say it is. The Abyss is really, really strong against Mustang, Marksman, Fortress, and War Factory in particular. So, if you are running,
Hacker is a good counter to it.
If you're running, if you're down at the 1000 MMR and you're running a lot of Mustang spam, there's a reason that people are running the Abyss against you.
Yeah. Notably, Hacker is interesting because it will steal whatever units the Abyss player has, and the Abyss spends way too long doing those long sweeping beams on their own board where they're not getting value on the units hit. So units that turn slowly, quote unquote, or reload slowly are especially trolled by hackers, and sledges are a very common tank pairing that is good to help protect it from melters. So if you're losing to Abyss, you may want to look at whether or not you can hack the board that is under your Abyss opponent.
Right. Welcome to our final match of the evening. It could not have asked for more entertainment because we get a third and decisive match. We've got Dai versus Cody. The rematch. Dai winning game 2 after Cody won game 1. We'll put up channel point predictions for you.
This is funny. So the Saber Specialist as Cody versus the Cost Control Sabers as Dai.
Oh no. That could be unfortunate for Dai.
Cody deploying standard.
And even has his hounds deep. That looks like a fire deploy position for those hounds, but it is not. He doesn't even run fire deploy.
What is that Saber doing in the Narnia corner? Holy smokes.
Well, you've got
Dai's
one in
empty.
each corner for Dai. He still has his deploys. And he is, as you said, cost control specialist with Saber and Arclight. Cody, Saber specialist with Storms and Hounds. And cost control could have afforded anti-missile on round 1. It's true.
It's not too late. He has 200. Is there a world he's thinking about it? Okay, he added a Saber mid. I was just curious. Although this does look like some kind of Saber cage.
Hey, Alpha, who's that casting with you? This is Duxon. Okay, yeah, it does look Saber cage. We've added a third Saber in the middle with Arclight.
Hello, Dachshund. Goodness.
I didn't think I'd been gone that long, Docs.
I think he was saying, who is that with you, comma, Alpha, question mark.
Oh, I see. Yes, the casting duo is Amarok and Alpha Titan.
Yes.
And the winner of round 1 is Dai. 4,500 hit points to Cody's 4,200.
Strange opening, but very curious to see how it converges, and definitely not creating a focal point for the Storms to focus their fire.
Cody takes a Wraith, despite not having the headbutt.
Defensive Wraith, I think, is very, very strong. Although this board is so wide, I don't know where you put it at the moment. Is a bit of the problem, ironically.
And, okay, we'll put the Wraith right behind a steel ball right on the line in the face of the Sabertooth.
Are we going to put a crawler on the corner here, too, to distract the Saber and the Arclight? Because if so, I would be very happy. I think that's a beautiful way to finish this little corner.
We don't have enough money for that.
I see. So not this round.
Maybe not.
Aha! So we have a Wraith going with the Arclight Saber. I do like the Wraiths in general, and I think that's probably going to mean the Arclight gets sold at some point.
I am going to agree with Guess Who here. Shout out to any EU viewer that is still here and not catching this on VOD. Thank you guys so much 100%. For sticking it out with us. You have amazing stamina if you're still here with us.
And not just that, but Cody as well as the EU player at 7 a.m. basically Europe time.
Yeah, 7 a.m. Croatia time, right? Like, that is brutal. Mm-hmm. Match, of course, is Croatia versus Canada. If you didn't know where people are from. The Steel Balls and Wraith together win on the far outside, but Dai has more Wraiths. They are cost control Wraiths.
And it looks like he'll get the... Yes. It does look like he's going to get Tower, though, and I think that Wraith doesn't go for the Tower of its own.
Steel Balls in on the backside tower. That helps Cody out a lot.
Yeah, that tower timing I still think favors Cody overall because the debuff will end sooner for him, and he's not cost control.
That tower timing favors Dai, however, and Cody is down to 3,600. We'll go to round 3.
I got so caught up in chat, I was watching you, and I was 10 seconds behind.
Wait, you do have a live feed of this, you know?
I do, in fact. I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute, your commentary seems a little... Like, wait a minute, something... that's what it is. I was in the past.
Hey, Cody is not the only one tired at this juncture of this tournament this evening.
I'm just easily distractible because it's fun. By the way, this Saber insta-lock battle, the cost control Saber loses that head-to-head with insta-locks, but Cody decides better of it, question mark.
Well, Cody
really
is
want to see a shaft distracting for these blue crawlers, or for these blue steel balls, excuse me, on the right.
What Cody is doing is bringing up another steel ball and Wraith in front of a Wraith here. Dai going for the Phantom Ray on the flank to try and get an insta-lock on the Wraith. And
in that position, that's a burst play that he's going to make next turn.
He does have burst on the bar.
That is 100% him planning on taking burst, and they die this round.
Cody only left himself 10 meters outside of that Wraith, so there's no way he can put chaff or anything down in front of it.
I would have liked to see these Phantom Rays with a 2-tile gap in front of them, though, because if you do delete this Wraith instantaneously, then you want some kind of chaff there to protect them.
I can never figure out if I think of Phantom Rays as a counter to Wraith or as Wraith as a counter to Phantom Ray. I've gone back and forth in my thinking. Yes. What I was going to say is I've gone back and forth in my thinking about this multiple times.
I've recently had a tremendous amount of respect for Burst Ray. I don't want to get bogged down in the math, but I will say that with a damage, the 70% damage item, a level 3 Burst Ray does 180,000 DPS on the initial volley. It deletes a War Factory off rip.
Holy smokes.
Yes, when I saw it delete a level 3 healing like Suck Melter with no time to like do the healing, I was like, I had to literally like check my preconceptions at the door.
Right. Subsidized steel ball for both players. We're getting really spicy.
Boy, oh boy.
Dai on 4,500. Cody on 2,600. No, we haven't seen a good hacker all night, have we?
We have not. And it's just spicy enough for both of these two. Although we did see Cody use one against Dai actually in the very snippet of the game we watched of theirs.
That's true. That's true. There were hackers on the board then. That was the Rhino charging into the healing tech no range hacker, right? All right.
Right, the enhanced control hacker.
Yep. We have a sentry missile for anti-missile device for die in behind here. We've got the flank steel ball, a flank screening crawler to try and eat some of those initial volleys, and 8-gun on the Wraith for Cody.
8-gun is crazy in a headbutt where there is instant locking going on. And this blue Wraith is just going to destroy these Phantom Rays. Like, almost instantaneously vaporize them.
Of course, only 3 of the guns target them. The other 5 are targeting the crawlers, right?
I think a lot of them are targeting the, like...
Yeah, it takes them a couple of shots, a couple of volleys to take them out.
So there is still room, in theory, for burst, but being down a level hurts a ton. Losing that anti-missile hurts. And, it's going to be quite a rotational headbutt we have going on here.
Yeah, spiral formation, everybody. But all of Dai's units are tracking on that middle Wraith. That means they aren't going for the tower, and that is going to be very good for Cody.
They were turned around, but at the wrong time.
Yeah. And that's the first time Cody's taken a round since game 1. He's on 2,600, Dai on 4,000.
Super.
Round
Cody
5 super supply.
Taking this. I think it's wrong here. Good.
And
Cody
he takes the heavy armor. Wraith. Yeah, for a Wraith. Improved Scorpion for Dai with, I mean, I'm not I really feel like that card is almost misnamed. I feel like the one that improves rate of fire should be the improved for Scorpion. I don't really care about 15% extra attack or hit points. And extra range
The extra
helps.
range is nice.
Yeah,
but this isn't a 10 extra range kind of game.
I mean, yeah, probably not.
What I would really like to see here is a multi-melter or boat would be really strong here too.
What about shield on the Phantom Rays? Or flank Wraith and Ball?
I mean, shield on the Rays is good in general, but into these 8-guns, the extra layer of hit points on level 1 Rays is a nuisance, but relatively easily shrugged off.
Right. Cody takes range on his Wraiths. I like that. He's not playing for the initial confrontation. He's playing for the second set of engagements. Dai, seeing the same problem or same issue, takes range on his Wraiths as well, and has sold out of the Headbutt Saber to get the Scorpion back here. Now, maybe improved Scorpion as a cost control. You're minus 11%, you're plus 15%. So it's kind of turned them back into regular.
And you need a bunch before that pays off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. And I think that he's just letting himself get run over by Wraith when he doesn't have to.
Right.
Which is not to take anything away from Cody and how he is playing the Wraith. But I feel like Dai is just kind of letting them scale off of him.
Yeah, Cody loves to play Wraith. He's done it many times.
Yes.
And he's going to find an edge in that particular matchup, I think, as you can see happening. Pucci says it feels like Dai is panicking.
There is the Melter if you want to go multi, if you're Dai.
There's also a Farseer with EMP.
That's also true. A level 3 Farseer is honestly very solid into Steel Balls and Wraith, and can tech an easy EMP in case they go effective on the sub balls, which both player has.
Right. Cody takes the Farseers, level 3 Farseer. Has he sold it this time? He did sell it last time it was offered. This time he's just tucking it in to defend against that level 2 Wraith on the left side. He's added another flank Wraith. Now that this one's established, it's flank Wraith Crawler to eat the first shots from the Scorpion, while the Arclight gets tagged on the steel balls.
And there's a multi-melter back in this corner. No, the multi-melter's coming up to the front. That's a better spot for it for Die.
You definitely want to protect it from the steel balls, but the mech div is really painful. I wonder if there's a line that you can combine this with Hacker, but it's getting a little spicy here.
I mean, to me, this almost feels like the simplest of plays. The EMP on Arclight is correct for Die.
I do like the range here with it, and I do actually like a multi-melter to protect, but I think it's too close. I do like it being scooted back a little like that. I'd really like to see some sledges to help slow these steel balls. Ooh, and suck at the last second for these steel balls. This multi-melter positioning locks all the balls, though.
That was pretty impressive.
In that corner.
Yeah, that was really solid from Die for that one round.
Now the crawlers that
how's it
going
to do it next round is the question.
Ooh, does it get... It does not get the Wraith. It almost did, but the mech div is steel balls. You have to be planning for it.
And then using... I think Cody made great use of the energy absorption that kept these level 2 steel balls alive. It's not a line I would have seen myself, and just love to see him play that. Now he takes intensive. Those could be level 4 steel balls. That gets him into...
they're the Wraiths.
Oh, he's leveled the Wraith. Yeah, okay, so it's a level 4 Wraith, level 3 Wraith, level 1. More steel balls everywhere at the 150 cost. Sells out of his 1 saber from his specialist.
I feel like this is a sell your Phantom Rays on the left, get a Wraith that is behind your melter to clear these crawlers, get another multi-melter, missile the crawlers for 1 round, make sure you temp range. And I think that these multi-melters have a shot, but I think you need your chaff clear behind them.
He does pick up the Wraith, but it's
he sold the Scorpion instead.
Yeah, sold the Scorpion. The Scorpion had been locked on chaff last round anyways. Really didn't do much. But like you said, you wanted this behind where it would have a chance to live. It's not doing that. It's up alongside.
I don't hate where it's nestled, but I think I would have liked a Wraith behind this level 2 melter, if at all possible.
In this gap right here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Die still has 1,000 to spend.
He must have floated, so let's mass another Wraith, and I almost think... Oh, he doesn't run degen. Holy smokes, and it's maybe 8 gun?
He has loaned for 1 more. Yeah, he could take 8 gun. Does not. Instead, he takes the 2 and 2.
He loaned and floated, and he didn't missile chaff.
He did not float this round. He, in the very last second, he spent the 600 on attack enhancement 2 and defense enhancement 2.
Oof. That is into steel balls, not the answer.
Yeah, I think 600 on the Wraith 8 gun was a much better choice there. I'd love to run this one back.
Or another Wraith.
Well, he also bought this new multi-melter over here.
There. It's a good
so
tower
he was
timing.
Out of deploys.
This Wraith will cover this melting point, but I think a level 4 Wraith with 8 gun will just muscle through. Not game, but it's close.
Oh, it's so close.
So close.
20 hit points and a dream for Die. We go to round 8. Cody, after 7 o'clock in the morning for this man, almost has booked his place in the final 4. All he has to do is have 1 surviving steel ball this round. That's all he needs.
I think Die really, really wants EMP rate or EMP Phoenix here.
EMP Phoenix would be amazing for Die, but he takes
off the mech div
Typhoon.
On the balls. Oh no! I know you need to kill crawlers, but these steel balls are just gonna melt you, man.
Yeah, there is no steel ball chaff in front of these. You know, the things that would chaff the steel balls in front of these, and maybe he's giving up because there are Wraith, but you cannot let the Wraith bully you out of buying chaff. Die is in literally 4 crawlers worth of chaff here, and I think that is where he is losing this game.
And he also doesn't have mech div on the sub balls, which is an incredibly valuable combination of techs.
Right, but he's also only bought one of them.
Exactly. So he didn't even break even on the discount.
Right.
And to top it off, there's now degen for the Wraiths. And this is just collapsing hard.
And Dead Eagle is correct. How much damage does one surviving crawler do? 4. So you are right. We need 5 surviving crawlers. 1 steel ball. And
Sledges I like. Healing not, though, because of the steel balls. But I think sledges are good. I like the idea. We needed the EMP on those birds. We needed to use missiles.
We could also have EMP'd on the arc lights and haven't done. Although EMP on the birds helps to turn off the Wraith, I think, as well as the
Sledges
negative.
Helped. That's game right there.
Yep. The right side has collapsed for die. Codifly has booked his place in the final 4, joining a Red Scarab, joining... excuse me.
I was like, wait a minute.
Joining Red Scarab and... Red Scarab 94, Odyssey, Arc 09, and Cody are your final 4. Red Scare of 94 and Odyssey will start tomorrow or next week's matches as the winners final. Then you'll have the losers semifinals between Park and Cody, the losers final between the winner of that match and the loser of Red Scare versus Odyssey, and then we will have the grand final with a best of 3 and a bracket reset sudden death best of 1 should the winner's bracket winner lose that grand final. Wow.
And this has been crazy match. And this is Cody's happy place.
What
Wraith
a day.
In the flank is just it is signature Cody written all over it.
It is signature Cody.
I would be curious to see.
Guess who?
The Burst Ray.
Guess who with a gift sub to Cody to celebrate the victory. There you go. And Cody in chat says, GG's Die, thanks for the games. Just Die TV says, I kept taking cards and not using them. Yeah, we saw that.
I know.
The improved Scorpion, the subsidized Steel Ball, the quick teleport, none of them quite paying off this last round. This was a very good game from you guys, both of you.
And leaning into the mirror as cost hurts too.
Right. Yeah, I mean, actually, I feel like that was on Cody. Cody leaned into the mirrors.
That's fair.
Anytime Die did something, Cody leaned into the mirror there. So,
not having degen hurts a ton. Ration's 100% right. In that headbutt, not having EMP... not having Photon or EMP for the degen was just crippling.
Cody says, by the way, the round the Wraith dropped, I accidentally sold it instead of a Storm. So he wound up coming into the Wraith a turn behind, which is amazing.
I don't remember that. I'll have to watch back through that game.
That is round 2, where Die comes out with the Wraiths, and Cody wound up selling one. Not a turn behind, I just rebought it. Why didn't you Control Z?
Right, didn't you just undo?
Don't you have undo button now?
Oh my goodness.
To be fair, it was 7 a.m. for him. I forgot about the undo button. You can tell an old school Mechabellum player if they do not
doesn't even hurt.
If they don't remember that there is an undo button.
You were down to deploy.
Down to deploy there. Well, there is our final bracket for tonight. Congratulations to Cody, Park, Odyssey, and Red Scare of 94, who I agreed with the comment from chat. Who do I give credit to for that one? Was it Guess Who? We call him Red Scar asterisk.
Splitting the difference between Scare and
Scarab. Yeah. So, good games, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Alpha Titan, anything you want to add?
Goodness, congratulations to everyone and to the winners. well fought, so many good games. And to everybody who didn't quite make it, like, this is a stacked tournament. It was a ton of fun. Try to hold your head up high and sign up for the next one, because every single one of you has a shot in going further than this. I was incredibly impressed with what I saw.
Egophobic Music asks, what is the prize money? It is $200 first place prize, I believe $100 for second, and $50 for third. So,
ooh. Prize money went up.
Prize money went up. Tournament getting more popular. I can't.
Should have won the fourth one.
Should have waited and won the fourth one. Exactly. Something like that. So, congratulations again to. Oh, there is Odyssey says woof woof. As Dawson says, go Doggacy. Team Woof represent. There we go. All right, folks. Thank you all so much for being here. It has been a pleasure and an honor to be casting this one for you folks. I really appreciate you all choosing to be here on your Friday night or your Saturday morning or your Saturday afternoon for each of you from various locations. Thank you all so much. And huge shout out to our mods. We have had Zalex, Cat Samu, Ghoster Supreme, and Ignatius Pennyfeather here this evening. But a special thanks to Whooped GG and Alpha Titan for all the work behind the scenes to make this this stream work when I'm far from 100%. You guys, I really deeply appreciate you both, and thank you very much for reaching out and offering. VIP sponsors, we have a huge set of sponsorships from Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nash XYZ, Fab4200, Xfire X, Anabolica 23. We had a whole bunch of gift subs given out tonight from Guess Who, and we had gift subs from Ocelotus Gaming and gift subs from Toast94 all through the night, all through the stream. Really appreciate all of you, as well as those who followed and subbed or resubbed along the way. Hardware support for this channel has been provided by Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey is Zach. Alpha Titan and I will be back tomorrow to cast the EU weekend tournament. Then I am taking Sunday off to spend it with the real star, Kiddo. Thank you guys. And yeah, it's Dead Eagle says, I clocked that someone gifted me a sub, but I didn't register to say thanks at the time. I think that was Toast much, much earlier in the stream. But again, thank you guys all very, very much. Whew. Look forward to the finals coming up this channel, as well as others, at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, 1 week from today, with Friday the 27th. Good night, guys, and thank you all so much for watching. Looks like we are going to raid you folks on over to Bellicose Drake and Whooped, who are queuing up for some 2v2 on ladder.